Chapter 1, Wuhan Awakening. Holy Soul Village. Wuhan Hall. A handsome young man with a touch of arrogance on his face is awakening Wuhan for a group of children. Your martial soul is Carrot. Innate soul power level 2. Carrot, hee, it's not bad. After walking so many villages, I finally found a child with spirit power. Su Yun Tao smiled and looked at Huju in front of him. Although he was a useless waste martial arts soul, as long as he had soul power, he could cultivate, and he could still become a soul master if he cultivated hard. Thank you, soul master. Huju bowed respectfully, and a faint surprise flashed in his heart. It has been 3 months since he came to this world. Since he knew this was the Douluo continent, he was suffering from gains and losses every day, for fear that he would become the unlucky person without spirit power. Although the second level innate spirit power is not good, as long as he can cultivate. Okay, the rest, of course, rely on cheats. As a traverser, how can you lack cheating devices like cheats? After stepped aside, Huju was a little puzzled. Didn't it mean that Brother Tao would recruit to the Wuhan Hall when he encountered an awakened person with soul power? How come he had a dull reaction when he got here? Why didn't you recruit me? Dislike it, right? This is absolutely disgusting. What happened to the second level spirit power? Isn't your Su Yun Tao also second level innate soul power? Isn't that the beast spirit? Why do you look down on the weapon spirit? It's a blind Douluo, I really am blind. Huju looked angrily at Su Yun Tao, who was awakening the last child. Needless to say, the last one to awaken is definitely the protagonist. Generally, important figures are the last to appear. And the protagonist of this world is Tang San, a twin martial soul, an innate 10th level monster with full soul power. At this time, Tang San was awakening to a critical moment. In his left hand, a small blue-silver grass emerged. At the same time, Huju also saw Tang San's left hand being quietly clenched. It must be the famous clear sky hammer. It's a pity that this kid hid so tightly that Huju didn't even see what the clear sky hammer looked like. Tang San's awakening formation was very large, and there were more golden light spots in the awakening formation than others. Su Yun Tao's eyes lit up when he saw this place, and he felt that he seemed to have awakened a great genius. It's a pity, it was blue-silver grass that appeared in front of him. It's another waste martial arts soul, well, you can leave. Su Yun Tao sighed and waved his hand with disappointment. As it was said, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. It was Lan Yinko who saw Tang San awakening, and Su Yun Tao didn't even have any interest in testing his spirit power. Uncle, you haven't tested my soul power yet. Tang San had a serious face and asked for a soul power test. Su Yun Tao didn't look back, and said with an impatient look, don't try. I have never seen anyone like Lan Yinko's waste martial arts soul show spirit power. Let me try it. Uncle. Tang San still insisted. But Tang San, Su Yun Tao finally tested his spirit power. What, it is actually full of soul power. Brother Tao was shocked. Then he was blind. It's a pity that the innate full soul power actually appeared on the blue-silver grass martial soul. What uses this kind of waste martial soul? In his mind, except for the beast spirit and the weapon spirit, the others are all waste spirits. After testing Tang San's spirit power, Su Yun Tao left the wooden house with a disappointed expression on his face, leaving only a group of children with big and small eyes. In the crowd, as soon as Su Yun Tao left, Huju was surrounded by other children. As the grandson of the village elder Jack, he awakened Wuhan again. In the hearts of the children, he was already a very powerful person. Okay, stop making trouble, Grandpa is still waiting for us outside, let's go out first. Huju waved his hand and smiled, facing a group of little kids, he really didn't have much interest. And Tang San looked at each other, and Huju took the lead and left this so-called Wuhan Hall. Awakened Wuhan, he needed to go home and think about how to go next. After all, his martial arts spirit is not outstanding, a carrot, he should think about how to develop. Outside the Hall of Souls, old Jack looked expectantly at Huju, who was walking towards him first. In his hand, he also held the proof issued by Su Yun Tao. The top one was Huju's name. Huju is his little grandson. I hope that after so many years, the spirit master will finally appear in the village again, and he is still his own grandson. Little Ju, let grandpa see, you really have become a soul master. Before Huju came to him, old Jack asked excitedly. Well, grandpa, I'm awakened, look. Huju stretched out his right hand, and a small carrot appeared in his palm. Okay, okay, okay. Old Jack held Huju's hand for a long time, and for a moment he was so excited that he couldn't even speak. After waiting for a long time, old Jack let the other children go home, and then took Huju's hand and sent Tang San home with him. On the way, old Jack also knew that Tang San's awakened spirit was Lan Yinko, and he also knew that he was the child with innate spirit power. Little San, would you like to go to a special school to learn the cultivation methods of the Soul Master? Only there is the most accurate knowledge about Wuhan. Grandpa Jack, I have to ask my father about this. Tang San on the right hand of old Jack replied. This kid knows it's hidden. Seeing Tang San's cunning answer, Huju silently complained beside old Jack. He and Tang San are not very familiar. They have been familiar with their current identity for the past 3 months, and there is no time to deal with Tang San at all. Okay, then you go home and discuss it with your father. Old Jack just asked casually. In fact, he had already decided in his heart to hand over the number of work-study students in the village to his grandson. Although the family can't afford the tuition fees, but they can go to school for free, why do they have to pay at their own expense? Wouldn't it be better for Xiaoju to have a better life? After a while, a group of 3 people came to the forge. Seeing Tang Hao, old Jack scolded involuntarily. He is an angry man who can't even eat his own children. Old Jack disdains him. Watching his grandfather arguing with his old arms and legs, Huju secretly squeezed a cold sweat for his grandfather. This is the legendary Haoshan Douluo. It's probably only grandpa who can scold the strong Douluo like this. After a few quarrels, old Jack was angrily left by Tang Hao. On the way home, he scolded Tang Hao angrily, and it took a while to calm down. Little Ju, I will go home with grandpa, I will give you a good thing. Old Jack said to Huju mysteriously. What is it, grandpa? Follow me and you'll know. Old Jack smiled, but didn't say what it was. Fortunately, here is not far from the old Jack's house. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com will be there in a few minutes. After got home, old Jack came out holding a black box like a baby. Xiaoju, do you know why our village is called Shengun Village? Old Jack's face was full of sacred aura, with deep worship in his eyes. Huju didn't understand why old Jack asked that, but he still replied, Grandpa, I know, because our village has seen a master of soul sage before, it is called Sacred Soul Village. Haha, Grandpa will tell you today that the soul saint master who once appeared in our village is actually Grandpa's grandfather. Old Jack pointed to the black box on the table with pride, and this is your wife. The treasures left by his ancestors. So amazing. Huju was surprised, his expression made old Jack even more proud. Old Jack solemnly opened the black box, and took out the 2 dilapidated books in it like a baby. Look, Xiaoju, this is the practice secret handed down by our soul saint ancestors. From now on, you will study with me. After you learn it, Grandpa will take you to the Junior Wuhan Academy in Notting City to study. Go with. Hearing the practice secrets left by the soul sage, Huju exhaled secretly saying that his golden finger was finally about to be useful, but soon he was attracted by another news. Wuhan Academy. Yes, our village still has a place for work-study students this year. Grandpa will give you this place and let you go to the college to study. Okay, okay. I'm going to school. Hearing this, Huju's eyes almost turned into light bulbs. Is this quota just for reading? Do not. It also represents Xiao Wu. This quota has the same effect as a baby boy. Chapter 2, On-Hook Panel. It's a pity for Xiaosan. Looking at his drunkard father, he will definitely not be allowed to go to school. Old Jack sighed, and at the same time secretly relieved that there is only one work-study student in the village. If Tang San had to go to school, it really embarrassed him. After all, Tang San's kid has been very well behaved since he was a child, and he still liked it. Next to, Hu Juchen happily planned what method should be used to take Xiaowu when the time comes. According to his understanding, it seems that Tang San's kid had taken Xiaowu with a new bedding. Try this too soon. He secretly wrote down the matter in his heart, and he decided to let his mother prepare a new bedding later. Xiaoju, Grandpa first introduce you to our baby. The two cheat books are really precious in old Jack's heart. From taking them out to now, Huju hasn't touched them, but he just let him get closer to watch them without touching them. Knows the name Huju in the book, one is called Soul Power Meditation, and the other is called Five Senses Strengthening Technique. The idea of soul power is needless to say, it is used to cultivate soul power, but this is the cultivation method left by the soul sage, and it is definitely much better than ordinary cultivation methods. As for another volume of Five Sense Strengthening Technique, Huju figured out its usefulness through the introduction of Old Jack. This is the self-created soul skill that the grandfather of the Old Jack relied on to become famous. Its function is to enhance the five senses of the human body, including taste, hearing, sight, smell, and touch. After successfully cultivating this spirit skill, it will be of great help to people. Even the ancestral soul saint back then will only cultivate to the second level in his entire life. Is only the second level, and it also gave him a lot of help. After the five senses were strengthened, it allowed him to avoid a lot of dangers in advance, whether it was life or fighting, it gave him a lot of help. Huju was very much looking forward to it when he heard the introduction, and he couldn't wait to learn it right away, and then use his golden finger to improve it. Thinking of the golden finger, Huju's heart moved. In his line of sight, a blue transparent panel appeared immediately. This panel is very simple and square, a bit like a backpack for items in the game. The panel is divided into small ones. Grid, the first three small grids are ready for use, and the fourth grid is estimated to be unblocked in a few days. He also understands the function of this panel. There is only one function, which is to hang up. It is harmless to hang up. As long as you put the skills or exercises that need to hang up in the small grid, you can continuously improve and hang up for 24 hours. The increased awareness gained afterwards will be blessed to him without any side effects. This is a must-have cheat for lazy people, the gospel of those who travel through. So far, he doesn't have any skills that can hang up, so he only looked at the panel for 3 months, and he didn't really use it once. Now the opportunity is here, the spirit power meditating thoughts, the five sense enhancement technique, just listening to it is a skill, which can be used on his golden finger. Old Jack seemed to value these two skills more than his life, and he was not ready to teach him today. The reason why he took them out now was only because Huju had insights in advance. Well, Xiaoju, if you want to learn the above skills, you can come to me early tomorrow. It is getting late now, you should go home, presumably your parents are already waiting in a hurry. Old Jack cautiously the booklet was put back into the black box, locked tightly in his arms, for fear that Hujuqiang would it. Huju disappointedly retracted his gaze falling on the black box, the old man is also true, knowing that he is appetizing. After spitting out, Huju cleverly said to old Jack, "Okay, Grandpa, then I'll go back first. I'll be looking for you tomorrow morning." "Okay." After leaving the old Jack's house, Huju walked to his home. His home is not far from the old Jack's house, and he can see his house at a glance. When I got home, my father Hu Rui and my mother Emma had returned from the field. Xiaoju, how is it? What martial spirit have you awakened? Hu Rui, who was chopping wood in the yard, raised his head and asked. In fact, he just asked casually. In Hu Rui's heart, he never thought that Huju would have the talent of a soul master. After all, the odds are about the same as winning the jackpot. It's pretty good to be able to ask casually what kind of martial spirit it is. Like you, they are all carrots. Huju said with a smile, but I have spirit power, Dad, I will develop in the future. What did you say? The martial soul I said has soul power. I can practice and become a soul master. Huju repeated. He understood this feeling very well. Having soul power means possessing extraordinary power. How could it be unhappy? 2. Didn't see old Jack being so excited at the time. Have spirit power? Really? How many levels? Tell Dad. Hearing Huju's words, Hu Rui couldn't believe his ears. He came to Huju with excitement, asked loudly, and put it inside. Emma, who was cooking, was startled. Martial Soul Carrot, Innate Soul Power Level 2. Huju replied patiently. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.cm. Haha, good son. Hu Rui hugged Huju, happily lifted him to the sky, turned around and said to Emma, who was also dumbfounded behind him, Emma, did you hear me? My son has spirit power, I am going to become a soul master in the future. The news that Huju possessed spirit power made Hu Rui and Emma's mouths crooked, and they were talking excitedly about his spirit and spirit power even after dinner. At night, Huju lay on the bed alone, summoning his carrot martial arts spirit in his hand, staring at it under the faint moonlight in a daze. Extraordinary power, this is it. Until now, he is still dizzy. Is the mentality of an adult. With the passage of time, he slowly calmed down and began to think about the future development direction of Wuhan and the direction of life. Carrots, even plants, are also food. Because they have very little knowledge of martial arts, it is hard to say how to develop them, but one thing is for sure. His martial arts have basically no combat effectiveness and want to fight ability, but also need to think of other ways. After all, he has modern thinking, and the novel ideas in his mind are countless. The little trouble that the auxiliary spirit cannot fight is not a problem at all. Is just a bit more troublesome, that is, his innate soul power is only level 2, the innate soul power is the cultivation aptitude, the full level is 10th, so his cultivation aptitude is actually not good. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Since the cultivation aptitude is not good, the problem needs to be solved first. Body strength, soul power cultivation techniques, soul ring, fairy grass, etc. can all increase the speed of cultivation. Just a moment, a series of ways to improve the speed of cultivation flashed through Huju's mind. This is the advantage of knowing the plot in advance. Chapter 3, Skills Learned. Early the next morning, Huju woke up consciously with a face of dark circles under the eyes. He could learn the spirit power thinking with old Jack today. He couldn't wait any longer. After eating breakfast in a hurry, Huju quickly came to old Jack's house. Grandpa, Grandpa, I'm here. Huju shouted outside before stepping into the yard. Haha, Xiaoju is here, come in quickly, I didn't expect Xiaoju in my house to sleep in. In the yard, old Jack was holding a big bowl and drinking porridge. After seeing Huju here, his smile was even better. Up. After drinking the porridge for a few times, old Jack took Huju to the room. He cherished the thought of soul power and placed it on the wooden table, and began to explain to Huju word by word. Although the old Jack hadn't practiced the methods in the cheat book himself, he had studied it for a lifetime. It is still very instructive to teach Huju. And Huju is not a real child, the soul power meditation method and steps recorded in the cheat sheet are quite clear. And the morning passed, and after Huju had studied the spirit power meditation completely, a blue transparent panel appeared in front of the old Jack's sight. Huju's heart moved, and the first small on the panel appeared. The blanks were immediately filled, and the 5 large characters of soul power and mind on the grid occupied them. In the lower right corner of the small grid, there was also a number level, 0. In the upper part of the grid, a transparent ring occupies it. At the beginning of the ring, the progress is slowly rising for a short period of time. After hanging up the soul power meditation, in just a few seconds, Huju felt an understanding of soul power meditation's thoughts suddenly appeared in his mind. This sentiment is extremely natural, as if he had realized it by himself. Want it? I want to get it. Huju happily enjoyed the convenience that the plug-in brought to him. Every few seconds, a small insight about the soul power meditation thoughts popped up in his mind, but it would not disturb his thinking. It was amazing. Although he had already got the idea of soul power, and he had to practice on the phone, but in order not to make himself look too enchanting, Huju Lang had to study with old Jack patiently for a whole day. Until the next day. While the old Jack was cooking lunch, he quickly reviewed the 5 senses strengthening technique, and at the same time, he placed the 5 senses strengthening technique on the second grid position. So far, the 2 cheats left by the ancestor soul sage have been removed. He learned it quietly. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. For 3 days, he was still learning the spirit power meditation idea with old Jack every day. In front of old Jack, his learning progress is not slow, and most of the cultivation methods have been learned. It will be over in 2 days. On this day, in the on-hook panel, the level of soul power Pluto thought changed, from 0 to 1. In a short while, in Huju's mind, a large amount of cultivation insights about the idea of soul power appeared in his mind out of thin air, as if it was there. At the same time, Huju felt that the spirit power in his danshan suddenly changed, and there would be a weak increase every few seconds. The speed of this increase was very weak. If he hadn't sensed it carefully, he wouldn't really feel it. What a magical feeling! Originally, because the hang-up panel has only increased his understanding of the soul power meditation practice in the past few days, it once made him think that hanging up does not directly increase his cultivation level. Unexpectedly, the on-hook panel suddenly gave him such a big surprise at this time. It feels so refreshing. The feeling of constantly increasing soul power is really refreshing, and it makes people feel addictive. It was only at this time that he knew that his skills needed to be upgraded to level 1 before he could get an improvement in his cultivation level. Raised his eyes and looked at the circle that represents the progress in the second hang-up grid. It is estimated that it only takes a day to upgrade. He still values the 5 senses strengthening technique very much. Xiaoju, don't be distracted, listen to me carefully. At this time, the voice of the old Jack beside him woke him up from his thoughts. Seeing old Jack, who is still excited, the more he talks, Huju is also helpless. Fortunately, he is not the original Huju. If he really does practice according to the old Jack's explanation method, although he won't get into trouble, he will get half the result with twice the result. After all, old Jack has no talent for cultivation, and even after studying for a lifetime, he didn't touch the doorway. Fortunately, this boring and bitter day finally ended after a week. On this day, he finally completed the study of soul power meditation and the 5 sense strengthening technique in front of old Jack, and even performed a real meditation practice in front of him. Through hanging up during this time, Huju's perception of the soul power meditation thoughts has improved to a higher level. Although the level of the meditation thoughts has not been raised to the second level, it still has a lot more insights than when he first upgraded. Just yesterday, his spirit power even increased by 1 level, reaching the 3rd level of spirit power. At this time, meditating and practicing in front of old Jack is even more familiar. I saw the spirit power faintly flowing in his body, a feeling of shining all over his body, and the special aura that can only be seen in a spirit master appeared on his body. Of course, these are all Huju deliberately showing in front of old Jack. In fact, there is no such special effect when practicing. All this is just to make the old man happy and happy. Genius, my Zaiju is really a genius. Huju's performance was not in vain, no, just seeing him meditating, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Old Jack was extremely happy, and he kept calling genius in his mouth, in his eyes. His own cubs are of course the best. Grandpa, there is something I want to ask you for help. After the meditation, Huju opened his eyes and began to express his plan for several days. What do you want Grandpa to help? Xiaoju, you said, Grandpa must do it for you. Old Jack straightened up. At this moment, his back is not slumped. Grandpa should also know that when we cultivate soul power, physical fitness has a great influence on the speed of cultivation, and my innate soul power is only second level. If you want to practice quickly, you can only increase your physical strength. So I want to ask my grandfather to help me go to Uncle Tang Hao's house to make peace. Let me exercise at his place. Do you think this can be done? Huju looked at old Jack expectantly and asked. He has been thinking about this for several days, not for anything else, just to win Xiaowu more smoothly in the future. After all, Xiaowu is not as easy to win as expected. If she is not capable, she will probably not be seen by Xiaowu, let alone take her. In order to have a little fighting ability before the start of school, he set his sights on Tang Hao, the hidden boss of Saint Soul Village. As for Tang San, don't even think about it. The kid was so stubborn. There was no possibility of spreading a Tang sect stunt, so he was ruled out in the first place. So what is left is Tang Hao's chaotic cloak hammer method. He vaguely remembers that in the original book, the chaotic cloak hammer method is only a magical iron-making skill in the mouth of the blacksmith. This shows that the chaotic cloak hammer method is not impossible to spread, at least, in the heart. There was still the possibility of learning in front of the gloomy Tang Hao. Besides, even if you can't learn, it's nothing, try it and you won't lose anything. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. Chapter 4, Conspiracy Cloak Hammer. Xiaoju, ironing is very hard. If you want to exercise, you don't have to go to Tang Hao's drunkard. You can do it at home. When he heard that Huju was going to Tang Hao to exercise, old Jack frowned. In his heart, Tang Hao was a synonym for unreliability, and he was too tired to exercise in the smithy, and he couldn't bear it either. Not at home, I just want to exercise in a tougher environment. Grandpa, please agree to me. I know you can do it. Huju also didn't want to get rid of the skin, in order to go to Tang Hao's prostitution cloak and hammer. Even the tricks of acting like a baby have been used. He remembered that this time was when Tang Hao was teaching Tang San's cloak, and if he missed this time, there would be no chance again. After all, it is impossible for Tang Hao to teach him the Haoshanzong chaotic cloak. Whether he can use the prostitute by the way depends on his luck. Okay, Grandpa promised you, I'll go to Tang Hao later. I believe that drunkard will still agree to this little thing. Old Jack reluctantly, finally agreed to Huju's request. As for whether Tang Hao would agree to this matter, he didn't think much about it. After all, in old Jack's mind, he was also the head of the Holy Soul Village at any rate. This was a trivial matter. Hey. Then I'll go together too, so it seems that we are more sincere. Seeing the old Jack agreed, Hujuhan smiled. Okay, let's go. In order to get things done smoothly, Huju also went home and moved 2 jars of Hurui's good wine, with the small basket on his back, and then went to Tang Hao's house with old Jack. Tang Hao's house is on the west side of Shengun village. The village head is not far from Huju's house. More than 10 minutes later, he and old Jack have already arrived in front of Tang Hao's house. This is still old Jack walking too slowly. If Huju is allowed to walk by himself, it will only take a few minutes. Tang Hao, Tang Hao. When he came to the gate of the courtyard, old Jack was not at all polite, shouting loudly before entering the door. Who is yelling? Tang Hao's impatient voice resounded in the room, the door curtain opened, and Tang Hao's figure appeared in front of his eyes. Old Jack, what are you doing? Of course I have something to look for you. Old Jack shouted that Tang Hao looked sloppy, his brows frowned, but today I have something to ask him for help, until there is no evil talk, if he changes, it is estimated that this will have been arguing. Say. Tang Hao said lightly. This is my grandson Huju. Didn't this awakening the martial spirit a few days ago? I want him to exercise with you, and help you. By the way, you can just steal it. Old Jack held up his crutches. Said proudly. Looking like that, it was like sending Huju here, and Tang Hao would like to thank him. No. Tang Hao refused to even look at Huju. Uncle Tang Hao, please help. Look, you know that you like drinking the most. Today I brought you 2 jars of good wine. Seeing that the situation is not good, the old Jack is going to be angry, Huju hurrying to hold Grandpa, he took 2 steps forward, put down the basket on his back, quickly opened the wine seal, and suddenly, a peculiar aroma of rice wine came to his face. As a drunkard, how could Tang Hao stand this? In addition, in order to make Tang San eat better in the past few days, he hasn't drunk for several days. The greedy insects came up in his stomach, and he couldn't restrain himself. Tang Hao was not polite at all. He came directly to Huju, grabbed the wine jar and poured it into his mouth. Tons, tons, tons. Tisk. This wine is not bad. For the sake of the wine, you can come and exercise in the future, but I won't teach you anything. It's up to you. Tang Hao glanced at Huju lightly. Said. Well, you Tang Hao, old man. The old Jack next to him could not hear these words. This is his precious grandson, so he dare not teach him something, it's just the opposite. Grandpa. Upon seeing this, Huju hurried forward to stop him. He regretted letting old Jack help. He knew that the 2 altars would solve the problem, no matter where it was so troublesome. Thank you Uncle Tang Hao, I will be there on time tomorrow morning. Huju said cleverly. The first step was successful, and Huju was at ease. In fact, he was a little worried. Although old Jack promised to give him the work-study quota, he still remembered it. In the end, Tang Hao agreed to Tang San to go to the Soul Master Academy to study, but he didn't know that he appeared. What will happen to things at that time? Take down Xiao Wu, a long way to go. And Tang San, the son of destiny, grabbed Xiao Wu, he felt that he was really inflated. But, who told him to like Xiao Wu? Although he hasn't seen each other yet, he has long been greedy after reading the original and anime. Early the next morning, Huju walked to Tang Hao's house alone with 2 meatloaf in his hands. As for the meatloaf in his hand, of course it was to make a good relationship with Tang San. Remember at this time, Tang San still drank porridge every day and was in a stage of not having enough to eat. When he came to Tang Hao's house, seeing that the courtyard door was still closed, Huju stood outside and waited. Since he was here to exercise and study, he still had to be correct in his attitude. After waiting for a short while, Huju saw that on the way, Tang San was walking towards him quickly. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com, he came back from practice this morning. Little San. Huju greeted. Little Ju. Tang San called out unwillingly. Hehe, I came to study, have you eaten yet? Huju no longer called Shang and Tang San to compete with each other, and said with a smile on his face. I haven't eaten yet, come with me. Tang San shook his head, went to the front of the courtyard, opened the courtyard door, and walked in with Huju. Little San. Hey! Tang San looked back at Huju suspiciously. Huju took the 2 meatloaf out of his arms and handed it to Tang San. This is the meatloaf made by my mother. I will bring it here for you to taste. Tang San looked at the meatloaf in Huju's hand, and was stunned for a moment. The little friend gave him food, he has never encountered this kind of thing, and his mood is a bit complicated. What are you doing in a daze? Hold it! Huju pretended to be impatient, put the meatloaf in his arms, and walked to the yard first. Although Tang San was a human for 2 lifetimes, he had stayed in the Tang sect in his previous life, and he didn't understand the human relationship and sophistication at all. How could he be Huju's opponent in this old world? Are just 2 simple meatloaf, and they have a relationship with Tang San. In the house, he declined Tang San's invitation to invite him to eat together, and accompanied Tang San and his son to the blacksmith's room after having breakfast with them. Little San, you will teach him how to work later. Tang Hao hugged Huju who sent him yesterday and started drinking in the morning. Okay, Dad. Tang San nodded obediently, then turned to look at Huju, motioning him to come and watch. Waiting for Huju to go up and down, Tang San began to pull the bellows and began to explain to him how to operate it. Both of them have mature thoughts and it is not difficult to communicate. One is willing to teach and the other is willing to learn, and they get along pretty well. Chapter 5, Learn Hammer. Soon, one morning passed, and Huju's work was on the right track. He didn't do anything else, he pulled the bellows on the side, and watched Tang San hit the iron on the console. Throughout the morning, Tang Hao was sitting and drinking in the chair behind them, no matter what they were doing. Because the 5 sense enhancement technique was practiced to the first level by him a few days ago, Huju now has greatly enhanced his 5 senses. The increase in hearing, sight, touch, and smell gave him a different experience. Just like learning to pull the bellows with Tang San now, the enhancement of the 5 senses made him get started quickly. Tang San just simply taught it once, and let him learn a lot. At the same time, he was also observing Tang San's iron strike technique, watching Tang San pick up and drop the hammer head continuously, and the strength was accumulating, the hammer's strength was heavier than that. This is the purpose of his coming to Tang Hao, the chaotic cloak hammer method. On the surface, the chaotic cloak hammer method has no fighting ability, it is only used by the disciples of the Clear Sky School to exercise, but from the situation of Tang San's repeated use in the original work, as long as the chaotic cloak hammer method is cultivated to a certain level, it is still in combat. It's very practical. And this is what Huju values most, because Wuhan is a carrot, basically he can only follow the auxiliary route in the future, and auxiliary soul masters are basically incapable of combat. If you want to increase your actual combat ability, you can only think of a way in terms of spirit skills. As long as he learns the Chaos Cloak Hammer technique, he can use the unhook panel to upgrade it to a very high level in a very short time. At that time, there is no problem in showing her face in front of Xiao Wu. Moreover, Huju suddenly noticed something. His martial spirit was carrots, which could be eaten directly. There was no problem with using it as a food martial spirit. Xiao Wu is a rabbit. In terms of nature, he is more dominant than Tang San. At noon, Huju returned to his home. After lunch, he rushed to Tang San's house non-stop, and continued to steal the master's hammer technique. After all, Tang San didn't have food for him at home. In just half a day, Huju's relationship with Tang San has risen sharply. Was also the reason that Tang San had no friends in his previous life and this life. Huju's simple and sincere relationship made Tang San feel good about him. You need to know that Tang San is very affectionate. At this time, when he had no friends, Huju, a young friend of his age, appeared. Tang San naturally cherished it. Seeing that Huju was interested in his ironing technique, Tang San naturally would not teach him directly before Tang Hao spoke, but he also specially changed the angle of ironing so that Huju could see more clearly. This scene was naturally seen by Tang Hao behind them, but as if he hadn't seen it, he still drank his own little wine. There is a play. Huju is not stupid. Seeing Tang San and Tang Hao's reaction, he felt surprised. It seemed that he had guessed it correctly. Tang Hao didn't like the chaotic cloak hammer method very much. If he wants to learn Haoshan Jutsu, which only true disciples of Haoshan school can learn, it is absolutely impossible, but it is not difficult to just exercise a chaotic cloak. Of course, despite this, Huju could also learn the chaotic cloak hammer technique from Tang San, but he had a little understanding of his movement techniques, and the rest was only half knowledge. 3 days later, Huju's spirit power thought level increased again, and the level reached the second level. Compared with the first level, he clearly felt that when he hung up, the percentage of his soul power increased. This increase the rate has probably increased by 10%. Is also that his 5 senses have been strengthened, otherwise he would not be aware of these. It is worth mentioning that on this day, the 4th hang-up position in his hang-up panel was finally unblocked. In other words, he can now hang up 4 skills at the same time. Unfortunately, he only has the skill in his hand. With the spirit power meditation and the 5 sense enhancement technique, the remaining 2 hang-up positions can only be left empty. This also gave him a lot of motivation. After 3 days, even though he had been pulling the bellows without even touching the hammer, once or twice, Tang Hao would still come to Tang San to mention something. A sentence or two about the practice method of chaotic cloak. And Huju also discovered that Tang Hao seemed to have a problem. As long as he drinks more, and when he is in a good mood, he will have more words in his mouth. When he mentions Tang San, he will also say a few more words. With this discovery, Huju also lost his blood. From time to time, he stole the wine from his father Hurui's cellar and sent it to Tang Hao in order to know more about the cultivation methods of the chaotic cloak. On the 4th day of learning ironing, the 5 senses strengthening technique was upgraded to level 2. After reaching level 2, he found that he could see and hear more clearly. Just watching Tang San's ironing benefited him a lot. According to his estimation, as long as he stays here for 2 more months, he can get to the chaotic cloak hammer method by observing the white prostitution without being taught him. After all, Tang San was only in the beginner stage at this time, and the chaotic cloak hammer method was not that complicated, and it was not very difficult to learn it stealthily. Boy, do you want to learn my iron skills? On this day, when Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com was watching Huju attentively watching Tang San hit the iron, Tang Hao asked abruptly behind him. Ah. Yes. The ghostly voice started. Huju jumped, but Huju reacted quickly, and he just paused for a while to explain, I think the tricks of hitting iron in the Junior 3 seem to be better for exercising. Look, junior muscles are beginning to appear in the arms. Pointed to Tang San's muscles that had been knotted because of ironing, Huju said with envy. In front of Tang Hao, it is useless to lie, and Huju's purpose has never been concealed, so Huju's words are very natural. Oh, good vision. Tang Hao glanced at Huju indifferently, and slowly said, for the sake of giving me wine for so many days, Xiao San, you will teach him later. Yes, Dad. Tang San, who was listening attentively to their talk, stopped immediately and said happily. Actually Tang San wanted to teach Huju's iron tactics a long time ago, but Tang Hao didn't speak, so he naturally didn't dare to teach it. It's all right now. As soon as Tang Hao spoke, Tang San was happy for his little friend. In just a few days, Huju bought Tang San for breakfast with a bit of meatloaf, meat buns, etc., so that Tang San regarded him as a true friend. Knowing that Huju's purpose was to exercise, Tang San, who knew the effect of the chaotic cloak hammer method, was of course happy for him. Thank you Uncle Tang Hao. Here, Huju was also very happy. In just a few days, he was about to get the long-awaited hammering technique, and the joy in his heart naturally did not need to be said. Because he had already remembered Tang San's apparent iron strike technique, it was only the key core method. Tang San only taught it once, and Huju learned 7 or 788. Chapter 6, Go Away. With a thought, the on-hook panel appeared. Under Huju's thoughts, the third on-hook position was instantly filled, and the chaotic cloak hammer method officially began to hang up. In just a few seconds, Huju's mind began to gain the on-hook experience of the chaos cloak hammer method. Although he had successfully hung up, he did not give up Tang San's formal teaching opportunity. He had already experimented with the spirit power meditation and the 5-sense enhancement technique before hanging up. While hanging up, if he continued to study in depth, he could actually gain improvement at the same time. In this way, he learns by himself, plus the experience and insights gained from hanging up, add up to double the speed of improvement. 2 days later. Blacksmith's shop, Huju held a small hammer in his hand, his body full of strength like a bow. Dang dang! He swings a small hammer at a very fast speed, completing 9 hammer blows in just 2 seconds. In just 2 days, through Tang San's teachings, plus the improvement of the hang-up panel, he had already begun to practice the chaotic cloak hammer method. The ability to continuously accumulate 9 hammers was a sign of the formal entry into the chaotic cloak hammer method. At this time, Tang San was only 1 step faster than him, reaching the realm of continuously accumulating 18 hammers. Xiaoju, it seems that you have already learned this method of using a hammer to strike iron. You are really a genius. I didn't have the time to learn the introduction as quickly as you did. Next to him, Tang San smiled and praised. I knew his talent. If it weren't for practicing the Kung Fu recorded by Xian Tianbao, he hadn't gotten started so quickly, and Huju hadn't learned anything faster than him. In his heart, Huju was the real genius. It's a pity that Huju on the side doesn't know what he thinks. If he knows, he must say to him, "You don't understand a life of openness." Haha, it's not very fast, after all, I've watched your strikes for so long, and of course I will learn faster now. Huju, this dog, is obviously not proud of it, but his face is humble. It seems that it is too slow to get started in 2 days. Huju's words caused Tang Hao behind them to raise his eyebrows and take a sip of wine silently, not knowing if it was a bit stunned for Huju's cheeky. In the following time, Huju did not leave, doing a full set of plays. Although he had learned the chaotic cloak hammer method, the purpose of coming to Tang Hao has been achieved, but in order not to make people doubt, he still acts like an apprentice from time to time. Help Tang San start and pull the bellows. Tang San was also good to him, and often took the initiative to exchange with him and let him perform iron strike operations. For this reason, Tang San also specially found him a piece of van iron, so that he could exercise like himself. In this way, his chaotic cloak hammer technique, due to regular exercise, actually surpassed the spirit power meditation and 5-sense enhancement technique that was the first to hang up. In a blink of an eye, half a month later, Huju's soul power thoughts were raised to level 3, which was at least 20% higher than the normal training effect. The 5-sense enhancement technique has also been upgraded to level 3. The senses of sight, hearing, smell, touch, and taste have been greatly enhanced. Things tens of meters away are as clear as they are in front of the eyes, and the ears can hear farther. Especially at night, he can accurately judge his location through the sounds of animals and insects, and his sense of touch is even more powerful. After the air changes, he can already accurately judge the time. There are also changes in taste, smell, and so on. In short, his 5 senses have begun to evolve towards inhuman aspects. And his soul power level has also changed a lot. According to his estimation, he should be at level 5, close to level 6, now there are still 2 months to go to school in Dino City. Before school starts, his ideal level it should look like level 8 to level 9. In other words, maybe soon after school starts, he can start preparing for his first spirit ring. However, the specific arrangement of the first spirit ring requires careful consideration. As for the chaotic cloak hammering technique that he practices every day, he has even raised it to the 4th level. Now he can swing the hammer 64 times in a row, and the effect on the body is getting stronger and stronger. Every day, he felt that his strength was getting stronger. In the realm of the chaotic cloak hammer technique, even Tang San couldn't compare to him. At this time, Tang San was just able to wield 36 hammers in a row. That's it. However, Tang San is also a comparison, with Xian Tiangong and Xian Yu in his hands, the strength of a body is not comparable to Hu Juneng. When people hit the iron, they used Tang Hao's big hammer, and Hu Ju only used Tang Hao's secondary hammer which had been idle for a long time, which was a little bigger than the ordinary mace. While chatting, Hu Ju also knew that Tang San really hoped to go to Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. It seemed that Tang San's going to school was a foregone conclusion. Hu Ju was a little worried, would old Jack fail to withstand the pressure and give Tang San the only work-study student in the village? Is not the place where Hu Ju is reluctant to study, he is reluctant to Xiao Wu, okay. But the time hasn't arrived yet, he doesn't know how things will develop when Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com. Time is like water, 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. Early, old Jack came to Hu Ju's house and picked him up to the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City. Was a grandson, but in the end, the work-study students' quota did not escape, and it became Hu Ju's pocket. Although I am a little sorry for Tang San, Hu Ju had no choice but to suffer for Xiao Wu. At home, Hu Ju had also got up early, packed a large bag of bedding and clothes, and still held a small hammer in his hand. This was he came from Tang Hao's house. It was beautifully known as a self-defense weapon. Just like that, with a package larger than his body on his back, and a small hammer in his hand, this is all his belongings. Saying goodbye to the reluctant parents, Hu Ju walked towards Notting City under the leadership of old Jack. Hey, Grandpa, isn't this the way to Xiao San's house? Why? Originally, I was still dreaming about the scene when I saw Xiao Wu, but Hu Ju suddenly felt something wrong. Haha, Grandpa forgot to tell you, Xiaosan, he will also go to the Junior Soul Master Academy to study with you, and then you will have a companion, you two must support each other. Old Jack said kindly. Ah, Xiao San also go to school? Didn't it mean that there is only one place for work-study students? Hu Ju suddenly felt flustered, his Xiao Wu wouldn't just be gone. Actually, I was also very surprised. Tang Hao, the drunkard, finally did a good thing this time. I didn't expect that he was a bit old-fashioned. It was enough for the school tuition. Old Jack explained with a smile. It's good to pay at your own expense, you won't stay in the work-study dormitory at your own expense. As long as he doesn't his Xiao Wu, he will still be a good friend. Chapter 7, Admission. Little San. Little 9. Grandpa Jack. When he came to the iron shop, Hu Ju saw Tang San who was waiting for them. When old Jack was about to take Tang San away, Tang San's expression was grimace, and he waited for a long time to look at the dilapidated soil embryo house and left a line on the ground before leaving with them. Little San, don't worry, Uncle Tang Hao is such a big person, so there is no need for you to worry. Hu Ju patted Tang San on the shoulder and comforted. No, I just can't bear it. Shaking his head, Tang San quietly put away his reluctance. Haha, it's not a big deal, the big deal will be if Grandpa will come over to help you take a look. Xiao Ju is right, Xiao San, don't worry, Grandpa, I will help you watch it later. If he dares not take good care of himself, I will help you scold him. The old Jack who walked in front turned back and said. Okay. A group of 3 people took half a day to reach Notting City until noon. In the city, they asked for directions several times before they found the Junior Soul Master Academy. Just came to the gate and was stopped by the porter. What are you doing? Is this the place you country folks should come to? Seeing this scene, Hu Ju didn't intervene, because it was related to whether Tang San could be a teacher. Had it not been for Tang San, Hu Ju would have flown over to him with a hammer. Old Jack laughed along with him, this little brother, we are from the Holy Soul Village. They are our students enrolled this year. Do you think we need to go through the procedures? From the Holy Soul Village? That little village hasn't seen anyone with the talents of soul master cultivation for many years. Could it be possible that the golden phoenix can also appear in the grass nest? The concierge frowned, and said in a weird manner. Maid, don't say if you can't speak, believe it or not, I'll give you a hammer. At this moment, Huju's ears moved suddenly, and he smiled quietly, his face changed instantly, and he raised the hammer arrogantly, viciously. Looking at the porter. This concierge is also a bully and fearful of hard work. Seeing Huju carrying the hammer, he was immediately frightened by his bully aura. Although Huju now seems to be only 6 years old, Huju has weapons. An ordinary person in the concierge, there is no reason not to be afraid. You are presumptuous, this is Notting College, how dare you, the concierge exclaimed sternly. At this time, he didn't dare to step forward like in the original work. If he was hit by Hujuyi's hammer, maybe he would still be injured. What happened? At this moment, from a distance, a hoarse and stiff voice came from a few people's ears. Looked up, but it was the master. Master is of medium build, thin body, and his face looks lazy and decadent. Master, you are back. The concierge's face changed, as if he had found a support, and he stepped forward and said, this kid, he is going to make trouble. Look, he still wants to hit me with a hammer. Hee. Huju sneered, if it wasn't for your dog to look down on others, should I care about it? After stopping Huju's words, the master frowned. Hello, this teacher, we are here to sign up for school. This concierge not only doesn't let us in, but my companion is just too angry when we speak against each other. Tang San also explained to the side. Master glanced lightly at the concierge where the wicked complained first, which put a lot of pressure on the concierge. The doorman didn't expect that these two boys were so quick to talk, and all of a sudden, the matter was shaken clearly. Do you have a proof of the opening of the Martial Spirit Hall? If so, you can show it to me for you. The master turned his head, the expression on his face softened, facing an old man and 2 children, even the master, nor will he face it coldly. Here I am, please look at the master. After all, the old Jack had been the village head for so many years. At a glance, he could see that the master's status in the academy was extraordinary. He immediately took out the proof of Huju and Tang San and handed it to the master. Martial Spirit Carrot, Innate Soul Power Level 2, this is indeed a certificate issued by the Spirit Hall. The master was the first to see Huju's proof, but then when he saw Tang San's proof, the expression on his face instantly changed. Innately full of soul power, and the spirit is still blue-silver grass. Seeing this, the master raised his head and made a deep circle around Huju and Tang San. Who are you, Tang San? Teacher, I'm Tang San. Tang San was a little puzzled at this time. Is there something wrong with his spirit? Well, very good. The master nodded, then turned to old Jack and said, Old sir, I am sorry for what happened just now. I will apologize for you on behalf of the college. Leave these 2 children to me, and I will send them to sign up. Obviously, the master had discovered that Tang San's martial arts had a problem at this time, and his attitude towards them was a bit enthusiastic. No, we are not good, my child is too impatient, then these 2 children will be handed over to you, Xiaoju, Xiao San, you should go in with this master, you must be obedient. Asked Huju and Tang San a few words, and then old Jack slowly left. After the old Jack left, the master glanced at the concierge lightly, this is the last time. If you repeat it next time, you won't use it in the future. This warning almost made the concierge pee. You must know that although the master does not have any position in the academy, as a friend of the dean, it is very simple to clean him up. Don't dare, never dare anymore. Cleaned up the concierge, the master put a stiff smile on his face. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com said to Huju and Tang San, Children, let's go in. Teacher, thank you. Following the master, Tang San said. Teacher, I am not a teacher at the academy. The master glanced at Tang San and said lightly. Not a teacher, didn't you just mean representing the academy? Tang San looked at the master in confusion. Next to Tang San, Hu Ju watched this scene with interest. He knew that the master had already taken a fancy to Tang San. Although he himself did not have the idea of worshipping the master as a teacher, if it were Tang San, he would still be happy to see it. Yes, otherwise, he wouldn't have waited for the arrival of the master to burst out just now. Next, the master showed off his abilities and successfully let Tang San apprentice. Regarding this, Hu Ju looked at the sky speechlessly. He seemed to be ignored again. Because of this talent, the master didn't even say anything to him along the way. Humph, you look down on me today, and I will make you uphill in the future. Regarding this, Hu Ju secretly said ruthlessly. It's his business that he doesn't want to worship the master as a teacher, but your master can't look down on me. The person who thinks I am a dignified traveler is actually ignored, shameful. After this, the master took Hu Ju and Tang San to the Academic Affairs office. In the Office of Academic Affairs, the two successfully became students of Notting College, except that Hu Ju was a working student, and Tang San was a self-study student. Hu Ju, who successfully signed up, is very excited, and finally wants to see Xiao Wu. Little San, it seems that our residence is not in the same place. When we settle down, I will meet you. S first meeting with Xiao Wu, of course, Tang San could not be present. You must know that Tang San is the son of the destiny of this world, and Hu Ju is quite afraid of this power. Chapter 8, Xiao Wu. Kishi, the special existence of Notting College. All students in this dormitory are working students. Now, Hu Ju has come to this legendary dormitory where men and women live. Coming to the door of Kishi, Hu Ju tightened the hammer in his hand, and later he would use this hammer to give Xiao Wu a perfect first encounter gift. Knocked on the open door and attracted the attention of everyone inside, Hu Ju showed a smile on his face. Hello, I am a new work student, and I will show you more in the future. Are you a working student this year? As soon as the voice fell, a tall and burly young man came to Hu Ju and looked at him condescendingly. He couldn't stop looking at the hammer in his hand. My name is Wang Sheng, Wuhan is the war tiger and the head here. What is your name? What is Wuhan? Hu Ju, Wuhan carrot. Xiao Ju, I am the boss here, do you want to listen to me in the future? Wang Sheng first glanced at Hu Ju's hammer, and after feeling not threatened, he said with a haughty expression. If you want me to listen to you, it's okay, but if you ask me first, the hammer will answer or not. Raising the hammer in his hand, Hu Ju smiled. This is also good. Before meeting Xiao Wu, it is also good to have a warm-up match. You kid is playing tricks on me, it seems that it won't work if you don't teach you a lesson. Wang Sheng instantly lost his smile, rubbed his wrist, and was indeed ready to shoot. Wait! Hu Ju yelled, shocking Wang Sheng, who was about to do it. Why, do you want to admit it? Wang Sheng sneered disdainfully. Hu Ju didn't care about him, but came to the bed closest to him, and put down the package on his back like a baby. It was pretended to be a weapon to capture Xiao Wu. Can he sleep in the same bed with Xiao Wu? Rely on it. Raising the hammer again, Hu Ju came to Wang Sheng and provocatively said, It's okay now, come on. Look for a fight. Wang Sheng moved his feet, sprinted forward, and punched Hu Ju in front of the door. You should use martial soul, don't forget, I have weapons. Hu Ju moved his right hand, and the hammer in his hand instantly failed Wang Sheng's attack. Humph, this is what you forced me. A jealous glance at Hu Ju's hammer, Wang Sheng roared, a circle of white light appeared on his body began to change, and his claws turned into tigers. It looked like a claw, and the corners of his mouth began to bulge out with 2 teeth, and on his forehead, there was a faint king character appearing. Hu Ju is not a fool. When Wang Sheng was transforming, he had already waved the hammer in his hand and began to accumulate strength continuously. For more than 2 months, the chaotic cloak hammer technique has been practiced by him to the level of level 5. At this level, he can swing 99 and 81 hammers continuously, and one hammer is more powerful than one. If he was allowed to accumulate 81 hammers, even a 20th level Great Spirit Master would be injured by this hammer. Boom! Tiger claws and hammers intersected. Wang Sheng was knocked out by Hu Juyi's hammer. Knowing that Wang Sheng was not strong, he simply accumulated 10 hammers. If it were a little more, it is estimated that Wang Sheng could not get up any more. This time, Wang Sheng hammered hard, and he struggled on the ground for several times before he got up. Oh, no, Hu Ju, what you just used was a spirit ability. Wang Sheng swallowed his mouth. He didn't expect that Hu Ju's auxiliary spirit with a carrot would be even more powerful than his soul war master. It's irrational. No, this is an iron strike technique, but I use it in combat. Hu Ju turned around, came to his parcel, carried the parcel, chose an empty bed in a better position, and opened the parcel, revealing the new bedding inside, but in his heart is looking forward to the arrival of Xiao Wu. What, is this still the technique of ironing? Hu Ju's words surprised Wang Sheng and the students around him. Hu Ju's hammer hit Wang Sheng into the air just now, and he actually said such a powerful spirit ability. Strike technology, this is not just pretending to beep. You are amazing, Hu Ju, you beat me, you will be the boss of the dormitory from now on, and we will listen to you. Wang Sheng looked at Hu Ju with admiration, and he was relieved. It seems that in the future when being bullied by other dormitories, someone finally pushed the tank. Took a deep look at Wang Sheng, who had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and Hu Ju nodded non-committal, which was regarded as acknowledgement of being the boss. But it was only temporary in his heart. He didn't plan to take the position of the boss. This kind of children's troubles should be left to the little rabbit. He is not interested in these nostalgic matters. Excuse me, is this Kishi? The crisp voice made Hu Ju excited instantly. Raised his head and saw a slim girl. The girl's face was red and tender, like a ripe red apple, which made people have the urge to take a bite. The black scorpion braid hangs down his hips, his big watery eyes seem to be electric, and he holds a brand new school uniform in his hand. Join Xiao Wu Ji. Well, this is Kishi, are you a new classmate? Me too, it seems that we will be classmates in the future. Hu Ju found that Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com Xiao looks better than expected. Classmates? He, hello, my name is Xiao Wu, Dancing Wu. Looking at Hu Ju's idiotic eyes, Xiao Wu smiled, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Ah, you are good, my name is Hu Ju, you. Hu Ju was about to communicate with Xiao Wu when Wang Sheng, who was next to him, suddenly touched him and whispered in his ear, Boss, according to the tradition of our dormitory, he should be more powerful than him. Oh, I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. Ahem, that little dance sister, in our dormitory, there is a tradition, that is, the big fist is the boss. I have just beaten their strongest person, and now I am the boss. Do you want to compare with me? Hu Ju asked with a smile. Do you fight? I like it. Come on, let's get started. Hearing the fight, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and her whole body became excited. This is a fighting freak. Are you ready? I'm here. Xiao Wu stood on her feet, as if she was about to rush towards Hu Ju in the next moment. Okay, come on. Hu Ju raised the hammer in his hand. The hammer did not leave his hand or his hand did not leave the hammer. Whether it was a man or a woman, it was impossible for him to put down his weapon. As an auxiliary soul master with no offensive power, using weapons to fight people is already his last stubbornness. Aha, look at the move. Seeing that Hu Ju was ready, Xiao Wu jumped up and made a beautiful flip in mid-air. Her long, straight legs shot out instantly, and Huju was about to be mentioned in the blink of an eye. And Huju on the ground swept past without a hassle, perfectly demonstrating what is called a great skill. The chaotic cloak for more than 2 months was not for nothing, at least for now, he already has the power comparable to an adult. Chapter 9, Wife in Exchange for a Quilt. Xiao Wu's lightness and Huju's wide openness made the fight between the two look pleasing and wonderful. Especially Xiao Wu, who is almost dancing on the tip of a knife, every step is very thrilling and fatal. Fortunately, Huju is not a vegetarian either. The 5 senses strengthening technique can greatly improve the 5 senses. When used in combat, it allows him to pass air currents, smells, sounds, and other tiny details that are difficult for ordinary people to perceive. Xiao Wu's every move was seen by him. It can be said that as long as he wants, Xiao Wu can't beat him at all. He, you're so amazing. Be careful, I'm going to be serious. Seeing that ordinary attacks can't help Huju, Xiao Wu's fighting spirit is even stronger. After a wrong step, he quickly drew a distance from Huju, and his body rose vigorously. A pair of cute bunny ears emerged from his head, and behind the little pink skirt, a bunch of fluffy things emerged. It's a pity that Xiao Wu was facing the crowd at this time. If it weren't for Huju Wu's shocking feeling, he would still have a tail when Xiao Wu's spirit was possessed. Does role-playing have real-life transformations? No. This world is simply the gospel of men. At this moment, he almost forgot that he was fighting. When Xiao Wu's transformation was completed, it was too late for him to use the chaotic cloak hammer method. Wait a minute. Seeing Xiao Wu rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed, Huju hurriedly called to stop. He doesn't want to be beaten for nothing. What's the matter, you don't want to admit defeat, do you? Xiao Wu stopped her attack and stared at Huju with wide eyes. She was not happy yet. Haha, come, don't be angry, eat a carrot. Huju smiled and used the power of Wuhan, and a carrot appeared in his hand. With the growth of soul power, Huju's carrot has also changed greatly. Not only does it become bigger, but it also looks crystal clear, and it matches the art of art. Huju handed the carrots to Xiao Wu before spreading his hands helplessly. You have also seen that my spirit is a carrot, and your spirit is a rabbit. Do you think I have the ability to beat you? He. So your martial soul is a carrot. It's great. I like carrots the most. Seeing carrots, Xiao Wu even forgot about the battle, took the carrots that Huju handed over, and ate with joy. It's delicious, delicious, much better than what I dug in the ground. While eating, Xiao Wu praised it. Huju, who had summoned the spirit of martial arts, suddenly acted for a while. Vaguely, he realized that his spirit was conveying something to him, but the induction was too weak and could not sense specific information at all. Could it be? Huju, are you a loser? While the two were chatting hotly, Wang Sheng interrupted the chat between the two people ignorantly. I've lost. What's so weird about my auxiliary martial spirit losing? It's weird if I win, okay? Huju replied angrily. Had it not been for showing off in front of Xiao Wu, ghosts would like to fight. It's no good, there are hang-up panels, why are you working so hard, and let other people live? Hehe, it seems that I will be the boss of the dormitory from now on. From now on, you will call me Sister Xiaowu. Xiaowu nibbled the carrot with joy, while shaking her head triumphantly, the scorpion braids flying around behind her, very cute. Yes, Sister Xiaowu. With such a cute boss, these boys in the dormitory were crazy for joy, shouting louder than when they were called Huju. It's delicious, I want it. After nibbling on the carrots a few times, Xiao Wu stretched out her little hand pretty playfully and begged Huju for carrots. Hehe. Here you are. Seeing that Xiao Wu liked his carrots, Huju was overjoyed and captured Xiao Wu, one step closer to success. Here, Huju turned around and began to pretend to make the bed. While making it, he watched Xiaowu's reaction. Huju's painstaking efforts were not in vain, and finally, Xiaowu noticed the brand new bedding in his hand. Huju, where did you get the bedding? Seeing Huju's bedding style, she had a vague premonition. Ah! This! I brought it from home. At the beginning, I was thinking that as a free working student, the living conditions are definitely not good, so I brought a bedding over here. Huju said nothing. Explained. At critical moments, don't mess around with yourself. Ah! Bring your own? Didn't the college send it out? Xiaowu was dazed, with a carrot in his mouth, and gnawing mechanically, feeling that the carrot was not tasty. We are working study students, and the college is already very good to provide housing. As for the bedding, they are all brought from our own home. Next, Wang Sheng explained. Sister Xiaowu, or you can use mine. I just squeeze with my classmates. Sister Xiaowu, use mine, my quilt is bigger. For a while, the whole dormitory moved, holding their own quilt and ran to Xiaowu to show their courtesy. It's a pity that Xiaowu doesn't like these black and dark quilts. As a beautiful little fairy, how can you use dirty quilts? Line of sight finally fell on Huju's new quilt. Just staring at it like this. Poor. Hey! Xiaowu, don't look at me like this, I want to sleep too. Huju was a little uncomfortable. Although this scene had been rehearsed in his heart for a long time, he still had a nosebleed when it really happened. Impulse. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. One word, gluttonous. Huju, let's discuss something. Xiaowu blinked and said cutely. What? You see that your quilt is so big that it can't be covered by one person, or let's put the two beds together, let's cover it together. Took another look at Huju, who was dressed in ordinary but very clean, Xiaowu suggested. Well, it's not good. I wished to agree immediately, but reluctantly pretended to be embarrassed. Ding! Add 1 to the title level of the Beep Man. What's wrong? I'm not afraid of what else you are afraid of, and I won't eat you. Xiaowu blushed, presumably she was also shy at this time. But you just ate my spirit. Huju looked at Xiaowu suspiciously. Pretend, continue to pretend, be sure to pretend a happy future for yourself. Xiaowu silently glanced at the carrot that had already been gnawed in half in his hand, ignored it, and waved his hand broadly. That's it, you guys, help me push this bed over. In twos, the two beds are joined together. Huju, put your package in the middle as a dividing line. If you dare to cross the border, see how I can clean you up. Xiaowu threatened with a vicious wave. Okay. After the progress of Xiaowu's strategy increased by 1 again, Huju was already satisfied. Has been a long time in Japan, and now Xiaowu is only 6 years old. Perfect. Little 9. While Huju and Xiaowu were making the bed together, Tang San's voice came from outside the door. Hey! Miscellaneous, you are here. Sorry, you are late. Chapter 10, The Lost of Dawn 3. Why do you feel a little pain? Am I sick? Outside the 7 houses, Tang San stared blankly at the harmonious scene of Huju and Xiaowu cleaning up the bed together. He didn't know what was going on, he always felt as if something extremely important was about to leave him. Little San, didn't you say that I was going to look for you? Why did you come here by yourself? Huju's words interrupted the complex emotions that came up in Tang San's heart instantly. I think you haven't come to me for so long, just come over and see what's going on. Tang San was taken aback, and immediately returned to his senses, and said to Huju with a smile. In fact, he was a little worried about what trouble Huju would encounter, but he was irritating to see him playing happily with his little sister. Oh, it's okay, let's go, it's noon now, let's go to lunch. Huju, who made the bed, clapped his hands, turned to look at Wang Sheng and asked, you know where to eat, tell me about it. Okay, I'm going to eat. I want to eat your carrots. Xiao Wu jumped up in excitement. The 2 carrots just lifted her appetite. She felt that she could eat 3 bowls of rice today. Well, we happen to be going to eat too, let's go together. Wang Sheng nodded and greeted the other students to go together. Xiaoju, I won't go, go by yourself. Tang San shook his head, all his money was used to pay tuition, and there was no extra money to eat. And he still stayed with dry food, so he was not afraid of going hungry. Let's come together, I invite you. Seeing this, Huju didn't know what was going on, and couldn't allow Tang San to refuse. He hooked Tang San's neck and walked with him. For the sake of stealing your Xiao Wu, Tang San, you will be my brother from now on. By the way, does it cost money to eat? It's soul coins or something. Xiao Wu, who was jumping around Huju with a look of excitement, suddenly stopped and felt bad again. It's okay, just follow along. I have money. Huju beckoned to Xiao Wu, indicating that it was okay. As the grandson of the village chief, although he doesn't have much money, as long as he doesn't spend too much money, he still has enough to eat and live. Thank you. Huju's generosity instantly made Xiao Wu feel good. Compared with Tang San, Huju is a little more handsome. Although he is dressed plainly, he can also get along with handsome characters. This also led to the fact that Xiao Wu had no special feeling for Huju's fellow townsmen. Except for nodding when they met, she didn't even look at it the rest of the time. Huju was so happy, there was no introduction of Tang San to Xiao Wu. It is very simple for him to chat with Tang San and Xiao Wu separately at the same time. Isn't this the poor gang of Wang Sheng? As soon as he entered the canteen, an unpleasant voice came over. Looked up, a group of senior colleges were standing on the stairs on the first and second floors, looking at them condescendingly. Was talking about a 12 or 13-year-old male student, and saw him pointing at Wang Sheng in front of Huju. The poor ghost is the poor ghost. I'm afraid I can never eat on the second floor. On the way to the cafeteria, Wang Sheng had already told Xiao Wu that the boss of Kishi was going to be a man. At this time, seeing the provocation, Xiao Wu immediately stood up and said, "What are you? What's so great about the second floor?" As soon as Xiao Wu appeared, the male student upstairs brightened his eyes, and almost drained his mouth. What a beautiful little loli, hee hee, I am going to eat now, this time I will let you go. Maid, who are you with me? Huju carried the hammer, and when he moved, he would go up and argue with him. This is a good opportunity for performance. How could Huju let it go? Even if he couldn't beat it, there were still Xiao Wu and Tang San. He believed that they would not stand idly by. Sure enough, Huju just started to move, and Xiao Wu also moved here. From Huju's words, she had already heard that the word Laozi was not a good thing. However, at a critical moment, Tang San lost his chain. He quickly stepped forward, turned around, stood in front of Huju and Xiao Wu, and shook his head at them. Forget it, we are here to eat. Hey, why are you so afraid of things? You see that your brothers are not afraid. Xiao Wu was very dissatisfied, looking at Tang San with contempt. Tang San was silent. Forget it, there will be opportunities to teach them in the future. Huju waved his hand. It doesn't matter whether you fight or not, what matters is attitude, and his performance just now definitely deserves extra points in front of Xiao Wu. Well then, I must teach them a lesson in the future. Seeing that the group of people had disappeared, Xiao Wu was also out of interest. Hey, Xiaosan, your master is here. Huju was shocked and suddenly felt a familiar breath appear. Tang San looked back, and he was indeed a master. Master. Tang San hurriedly walked over, saluting respectfully. Is the dormitory ready? The master asked. It's packed. Then come to the second floor for dinner with me. Then I will take you to the door of my recognition, said the master. Tang San hesitated when he heard the words. He was a little worried about Huju. He always felt that after Huju came to the academy, his temper was a lot more grumpy. He was afraid that Huju would cause trouble. Master, let me have dinner with my friends. After thinking about it, Tang San shook his head and refused. Hey, are you stupid? The food upstairs is obviously better, go and eat. Huju pushed Tang San and smiled at the master. Master, you can take Ziosan to dinner, he is ignorant. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Although Tang San didn't have much favor in front of Xiao Wu, Huju decided to keep Tang San away from Xiao Wu just in case. Finally, with Huju's persuasion, Tang San followed the master and went to the second floor for dinner. It seems that you are very good to Tang San. Xiao Wu stared at Huju curiously, guessing their relationship in her heart. Haha, then of course, Xiao San is my brother, we grew up together. Huju said nicely, but he felt a little guilty in his heart, as if he was the wife who robbed Tang San's future. Not right, how can something that hasn't happened yet be regarded as grabbing? Maybe in this world, Tang San's wife is not Xiao Wu. Huju tried to hypnotize himself, not to limit his thinking to the original work. Has that Tang San worshipped Grandmaster as a teacher? At this moment, Wang Sheng walked over and asked. Well, what's the matter? Huju asked. No, that master's strength is not very good. I heard that he is still at level 29 in his 50s, and he can't even break through the realm of the Great Soul Master. You brother won't be deceived, right? Looking at the back of Tang San and Master leaving with regret, he said. Okay, what are you doing with other people's affairs? Remember, don't say this in front of Ziosan in the future, or don't blame me for not giving you face. Huju waved his hand, not wanting to explain to this group of ignorant guys. Although Huju has little need for the master's knowledge, he has to admit that the master's theoretical knowledge is indeed very rich. Maybe the master can't compare to him in terms of novel thinking, but in the Douluo world, one can say that he has an understanding of spirit beasts. No one can compare to him. At least, when his first spirit ring choice comes, he might ask the master through Tang San for advice. Chapter 11, about 10 core competitiveness theories. Although he had a hunch, Huju was still disappointed when he saw the food in the cafeteria. Although there is meat, but in short, it's hard to say. Xiaoju, come with carrots again. Your carrots are delicious. The food in the cafeteria is so unpalatable. Xiao Wu waved her pink hand, not knowing how many times this was the first time she wanted to eat from Huju. Because the food in the cafeteria was difficult to swallow, Xiao Wu was completely fed by Huju's carrots for this meal. You save a little bit of food, my soul power will soon be eaten up by you. Hujuban said helplessly and half-happily. He found that he seemed to be muttering to Xiao Wu's belly. With his spirit power level, he couldn't feed Xiao Wu, the little white rabbit who likes to eat carrots. No way. I didn't eat much, by the way, Xiaoju, how much spirit power is yours? Xiao Wu was a little bit shy, and she really ate a lot of carrots from Huju. It's not to blame her, who makes Huju's carrots so delicious. As for Xiao Wu's question, Wang Sheng and others next to him were also very curious. Just now, Huju defeated the most powerful Wang Sheng in their group. As an auxiliary soul master, he can fight. How powerful is Wang Sheng, a war spirit master? It's probably level 9. Huju replied casually after eating unpalatable food. Yes, after 3 months of on-hook promotion, his spirit power has been raised to the level of 9th level. In addition, the spirit power meditating thoughts and 5 sense enhancement techniques have been raised to level 4 respectively, and the chaotic cloak hammer method is even higher. Up to the 5th level, it can be said to be full of rewards. The 4th level spirit power contemplation has increased his cultivation effect by 30%, but don't underestimate this 30%. Cultivating at the 4th level spirit power contemplation level, his cultivation talent is comparable to those of the innate spirit power 5. A 6th level soul master. And don't forget, his on-hook panel can practice on-hook 24 hours a day. How can a normal person practice all day? At this speed of cultivation, even the soul master who is innately full of soul power is probably not better than him. Awesome! Hearing that Huju had only 9th level spirit power, Wang Sheng looked at him in admiration. Wang Sheng is not a fake compliment. He really feels it is amazing. You know, Huju Ki defeated his 11th level spirit war master at the 9th level. Wouldn't it be even worse after he had obtained the spirit ring after he became a spirit master? Awesome! Haha, it's too far, right? Ask a question, how did you get the spirit ring when you were at level 10? Huju asked Wang Sheng. Among these working students, only Wang Sheng has the highest level. 11th level, everyone else is below 10th level. By the way, how many levels Xiaowu is now, I will ask later. Our spirit ring was hunted in the soul hunting forest with the help of the academy teachers, but the academy's soul hunting activities are generally once a year. Last year's soul hunting activities have just passed not long ago. At your cultivation speed, it is estimated to reach level 10. It won't be long before you can become a soul master. Wang Sheng introduced to him. From Wang Sheng's point of view, Huju's spirit power level should be congenital awakening, and the 9th level congenital soul power, that's a genius. After all, everyone is a child of ordinary people, so how can they be exposed to the soul power meditation practice in advance? That's really a problem. Huju frowned. He didn't expect that there would be such a trouble waiting for him just after entering school. Although the master has a 10-core competence theory in the original work, it is said that when you reach the peak of a great realm, you can continue to practice even if you don't hunt for the soul ring, and then show it after you get the soul ring. This Nima bullshit. Although this theory has a little effect at some point. But don't forget that the level increase, especially after the spirit ring is obtained, will be strengthened by dozens or hundreds of times whether it is spirit power or physical fitness. How does the cultivation speed of the soul master compare to that of the soul master? Under the condition of the same talent, a low-level spirit master can cultivate a lot of high-level spirit power in a day? This is not a what is it. In Huju's view, the sooner the time to obtain the spirit ring, the better. The best time is to get it right after the realm stabilizes. Time waits for no one. Tang San became a when he was 25 years old. According to Huju's own estimation, within a month, he would definitely be able to break through the 10th level. If he couldn't get the spirit ring by that time, he would delay his cultivation time for a year. What can we do about it? Huju didn't think of a proper way to deal with this problem until he returned to the dormitory. Forget it, it's a big deal, just ask Xiao San for help. Huju just didn't want to think of a good way. The main thing is, watching Xiao Wu, who is also sitting on the side of the bed, shaking her feet, how can she think of other things? Appreciate our cute little white rabbits, don't you smell it? Not long after they had just returned to the dormitory, they thought that a male teacher in his 30s had come to the dormitory. Who is the new work student? Stand up. Hearing this, Huju and Xiaowu stood up at the same time. My name is Mohen, you can call me Teacher Mo. Huju, Xiaowu, your first-year work students, you will be responsible for cleaning the garden south of the playground in the future. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com 10 copper soul coins every day, remember you must be cleaned every day, especially the clutter, otherwise your salary will be deducted. If there is any slack, the college has the right to order you to drop out. Remember. Huju and Xiaowu nodded at the same time, indicating that they knew. Mo Hen said, tomorrow is the opening ceremony. Classes will begin the day after tomorrow. The first grade will have classes on the first floor of the teaching building. You only need to start class on time the day after tomorrow. From the day after tomorrow, you will continue to work normally. I will conduct random checks from time to time. Now, you guys rest first. Wang Sheng, you are the biggest here, and tell them all about the rules. Yes. Wang Sheng responded. After the teacher left, Wang Sheng didn't say to him, in fact, I don't have much work at school. As long as I clean up on time, I'll be fine. Let me tell you about class. Generally speaking, the college has 2 classes every morning. One section is cultural knowledge, one section is martial arts knowledge, and then we practice in the afternoon on our own. Most of our work-study students arrange their working hours in the afternoon so that we will not delay learning knowledge. These working-study students are children from poor families, and they cherish the opportunity to learn knowledge more than those from rich families. Well, thank you for reminding. Hu Ju smiled and nodded. It seems that this is the future of college life. You're welcome. Wang Sheng waved his hand and turned to read and study. Only Hu Ju and Xiao Wu stared at them. By the way, Xiao Wu, how many levels of your spirit power are you? I feel your skill is fast. Unable to find a topic, Hu Ju made one at random. He, let me introduce it again. My martial spirit is a soft bone rabbit, an 11th level agile attack type war spirit master. Awesome! Hu Ju praised it with a thumbs up, and sure enough, this little rabbit was already at level 11, which was higher than Tang San's level. Chapter 12, Brothers and Wives Must Not Be Deceived. As soon as teacher Mohan left his front foot, Tang San arrived on his back foot. Xiaoju, the master promised to take me to get the spirit ring tomorrow. I don't know if I need to go out for a few days, I will talk to you. In this unfamiliar environment, Tang San subconsciously got close to Hu Ju, and the two who had been in a good relationship would have a better relationship. Spirit ring, I really envy you, hurry up, it's better to get a powerful spirit ring, it will help me get a spirit ring. Hu Ju regretted at this time, why didn't he spend a little more time practicing before? Practicing by himself, coupled with the improvement gained by hanging up, is probably now at level 10. If this time with Tang San befriending master once, it must be nothing. Difficult things. Such a pity. Okay, I'll help you when the time comes. Tang San nodded earnestly. He knew that Hu Ju's martial arts spirit was of the auxiliary type, and he would definitely need help when he obtained the spirit ring. As a brother, he was naturally willing to help. Moreover, he has the Xiantian Bailu to re-emerge, and then prepare some hidden weapons. It is not difficult for him to hunt the soul beast. By the way, I have something to tell you. Looking at Xiao Wu next to him, Hu Ju quietly pulled Tang San outside the door. What's so mysterious? Tang San looked at Hu Ju suspiciously, wondering why he was so mysterious. Little San, do you think we are brothers? Hu Ju asked Tang San with a serious face. Of course, we are already brothers. Hearing Hu Ju's question, Tang San nodded without hesitation. He recognized the brother Hu Ju based on what Hu Jushan brought him to eat. The woman that brother is fond of, can't you grab it? Hu Ju continued to ask. You mean? Tang San looked at Hu Ju in shock. He didn't expect that you are a livestock, you are only 6 years old, so you want to be a woman. What do you want? I'm making a reservation, don't you understand? When Xiao Wu grows up, I can pick up the goods. Hu Ju looked at Tang San confidently. What's going on like to be cultivated? To be a man is to be so frank. If I like it, I like it. Age is not a problem. Tang San shook his head speechlessly. I don't know what you think, don't worry, I like gentle girls, that girl named Xiao Wu is not for me. Brother, do you know how gentle Xiao Wu grew up? When he said this, Tang San faintly felt that his heart was empty, and he didn't know why, so he was very puzzled. Haha, brother, you are so kind. After receiving Tang San's promise, Hu Ju patted him on the shoulder excitedly and laughed out loud. Tang San, don't say anything else, but if you say it, you will definitely be done. On this point, Huju believed him more than Tang San himself. Don't tell me, it's dark, I'll go back first. Looking up at the sky, Tang San waved his hand, always feeling that Hujuki today is weird. Could it be that he suddenly came to a new environment and didn't feel comfortable? Xiaoju, there are no more carrots, I'm a little hungry. As soon as he returned to the bedroom, Xiao Wu leaned in. Well, you are not afraid of eating fat. After solving Tang San's troubles, Huju was happy, joked to Xiao Wu, and summoned a carrot and handed it over. Huju has eaten this carrot herself. It is not much different from the carrots in the ground. If it is eaten raw, the taste is not very good. The reason why Xiao Wu likes it so much is probably because she is a rabbit. Hey, how is it possible, no matter how many carrots, I won't eat fat? Xiao Wu raised her neck proudly and said with a smug expression. At night, Huju fell asleep with strange emotions. The next day is the opening ceremony in the morning, and I will arrange it myself in the afternoon. Their study work will not start until tomorrow, so. It's so boring. Xiaoju, aren't you boring? In the afternoon, in the bedroom, Huju was lying on the bed with Erlang's legs, happy and at ease. It's boring? It's a little bit, or let's go to Notting City. Look at the little white rabbit, enjoying the improvement brought by the moment of hanging up the panel. Huju is not boring at all. And he is perfecting a new idea these days, it's not boring at all. But since she wants to attack Xiao Wu, she is bored, even if she is not bored, she must be bored. Notting City? Okay, let's go. Huju's suggestion made Xiao Wu's eyes brighten. She likes to play most. Going to Notting City is such a fun thing, how can she resist? Can't wait, okay, in order to hurry up, she stretched out her hand to pull Huju up from the bed, which shows how eager she is. My hands are so soft. Huju smiled and went out with Xiao Wu, but thought in his heart, they are dating, even though they are very young, it is indeed a date. This afternoon, Xiao Wu went crazy, watching juggling, shopping, buying snacks. After coming down in the afternoon, Huju regretted it. Sure enough, whether it is an adult or a child, as long as it is a woman, shopping is full of energy and terrible. With Huju's body that has been exercised through the chaotic cloak hammer method, he almost couldn't bear it. Hehe, Xiaoju, you can't do it, your body is so weak. After returning to the college, Xiao Wu laughed and laughed. Bah, I'm suppressed by the rules of heaven. Okay. When shopping, women are full of energy and men are weak. This is the law of the world, like a curse. Even a god-level power can't crack it. Hey! Ghosts believe you. In just a few days, the relationship between Xiao Wu and Huju has soared. Under Huju's love, the two can already be inseparable. At this level, I'm afraid Tang San can't take it even if he wants to grab it. Huju thought triumphantly. In the past few days, he has taken great care of Xiao Wu, not only caring about carrots, but also taking her out of the academy from time to time to buy delicious food. As for cultivation? What is that? They're all hanging up, what else are they practicing? Just have fun. I have had enough hardships in my previous life, I just want to be happy in this life. However, the speed of the wallet decline seems to be a bit fast. Huju himself doesn't use much money, but the point is that Xiao Wu has no money at all. Whether it is for food or play, he uses Huju's money, and Huju is also generous and tight. For Xiao Wu, no idea about saving. This also led to the fact that the family provided him with a month's living expenses in just 3 days, and it almost bottomed out. In order to support Xiao Wu and himself, he had to prepare to make money on his own. It's not that there is no other way, there is one ready-made. Remember that if the level reaches the Spirit Master level, you can go to the Spirit Hall to receive living expenses. If Xiao Wu is asked to register, they can still go on being chic. But this method was quickly abandoned by Huju. If this happens, he will become a soft food. As a man, this is undesirable. Secondly, if you go to the Wuhan Hall to register, then your information will be known to the Wuhan Hall. As a person from the information age, he is very cautious in this regard. Chapter 13, Dawn 3 Return. What? You are going to sell carrots? No, what do I eat when you sell carrots? Nha Cheng Xiang, Huju's money-making plan was strongly opposed by Xiao Wu. As a rabbit, she is serious about defending her food. But we have no money. Huju spread out his hands, looking helpless. Fortunately, this is not a past life. If it is a past life, you can still borrow money, and then pay them back together when they get married, but there is no such thing to borrow here. Then I don't care. Anyway, you can't sell carrots. At most, we won't go out to play in the future and just stay in the academy. Xiao Wu looked at Huju pitifully, as if Huju was about to abandon her. Same. Forget it, then I will think of other ways. Is still too weak. If you have enough spirit power besides feeding Xiao Wu, you can make money by selling carrots. It's a pity that the current spirit power level is still 9th, and it will take a while to upgrade. I believe that after breaking through to the Soul Master, he will be able to sell as many carrots as possible. Sister Xiao Wu, it's okay, Wang Sheng was stopped by the gang of Boss Xiao, you go and save him. At this moment, a little brother in the dormitory suddenly ran over and said to Xiao Wu and Huju anxiously. Boss Xiao? Xiao Chenaiu? Huju asked. Yes, it's them. Their gang often bullies us. This time the boss Wang Sheng met them and was stopped directly. Go and help him. Okay, even my people dare to bully. It's too hateful. Lead the way and see how I can deal with them. Xiao Wu was angry, her face flushed. In the past few days, people like Wang Sheng have respected her boss very much. Now that the younger brother is being bullied, she is certainly not happy. Come with me. The little brother quickly agreed, and rushed to the scene with Huju and Xiao Wu. Next to Xiao Wu, Huju tightened the hammer in his hand. The hammer hasn't been opened for several days, so I will take you to a big fight today. A few minutes later, they came to the scene. At this time, Wang Shengzheng led people to confront a group of people, and they formally the group of Xiao Boss. These people are all in senior grades. There are more than 20 people in total, which is much more powerful than the nearly 10 people on Wang Sheng's side. The one headed by was tall, and although he looked childish, he was already a bit of an adult. This person was officially Xiao Chenaiu. Oh, come to help. Wang Sheng, you are going back more and more lively, you actually invited 2 little kids, come here funny. Xiao Chenaiu glanced at Huju who had just arrived in disdain. Xiao Wu said to Wang Sheng contemptuously. Humph, what's so great about you, be careful and you will be beaten all over the floor to find teeth. Xiao Wu waved his fist viciously and said to Xiao Chenaiu. Hehe, just rely on you. Xiao Chenaiu laughed loudly, and the little brothers behind him also laughed at this. Stop talking about it, how do you say it, come on. Huju stretched out his hand and grabbed Xiao Wu who was almost violent, and asked when he looked up at Xiao Chenaiu on the opposite side. Simple, I won't bully you, so let's see that you only have 12 people, so let's do this, we will play out 10 and take turns out of the field. As long as the player wins, we can continue to fight the next opponent. Until one side has everything. Everyone is defeated. Although it was obvious that she was at a disadvantage, Xiao Wu readily agreed, okay, that's it. Come on, who is the first one of you, come out. Behind him, Wang Sheng wanted to stop, but Xiao Wu agreed too quickly, and it was too late to stop. Boss Xiao snorted to his men behind him, and a tall senior student immediately walked out. I saw him gritted his teeth, raised his head and said to Xiao Wu, Sister Xiao Wu, let me come this round. He knows the senior student opposite. He used to fight with him often, losing more with less, but besides Xiaowu and Huju, he is the rest. As for the others, they simply make up the number. Wang Sheng, you are not his opponent, I will come. Huju held Wang Sheng's shoulders and did not let him play. The man on the opposite side had a relatively pure spirit power level, and from the perspective of his momentum, Wang Sheng had already lost. Up. Nodded to Xiao Wu, Huju carried the hammer and came to the opposite senior student. My name is Huju, a martial arts carat, a 9th level auxiliary soul warrior. As an auxiliary soul warrior, I can't beat you with weapons, right? Ah, haha, 9th level auxiliary system spirit, Wang Sheng, is there no one on your side? You actually sent an auxiliary system spirit warrior to play, ha 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 ha. Behind him, Xiao Chenaya was amused by Huju's introduction. Laughing out loud. A group of people behind him also laughed. As an auxiliary soul warrior, they actually appeared in the battle, and there was only a soul warrior's cultivation base. In their opinion, Huju was here to make fun. Hat. Huju sneered disdainfully and did not speak. The hammer in his hand was raised, rounding a semicircle, and the hammer in his hand began to accumulate, 1 move, 2 moves. With the unfolding of the chaotic cloak hammer technique, Huju's aura became stronger and stronger, and soon surpassed the aura that a spirit warrior could give out. The student Lu Long who was opposite him felt that the situation was not right. The aura on this kid was almost surpassing him. No, not soon. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com has exceeded it. Lu Long didn't dare to neglect, he hurriedly summoned his martial arts stick, and a straight stab attacked Huju. It's late. At this time, Huju's chaotic cloak hammer method had accumulated 15 hammers. The 5th level chaotic cloak hammer method looked amazing at this time. On the hammer, a red light flashed faintly. This is soul power. Symptoms of spillage. Boom. With the hammer down, Lu Longlien was beaten out by him with a stick, lying on the ground unable to move. How? Huju turned his head and raised his eyebrows to Xiao Wu triumphantly. Awesome, your hammering technique is even more powerful. Xiao Wu stared at Huju with an unexpected look. Although he knew that Huju was different from ordinary auxiliary spirit masters, it would be no problem to deal with the first battle, but she didn't expect Huju's hammering technique to improve again. No, it's not that the hammering technique has improved, but the strength is stronger. Could it be that he kept his hands when he competed with himself in the first place? Haha, it's really vulnerable, Boss Xiao, what do you say? Huju's beautiful blow made Xiao Wu very proud, and she looked at Xiao Chenaya jokingly, with a smile on her face. We lost this battle, Ling Feng, you will go to the next battle. With a fierce wave, Xiao Chenaya sent another person. Boy, I have seen through your tricks, fight with me, I won't give you a chance to accumulate strength. Ling Feng stamped his feet, and the whole person rushed to Huju as if flying up. Hee, see through, you can't win, I won't fight you, Xiao San, come out soon, your brother is going to be beaten. Huju shrugged and suddenly turned towards the big tree behind everyone. Shout out loud. Xiaoju, your nose is still so good, I've been so careful, and you found it. Tang San's voice sounded behind the big tree. Chapter 14, Create Your Own Soul Skills. Here's another one. Hey, you don't seem to be a working student, kid, this is something between us and a working student. I advise you to keep your nostalgic. Xiao Chenaya looked at Tang San with a solemn expression, not afraid of him. Strength. The main reason was that Minjiui was shocked by the 24 bridges around Tang San's waist. As the son of the city lord, he had seen good things. The belt on Tang San's body was not a normal product at first glance. His father said, some people weren't something he could afford to offend. Xiao Chenaya suspected that Tang San was such a person. What's the matter if you are not a working student? Xiaoju is my brother. If you want to beat him, I won't talk about it. After obtaining the first spirit ring, Tang San became more confident, even in the face of Xiao Chenia's seniors. Student, the aura on his body is not weak at all. Humph, I don't know what's good or bad, Ling Feng, come on, and knock him down. Xiao Chenia gritted his teeth and waved his right hand. So many people were watching, so there was no way to show weakness. No matter what his background, I would knock him down first. Let's do it. Tang San came to Huju. Huju smiled and stepped out, and came to Xiaowu to watch the show. Opposite Tang San, Ling Feng opened his arms, his thin body leaped towards Tang San at an extremely fast speed, as fast as lightning. But Tang San didn't seem to react, standing still and not moving. Xiaoju, you said Tang San is not reliable, don't shame me. Xiaowu next to Huju said worriedly. She is the eldest sister, if Tang San loses, her face won't look good. Don't worry, I couldn't beat the Junior 3 before, but now he has the spirit ring, I can't beat it even more. Huju is not worried at all about Tang San's fighting ability. Worrying about him is better than worrying about himself. 2. The facts are also like what Huju said, in the field, facing Ling Feng's fierce attack, Tang San resolved it with a few simple tricks, and at the same time he also made a beautiful flip and a hook to kick Ling Feng out and crawl for a long time. Can't get up. With this hand, let alone Huju's work-study student, even the people on Xiao Chenia's side were shocked. Next. Tang San looked at Xiao Chenia on the opposite side indifferently, and said. Xiao Chenia looked at Tang San with a sullen expression, and walked out. Among them, the strongest fighting force was Lu Long and Ling Feng, and the rest was himself. Now Lu Long and Ling Feng are both was defeated, he had to play in person. Xiao San, come back, let Xiaowu play the last game. Huju glanced at Xiaowu who was pouting. The little rabbit was warlike. Seeing that Xiao Chenia was their last strong opponent. As a result she didn't let her appear, Xiaowu's dissatisfaction was already on her face. Ah, is she okay? Tang San asked suspiciously. Who are you talking about, how could my sister Xiaowu not work? Will I have to compete later? Tang San questioned her strength, Xiaowu cried out dissatisfied with her fists. If Tang San wasn't Huju's brother, maybe Xiaowu would have learned a lesson from him. You. A trace of anger flashed in Tang San's eyes. He really couldn't understand how Huju would like Xiaowu's pungent character. Okay, don't fight in fighting, Xiao San, you come down first. Xiaoju unexpectedly watched Tang San and Xiaowu glaring at each other, feeling very interesting. All of this seemed to be promoted by him personally. Xiao Chenia, Wu Hunlin, 11th level 1st level battle spirit master. Xiao Chenia looked at them coldly, and they were still arguing with each other at this time. He didn't even look at him. Xiao Wu, Wuhan Rabbit, level 12 battle spirit master. Xiao Wu shook her head, and the scorpion braid dangling from behind, looking at Xiao Chenia with a smile on her face. What, you are actually a 12th level war spirit master? Xiao Chenia on the opposite side looked at the cute little girl in shock. Who are these people? She had cultivated to the realm of War Spirit Master when she was only 6 years old. Don't live anymore. Why, be afraid, surrender as soon as you are afraid. Sister Xiaowu has a strong head and a face like a gangster. Humph, you lied to me, I have already seen through your tricks. Xiao Chenia looked at Xiaowu suspiciously, as if confirming that what Xiaowu said was true or false. Hey, don't believe me, let you take a look again. Xiaowu gave Xiao Chenia a playful look, then shouted, and a yellow circle of light flashed under her feet. At the same time, 2 cute rabbit ears appeared on Xiaowu's head, and his eyes turned red, which was very cute. Moreover, this time Huju could see clearly, behind Xiaowu's little skirt, there was a fluffy white ball, that was her short tail. 100. 100 years of spirit ring. Xiao Chenaihu took 2 steps back in shock. He has only 10 years of spirit ring, how can he fight this? You must know that the blessing of the spirit ring to the soul master is very large, let alone a difference of hundreds of years, even a few years is not a small difference. Xiao Chenaihu was also simply, knowing that he would definitely not be able to fight, so he simply gave in. Sister Xiao Wu, I take it. From now on, you will be the eldest sister of all the students of our Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. He, good, I agree with you to be my little brothers. Xiao Wu proudly looked at the group of senior students who bowed to her in front of her, turned her head, winked at Huju mischievously, and slapped Huju's dizzy. Similarly, Tang San next to Huju was also dumbfounded at this time. He didn't expect that this unlovable little girl's soul power cultivation base was stronger than him, so talented. After subduing Xiao Chenaihu's group of people, Huju and Xiao Wu went down. Because of Xiao Chenaihu, their work in the college was clearly arranged by this group of younger brothers, and there was no room for them to intervene. Huju, who was free from leisure, started another idea of his own. The idea of creating skills. At present, in his on-hook panel, 5 on-hook positions have been unblocked, but there are only 3 skills that are on-hook, and the remaining 2 on-hook positions are always empty, which is a great waste. On the academy side, he had already inquired about it and had no skills to learn from him, so in order not to waste the hang-up position, he decided to create his own soul skills. As for the skills, his first thought was to climb trees and tread water training, and then see if he could develop a soul power control skill. If this skill succeeds, then his ball rubbing skill is not a dream. With the skill of rubbing balls, even if he is just an auxiliary martial spirit, he can still have a not weak attack ability, unlike now, after being known by others about the flaws of his chaotic cloak hammer technique, he dare not fight with a spirit war master. If you can't fight, you can win. The key is not to win smartly and beautifully. The most important thing is to prevent him from pretending to be Beep. Can't pretend to be a Beep. Ghosts like to fight. He's not Xiao Wu. Isn't it good to be a bunny keeper? Chapter 15, Soul Power Control. Tree climbing and treading water are training methods that Naruto uses to exercise chakra's handling ability. In Huju's mind, whether it is the chakra in Naruto or the soul power in Douluo, they are ultimately a kind of extraordinary power. Using the training methods of climbing trees and treading water, although it is not sure whether they can create skills, no matter what said it is good for oneself. Just do it if you think of it. Climbing trees and treading water is not the goal, but manipulating one's soul power. Remember that in Hokage, climbing a tree is to move the chakra to the feet to form an adsorption force, allowing people to walk upright on the trunk. In summary, it is to manipulate the power in the body to make the force form an adsorption force. But Huju felt that this method was too rough. Controlling his feet, there is no easy control. From this day on, Huju began to experiment. First, I started with the easiest thing. I found a piece of paper, condensed my soul power into the palm of my hand, and covered it with the paper. The power of the soul power began to be used, and the palm was slowly raised to glue the paper together with soul power. Of course, the first test ended in failure. Then the second time, the third time. As if in a demon, Huju was on a stick with a piece of paper. Whether it's eating or going to class, I'm competing with a piece of paper even when I sleep at night. Xiao Wu was very curious about Huju's behavior. Xiaoju, what are you doing? What's so fun about a piece of paper? Tang San beside Huju also looked at him curiously. He didn't understand what a piece of paper could do. He was clever. He saw that Huju seemed to be playing with the paper purposefully, but he still didn't understand what he was doing. Oh, I have a new idea, it may seem to be almost a key idea. Huju was a little bit distressed. He has been experimenting for several days, and there is no effect. Sure enough, he is not a genius at all. What do you think? Let me listen. On the side, Tang San also looked at Huju curiously. In his eyes, Huju was very smart. Taking the chaotic cloak hammer method as an example, he learned it before him, but by now, in the realm, he has been far behind. Tang San is still very interested in things that make Huju feel embarrassed. Hey! Hearing Tang San's question, Huju's eyes suddenly brightened. Although he couldn't perform such an operation, he would definitely be able to do it if it were Tang San. You need to know that this kid still has a gate control technique to control the crane and catching the dragon. It is not a problem for Tang San to stick the paper to his palm. Thinking of this, Huju expressed his thoughts. Adsorb paper, adsorb stones, climb trees, tread water. Tang San lowered his head and thought about Huju's so-called soul control training method. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Huju with piercing eyes. Xiaoju, you are really a genius. I have carefully considered your training method. It is feasible in principle, but I want to really achieve this goal. I'm afraid it will be difficult. But what? You are a mother-in-law, you are not happy at all. Next to him, Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with a dissatisfied expression. He was still a brother, still hesitating little things. Hehe, but I just know a little bit of the tricks here. Tang San ignored Xiao Wu's dissatisfaction, smiled lightly on his face, and reached out to take the paper in Huju's hand. I saw him gently put the paper in the palm of his hand, a beautiful flip, the palm of the hand was down, and the paper also rotated under the palm of his hand. Without any grasping measures, the paper was still firmly absorbed under the palm of his hand, and it did not fall off. Drop. Awesome. Convenient to talk about what's going on. Huju's eyes lit up, and sure enough, Tang San understood this. Haha, there is nothing to say, the main thing is to let the soul power flow and rotate on the palm of the hand, so as to generate the power of adsorption. Of course, this rotation is not random rotation, it is regular. Hey, it's amazing, Xiaoju, you are so amazing, you can think of such an interesting ability. Seeing Tang San sticking the paper to his palm, Xiao Wu looked at Huju with admiration. As for Tang San, the implementer, Xiao Wu had already ignored it. After all, Huju came up with the solution, right? It turns out that you need such a method, Xiao San, it's still your brain's bright seeds, why didn't I think of this method? After a long time, Huju had learned Tang San's method and successfully absorbed the paper with his spirit power. Under the palm. At the same time, the on-hook panel also recognized this skill. In the fourth on-hook position, the spirit power control characters are shining. Of course, this skill is currently only at level 0. Where, Xiaoju, you are so good, you actually figured out this way to exercise your spirit power. By all accounts, this is already an auxiliary to create your own spirit ability, admire it. Facing Huju's flattery, Tang San was humble. He waved his hand, and knew his own business. The main reason why he was successful was that he had practiced the method of controlling the crane and catching the dragon. Okay, both of you are great, right? Two big men tout each other together, shy and ashamed. Seeing the appearance of Huju and Tang San, Xiao Wu pouted in dissatisfaction on the side. Why didn't I help Xiaoju, Tang San, this kid, it? Seeing Xiao Wu actually eat Tang San's jealousy, Huju's heart is so beautiful, haha, Xiao Wu, it seems that your destiny is about to change. Yu reading www.yuuganju.com. It would be better for Xiao Wu not to make a couple with Tang San. You know, in the original work, Xiao Wu died for Tang San once, but now there is him, Huju, and he will not let Xiao Wu say anything. Sacrificial. 3 days later, Huju's soul power control skills were upgraded to level 1, and finally moved from a theoretical improvement to an effect on the body. Level 1 Soul Power Control. Some small stones can already be absorbed into his hands. Although it has no effect for the time being, Huju has already felt the benefits of this skill in terms of soul power control. When he controlled his spirit power before, he was not as smooth as he is now. 10 days later, when the spirit power control was upgraded to the second level, Huju found a tree and tried it. Although it was a bit reluctant, he still climbed up. Similarly, Tang San, who stayed with him often, was not bad, even better than him. With a big tree, he could swiftly run all the way to the top of the tree. This was something Huju couldn't do. And Xiao Wu, she lost in front of the two matchups, and she is still in the stage of attracting pebbles. This made Xiao Wu very unconvinced. They were also practicing together. Huju made progress faster and understandable. After all, this method was originally created by him, but it is unfair for Xiao San to make progress so quickly. Xiaoju said, "Did you hide it privately? Did you tell me a secret?" At night, in the dormitory, Xiao Wu stretched her head and approached Huju threateningly with her teeth and claws. "Ah, no, no." Huju was taken aback by Xiao Wu's expression. "What's the matter, is it that he has been exposed?" "When? Wouldn't it be me who was talking in my sleep? My God!" All of a sudden, Huju's face paled in shock. Cold sweat is flowing. Chapter 16, Breakthrough. "No, you must have some skills that didn't teach me, otherwise, how could I be no better than Tang San?" Xiao Wu's face was affirmative, his face also looked like Huju Zhang hadn't told her the private money. "Hey! This is not true. I don't think you have practiced very smoothly. Did you go out of play and have no intentions?" After a false alarm, Huju wiped out the cold sweat and hinted that he must pay attention to Jian. "Never say anything that shouldn't be said in a dream. I seem to be very diligent." Xiao Wu suddenly felt vacant. To be honest, since she became the head of the eldest sister, it seems that she hasn't practiced much for a long time. And Xiao Wu has a very good talent. Even if she doesn't practice much, her spirit power is not slow, and she is now at level 13. The successful creation of soul power control skills made Huju confident and immediately started his own spiral pill plan. It took a few days to find out that the helix pill skill requires extremely high control of its own soul power, and with his current level, it can't be created at all. And there is the most important point. Helix pill needs soul power to separate from the body. This is an operation that only a soul master can do. With his soul master's cultivation base, it is simply a delusion. Seeing this, he had to give up the plan temporarily. Time, just spent playing with Xiao Wu. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed. Hi! A long hiccup stopped Huju directly. It seems that his spirit power has already broken through 10th level. After careful confirmation, he found that he had really broken through to the spirit master stage. "Xiaoju, what's wrong with you?" "Drinking soup and swallowing." In the canteen, Xiao Wu looked at Huju funny. "Haha, no, my spirit power has broken through 10th level." Huju Duo was shrewd, and took this opportunity to hug Xiao Wu happily, too excited. "It feels like you are hugging a doll." "Happy? Really, great, will your carrots taste better in the future?" Xiao Wu was also very happy when he heard the news. Huju's martial arts are of the food type, and this martial arts will increase with level. With the improvement of Wuhan, the taste of Wuhan will get better and better. As a little rabbit, Xiao Wu is happy for the deliciousness she is about to eat. "Ah, what are you doing holding me? Quickly let go." After a long time, after being taken advantage of by Huju, Xiao Wu finally reacted, and her pink cheeks blushed immediately. "Ah, sorry, I didn't mean it." Acting, Huju is professional, and he looked at a loss, as if he had made a huge mistake. "Forget it, so, don't hug me casually in the future, be careful I pack you." Raising his fist, Xiao Wu threatened in a stern face. In other words, as long as you don't want to, you can hug it. Xiaoju, congratulations on becoming a soul master. Tang San, who was with them, smiled and said to Huju with joy. Hey! Huju smirked and took Tang San's neck with a smirk. Little San, it's time for you to work hard. I decided to consolidate my cultivation first, and then take time off to hunt for the soul ring in the soul hunting forest. No problem. Tang San nodded earnestly, and touched the 24 bridge Minjia on his waist. A trace of confidence flashed in his eyes. I'll go too, don't worry, I have my sister Xiao Wu to help you, and I will definitely find you a good spirit ring. Next to him, Xiao Wu patted her chest unwillingly. Okay, then the three of us will go together. Huju held Tang San with his left hand, and put his right hand on Xiao Wu's shoulder with a smile on his face. By the way, do you have any thoughts on your spirit ring effect? If not, I can help you ask the master. Tang San asked. I'm really not sure about this, I have some ideas, but I haven't decided on it. Or you can tell the master and I will visit tomorrow. Huju said. As far as knowledge about spirit rings and spirit beasts are concerned, the master is the real expert. In order to make his first spirit ring achieve the desired effect, he decided to ask the master. There is Tang San's relationship, so please ask. Still no problem. Moreover, he remembers that the hunting forest was kept in captivity by the Empire and the Spirit Hall. Without the token of the Spirit Hall, he could not enter. If he could borrow the token from the master, he would not need to go to the Spirit Hall to report. He has always protected his information very well. After all, he is already on the same side as Xiao Wu, and the relationship with Wu Hundian is naturally a hostile relationship. Okay, then I will talk to the master in the afternoon. Tang San nodded. He was deeply touched by his master's theoretical knowledge, and if Huju could get some guidance from the master, he could avoid a lot of detours. After class the next day, Huju carried a bag of fruits and went to the master's residence with Tang San. Hello master, I am disturbing you. Seeing the master, Huju respectfully saluted. Regardless of the master's character, he is here to seek help today, and he must have a posture. Sit down, Xiaosan told me about you. Honestly, you surprised me. I have studied the martial arts for so long. I have never seen only the second level innate soul power, and it is still the most difficult to cultivate. The food department actually took only 1 month to cultivate to the realm of soul master, which is incredible. The master may have misunderstood. Actually, I have been practicing for 4 months. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, my ancestors have appeared in Soul Masters. It is not surprising that I can cultivate to the realm of Soul Masters with the legacy of my ancestors. Huju had a draft for this issue, but the explanation was not prominent at this time. 4 months is also great. After a deep glance at Huju, the master said lightly, forget it, everyone has their own secrets. Tell me about the purpose of your coming here today. Speaking of business affairs, Huju also became serious. He seriously said to the master, Master, I think so, you know, my martial soul is a carrot, it is destined to have no offensive power, and can only be used as an auxiliary soul. Master and Food Department Soul Master. Because carrots, even plants, are food reasons, I plan to study both the auxiliary department and the food department. Master, do you think it is feasible? Huju has been struggling with this question for a long time, and has also consulted a lot of information for this. Unfortunately, there is very little knowledge about this in Notting College, and he has not found the answer he needs. It seems that you are very smart. Yes, your idea is correct. According to my 10 core competence theory, the strength of martial arts is directly proportional to the awakening innate soul power, and vice versa. Master knocked on the table and continued, from your innate soul power. You can see that your martial soul is not strong. Although the master said very rudely, Huju nodded. This is a fact, there is nothing to quibble. And as a low-level martial soul, in fact, it is very convenient to obtain a spirit ring. Just like Xiaosan's blue-silver grass martial spirit, ordinary, which means extremely adaptable. In other words, your martial soul is almost it can absorb any kind of spirit ring, which is the most useful for you. The master is indeed a master, and after some explanation, Huju's eyes are bright, and a certain idea in his heart is suddenly understood. Chapter 17, Select. As a low-level martial soul, in fact, it is very convenient to obtain a spirit ring. Just like Xiaosan's blue-silver grass martial spirit, ordinary, which means extremely adaptable. In other words, your martial soul can almost absorb any kind of spirit ring, this is the most useful for you. The master is indeed a master, and after some explanation, Huju's eyes are bright, and a certain idea in his heart is suddenly understood. If this is the case, the effect of my first spirit ring will be able to increase the speed of cultivation. In Douluo continent, every soul master cannot do without cultivation. This is a lifelong behavior, and Huju's cultivation talent is not good, so he can only think of a solution from the spirit ring. But this requires the help of a master. There are so many soul beasts in the world. The spirit ring of the same soul beast used on different soul masters has different effects. If you want to obtain the soul ring effect you need, please ask the master. Of course. Well, to improve the training effect, this is the spirit ring that all spirit masters hope. Unfortunately, according to the thousands of auxiliary spirit rings I have studied, there are only 3 types of spirit rings that can gain the improved training effect. The master glanced at Huju faintly, as if looking at a fool. Even so, he explained, the first type of moonlight beast, this kind of soul beast is only available in the Star-Do Great Forest, and it is very rare, unless it costs a lot of money. The price, otherwise you won't find it. Are there other 2 kinds? Moonlight beast Huju had already ruled out. He had no money and no power. This rare and hard to find soul beast had no hope at all. The second type is sunflower. This kind of plant soul beast is not difficult to find. It is found in the hunting forest. However, using it as a soul ring has only 1/10 of the chance of gaining the training effect, or even lower. You have to consider it carefully. Seeing that Huju is Tang San's fellow villager and friend, the master kindly reminded him. 1 in 10 chance? Isn't this about the same as winning? Don't choose. Huju looked at the master expectantly, and there is one last thing he didn't say. As for the last one, don't give you any hope. It is called sky-swallowing clam. The effect is indeed to increase the speed of soul power cultivation, but it can only increase by 1%, 1,000th, or even lower. This effect is still it's better not. After the master explained, he stopped talking, and let Huju bow his head in thought. Gamble or not? Huju was very entangled. He wanted to use sky-swallowing clam as his spirit ring. Although the rate of cultivation speed it can increase is indeed low, don't forget that he also has an on-hook panel. If the spirit ring's additional skills can also be used on-hook upgrade, then there is nothing to consider. The key is that he is not sure whether the skills on the spirit ring can hang up. This is the most tangled point. Xiaoju, why don't you want this kind of spirit ring effect? With so many spirit beasts in the world, why bother to increase the speed of cultivation? Tang San finally couldn't help but remind him when Huju fell into a tangled state. Tang San wouldn't talk too much like this kind of soul ring choice related to the life of a soul master, but seeing Huju's tangled look, he couldn't help it in the end. Tang San's words made Huju sober. He nodded and turned to look at the master. Master, I have decided, I will swallow the sky clam. Can you introduce this kind of soul beast to me in detail? Gambled. Isn't it just a spirit ring? Anyway, it's just a low-level spirit ring. No matter how good the effect is, it can't go against the sky, and if he makes the right bet, it can really go against the sky. When the hang-up panel increases the skill effect level, not to mention the cultivation effect that is increased 10 times and 100 times, if it is doubled, he also earns. Okay, then I will introduce you to the soul beast of the swallowing clam. After a while, Hu Juyi left the master's residence with a calm expression. In his hand, he was holding a token, which was the master's Wuhan Hall identity card. Xiaoju, have you really decided to choose Sky Swallowing Clam as your first spirit ring? In the evening, Tang San, who had finished the class with the master, rushed to Huju non-stop. Yes. Huju nodded, as simple as choosing what to eat today. Don't you understand what the master said just now? The maximum age of swallowing clams is only a few decades. There is no existence of swallowing clams for 100 years, and the effect of the spirit ring skills obtained is not good. Xiaoju, you think again. We change to 100-year spirit beast. If you are worried about our safety, you can rest assured, I can't guarantee anything else, but I can still deal with the 100-year spirit ring. In the face of Tang San's bitterness, he was a guarantee, and he was persuaded as if he was concerned. Huju was warm in heart. Tang San was indeed a person with a strong personality. Except at the beginning, he still used Tang San's mind a little bit in his heart, but after getting along with him, he slowly regarded him as a brother. Don't worry, Xiao San, I chose Sky Swallowing Clam as the first spirit ring after careful selection. Listen to my sophistry. Oh no, explain. Tang San calmed down. You say it. Well, how should I put it? In the knowledge we have learned, it has been explained that the age of a soul master's soul ring cannot be changed. Huju asked when he looked at Tang San. Yes, this is common sense. Tang San nodded. Then I tell you, I don't believe this common sense. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Huju said seriously. You. Sometimes Tang San really wanted to break Huju's head to see what was inside. The age of the spirit ring could not be improved. Isn't this something that predecessors have long recognized? How old are you, you dare to doubt it? This one. Listen to me, in my opinion, soul power or soul ring is our own power. There is nothing to say about that. Yes, spirit power spirit ring is our strength. Tang San nodded. Since it is our own power, why can't the spirit ring be improved through cultivation like the spirit power? Huju asked back. This. Tang San was silent. Huju's words sounded the same as perverted reasoning, but after thinking about it seriously, it seemed to be correct. Since the spirit ring is also its own strength, why can't it be improved through cultivation? I think there are two reasons why people say that the spirit ring cannot be upgraded. Huju raised his finger. First, the person who said this can't really control his spirit ring. The control I said is not about releasing and retracting the spirit ring. I mean controlling the power of the spirit ring. It's simple. It means to control the spirit ring as part of one's body, like controlling the size of the spirit ring, the strength of the spirit ring, etc. What about the second one? Tang Sanbei was attracted by what Huju said, and he couldn't wait to continue listening. Although Huju's statement is crazy, it really makes sense to think about it, and if what Huju said is true, how can Douluo change for him? As for the second point, it's simple, even if the spirit ring can be improved through cultivation, there is this idle time. Isn't it good to work hard to improve your spirit power and improve your own level? If you want to choose, you use time to increase the level, or to increase the power of the spirit ring. This. Tang San. Chapter 18, Set Off. So, you said that you were teasing me for a long time. Tang San clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and looked at Huju, wishing to punch him with a fist. He was talking about changing the Douluo continent, but you gave me a bullshit? Because there is no time? Haha, don't be angry, it's not completely useless. For example, Like what? For example, you can use one mind and two purposes. Even if you don't use one mind and two purposes, you can let your body form instincts, and you can use one mind and two purposes in disguise. Huju smiled triumphantly. You mean? Tang San's eyes lit up. That's right. Yes, as long as you work hard, even if the sky can turn him back, young man, work hard. Huju patted Tang San on the shoulder with satisfaction, his expression relieved. Fuck, your reason can't convince me, I still can't let you choose the swallowing clam as the soul ring. Opening Huju's hand, Tang San still opposed Huju joking about his future. Okay, then I will continue to make up, yuck, to continue talking. Huju almost licked his lips. Then tell me, I'll listen. Okay, you two actually whispered behind my back, Huju, what are you doing? When Huju was organizing the language, Xiao Wu suddenly appeared. It turned out that Huju and Tang San had been outside for a long time, and this made Xiao Wu discover that something was wrong. They said they were inseparable, how could they disappear? Xiao Wu, you are so good, you help me persuade Xiaoju. Seeing Xiao Wu's arrival, Tang San's face was happy, and he immediately crackled and said that Huju wanted to choose the swallowing clam as his spirit ring. Came out. Of course, at the same time, he also mentioned Huju's matter that the spirit ring can be improved through cultivation. Are you stupid? Since Xiaoju has explained the method, you won't know if you try it. Bai Chong is so big-headed. Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San, this is a fool. Hey, yes, I won't know if I try it first. Xiao Wu's words made Tang San suddenly realize, try and try. If the spirit ring can really improve through cultivation, it is not impossible for Huju to choose to swallow the sky clam. By the way, Xiaoju, didn't you just say that you have a reason? Come and listen. Tang San, who was just about to go back to the experiment, suddenly thought that he said there were other reasons just now. Oh, you said that, there is nothing to say, just after you want to obtain a soul ability, use it as a template to recreate a soul ability. As a great cottage nation, it is instinct to learn from it, okay. In this way, the spirit ability can be upgraded on hook. Of course, this can't be said to Tang San. How do I feel that you are lying to me today? Tang San looked at Huju suspiciously. Nothing, it's impossible. Huju repeatedly denied this. Fortunately, his ability to open his eyes and tell lies hasn't fallen yet, otherwise he will show his stuff today. Of course, it can't be said to be a lie. If the spirit ring skills can't hang up, he really wants to study this aspect. After this day, Tang San entered a state of frantic research, except that he would be with Huju during the meal, he would not even be able to see any figure. And Huju is also making final preparations for the hunting of the spirit ring. His preparation is to hang up and wait. Seeing that the spirit power meditation and the 5 sense enhancement technique on the hang up panel will soon be upgraded to level 5, and the spirit power control skills will also be upgraded to level 3, he decided to wait for them to be upgraded before setting off. The soul power contemplation is nothing, the key is the 5 sense enhancement technique. After this skill is improved, it will be very helpful for him to go to the soul hunting forest. Through the sense of sight, smell, and hearing, whether it is searching for or avoiding spirit beasts, it is very helpful, and there are dangers such as poisonous insects that can be seen everywhere in the forest. Huju still values his safety. In a dangerous place like the hunting forest, what if you don't prepare enough? 5 days later. The soul power meditation thought was raised to level 5, and the training effect increased by 40%. The 5 sense enhancement technique was raised to level 5, and all kinds of odors within 200 meters could not escape his nose, and the ears could hear sounds within 500 meters, and the line of sight became clearer. Standing on a high place, 1 mile everyone outside can see clearly. There is also soul power control, and he hangs up to level 3. The third level of soul power control allows him to quickly run on the tree trunk. In addition, he has also greatly strengthened his own soul power control. Condensed on the legs can speed up the running speed, condense the soul power in the hands, can increase the strength and speed. In short, just the improvement of the soul power control level has raised Huju's overall strength by a notch. Xiaoju, I have confirmed the method you said, and it is indeed feasible. On the sixth day, Tang Sangxing hurriedly came to Huju with a smile on his face. Really successful! Huju exclaimed in an incredible way. But what? Huju was still immersed in the shock Tang San brought him. But this requires a very strong soul power control ability, and compared to soul power training, the speed of the soul ring is pitifully slow. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, with my current training speed, I want to increase the soul ring by 1 year. It may really take 1 year of cultivation. Tang San spread his hands helplessly, feeling a pity for this answer. I thought it was a great discovery that could change the world, but it turned out to be a tasteless ability. If it weren't for the ability to withstand it in his heart, Tang San might have been unable to think about it. Isn't this something that was anticipated long ago? Huju had predicted this result a long time ago. How could the spirit ring level improve so well? Okay, I decided to go to the soul hunting forest tomorrow to get the spirit ring. Xiao San, do you have any problems here? No problem, I'll talk to the master later, you can leave at any time. Tang San nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Then tomorrow, let's go, let's ask Xiao Wu for leave. The management of the Norton Junior Soul Master Academy is still quite strict. This time they will take at least 2 or 3 days to come back, so it is necessary to ask for leave in advance. Of course, there is nothing wrong with taking a leave with a valid reason. After all, hunting for spirit rings is a major event in life, and the academy can understand it. The leave was very smooth, and the college leaders approved it easily, just to make them pay attention to their own safety, and if the college was not responsible for anything except, the college actually asked them to sign a disclaimer at this point. Tonight, in Xiao Wu's excited voice, Huju slowly fell asleep with anticipation. Early the next morning, Huju, Xiao Wu, Tang San, the three of them simply cleaned up and set off. The hunting soul forest is about 400 miles away from Notting City. Tang San had been there once, and everything seemed familiar. By drinking water, food, and tents for the night, and so on. After everything is ready, they hire a carriage to set off for the soul hunting forest. Chapter 19, Soul Hunting. At noon the next day, Huju and the three finally came to the hunting forest. It's finally here, it's so boring to be on the way. Xiao Wu, who jumped out of the carriage, stood there and stretched out. Thanks, hard work, come, eat a carrot first. Huju, who got off the car, stood beside and laughed. I can't get tough. This action came to hunt him for spirit rings, and both Xiao Wu and Tang San were obliged to help. Little San, do you want another one? Huju made a carrot again and handed it to Tang San. Come on, let alone one, your carrot is crisp and delicious, it quenches thirst and satisfies hunger, the most important thing is to never be afraid of going hungry, it's great. Tang San had grown hungry in Tang Hao's hands, and he naturally felt more deeply about this. Don't you two of ink, go and find the soul beast for Xiaoju. In front, Xiao Wu was jumping back and beckoning to them. The two looked at each other and smiled, and hurriedly followed. Coming to the gate of the hunting soul forest, Huju took out the master's spirit hall token, and easily walked in with Tang San Xiaowu. Xiao Wu, slow down, be careful of danger. Hearing the sounds of various spirit beasts and the faint aura of danger coming from his ears, Huju suddenly became a little worried. Originally, he thought that there were two soul war masters Tang San and Xiao Wu, he would not have such an emotion of fear. But he seems to overestimate himself. Walking in such a dangerous place, let alone this life, I have never experienced it in my previous life. Especially after his 5 senses have been strengthened, he can discover all kinds of dangerous auras in the forest. Is like a little sheep walking among wolves, terrified. He, Xiaoju, so you are afraid. Don't be afraid, Xiaowu will protect you. Xiaowu looked back and saw the expression on Huju's face, as if she had discovered a new world. Tang San behind him understood a little bit. In his heart, Huju was only 6 years old after all. It was normal to be afraid when he came to a dangerous place like the soul-hunting forest. It's Xiaowu, this girl is a bit sturdy. Let me lead the way, Xiaoju, you are in the middle, Xiaowu finally, we will protect Xiaoju together. Naturally, Tang San took over the command of the team. Okay. When it came to business, Xiaowu also got serious, obediently following Tang San's command, and followed Huju closely, for fear that he would have an accident. Don't make the atmosphere so tense. Although I am an auxiliary soul master, I am also capable of combat. At least it is okay to protect my safety. Huju raised the hammer in his hand and said dissatisfied. He may be inferior to Xiaowu of 13th level and Tang San of 14th level, but he is not so unbearable. Learn about the 5-level chaotic cloak hammer method. The chaotic cloak hammer method of this realm can already wield 99,981 hammers continuously, and the last hammer will have its own attack power of 500 catties, which even the current Tang San can't do. He is not considered weak anymore. Just in case. Tang San walking in front might be afraid that Huju would be emotional, so he specifically explained it. No need to explain, I know. By now, Huju had adapted to the atmosphere of the hunting forest, and his mood calmed down. Go to the left, the right side seems to have the breath of a century-old soul beast. As he walked, Huju in the middle suddenly stretched out his hand and pulled Tang San, asking him to change direction. Okay. Tang San didn't ask how he discovered it, and walked to the left without hesitation. Xiaowu behind her was very curious, how do you know that there is 100 years soul beast on the right? It's simple, one is breath and the other is smell. These are all telling me that there are difficult characters on the right. It was also at this time that Huju discovered that in the hunting forest, the most useful thing for him should be the sense of touch. With it, it's life-saving. Is like a premonition. When he is about to get closer, his body will react naturally, like an animal's fur, all over his body telling him that the direction is dangerous. Coupled with the smell of fishy smell from the tip of his nose, if Huju had more knowledge, he could directly determine what kind of soul beast it was. Your perception ability is so strong, you can discover the breath of the soul beast in advance. With this ability, it seems that our soul hunting operation this time will be much simpler. The soul hunting forest, the most dangerous thing is to encounter a soul beast stronger than themselves, but Huju's ability allows them to discover the soul beast in advance. No wonder Xiaowu is surprised. Haha, this is the soul ability effect handed down from my ancestors. Unfortunately, this soul ability cannot be passed down, otherwise I will teach you. Huju said. Can't pass it outside, only pass it inside. This is also learned from Tang San. Whoever lets this kid hide Tangman martial arts tightly, he won't teach him. Hey. With Huju's sensing ability, the next thing is simple. Once they sense the breath of 100-year-old soul beast, several people will avoid it in advance. This time Huju's goal is to swallow sky clams. This kind of soul beast is a small soul beast, and can only grow up to more than 90 years in a lifetime, because their lifespan is not long. They can live for several decades. Moreover, the strength of swallowing sky clams is not strong, and it has always been at the bottom of the food chain in the hunting forest. Master once said that the swallow clam likes to live in dark and humid places. For this reason, Huju started to look up the information of the hunting forest when he was in college, and finally found that only the southwestern edge of the forest is suitable for the living environment of the swallowing clams, where the terrain is low, there are many small puddles, and because of the water source the relationship between the trees is dense, and it is the perfect living place for swallowing clams. They are now located in the northwest direction. To get there, they need to make a big circle. Fortunately, Huju has a keen sense, and he avoided the spirit beast's breath in advance. Along the way, he missed a spirit beast. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. Seems like this is not a dangerous hunting forest, but their back garden. Little San, go to the left. On the way, Huju let Tang San, who was walking in front, change his route. Behind, Xiaowu pouted in dissatisfaction. Xiaoju was too careful. It's just a hunting forest. Is it necessary to be so careful? No, we have been found, ready to fight. Suddenly, Huju frowned. He realized that he hadn't avoided it this time. A soul beast was rushing in their direction. As soon as Huju's voice fell, Tang San and Xiaowu stopped immediately and stood guard in the direction that Huju was looking at. Xiaoju, can you sense the specific situation? Tang San asked calmly. Well, the aura is not very strong, it is not a century-old soul beast, but there are a lot of them, there are 8 in total, it should be a group of soul beasts. Through the 5 sense enhancement technique, Huju can sense only this information. 8 spirit beasts, it's a bit troublesome. Tang San frowned, turned his head and said, wait later, I will use martial spirits to control them. Xiaowu will take the opportunity to attack. Okay. Huju and Xiaowu nodded, indicating that they knew. Huju held the hammer tightly in his hand, and at the same time was always aware of the location of the group of spirit beasts. When he was about to approach, he began to wield the hammer continuously, and the chaotic cloak hammer law was unfolded. This time, he is going to make a big move. Since the Chaos Cloak Hammer method has been upgraded to level 5, he hasn't fully used it yet, and now just take this opportunity to see its effect. Here. When Huju's Chaotic Cloak Hammer technique had accumulated to more than 70 hammers, a hint of purple flashed in Tang San's eyes, and at the same time, the blue-silver grass in his body had been released by him. Blue-silver grass, twine. Chapter 20, Swallow Clams. As soon as a group of grey-black wolves appeared, blue and silver grasses with thick blue tree vines appeared on the ground, and they suddenly entangled them in place. Ho! Look at me! At this time, Xiaowu also began to attack. She jumped lightly, making a few beautiful flips in the air. In the blink of an eye, she came to the wolves and kicked it out. A wolf flew out heavily, unable to get up for a long time. Go away, look at me! At this time, Huju finally accumulated the hammer technique to the 81st hammer. With a loud shout, the human hammer merged into one and smashed into the wolves at lightning speed. Boom! The ground shook, and Huju's hammer hit the wolves like a cannonball. In a short time, the flesh and blood of the wolves flew up, and a cloud of smoke flew up on the ground. After the smoke dissipated, what appeared in front of Tang San and Xiaowu was a huge pit, and the wolves were no longer there, and only some stumps and pieces of meat could be seen in the mud. Xiaoju, you can't use this hammering method to hit me in the future. Standing outside the big pit, Xiaowu swallowed her saliva and carefully recalled whether she had bullied Huju during this period of time. After meditation, I realized that I seemed a bit dangerous. Haha, don't worry, you are so cute, how could I hammer you? Huju looked at Xiaowu, who was afraid of her face, amused. Doesn't she know that even if she wants to hammer her, she can't have the opportunity to show? Is it a messy cloak? Unexpectedly, the Chaos Cloak Hammer technique can exert such a powerful force. I am afraid that even my father is not as powerful as Xiaoju. A hint of shock flashed across Tang San in the distance. He taught Huju's hammer technique. He didn't expect it. This hammer method used to strike iron actually possesses such a great power. Xiaoju, your chaotic cloak hammer technique has reached the stage, and you have a master style. I am afraid that the dad who taught us at the beginning did not expect this hammer technique to be so powerful. At this moment, Tang San felt that he shouldn't just focus on the Tang sect cultivation technique, and practice the chaotic cloak hammering method more quickly. After all, his second martial spirit is the hammer. If he can practice the chaotic cloak hammering method, when you reach the realm of Xiaoju, and then use the martial spirit to use it, it will be so powerful. What chaotic cloak hammering method? Isn't this a technique for ironing? Acting talent has deepened into the bones and cannot be changed. Well, this is the chaotic cloak hammer method, but I also heard the name from others, and I will know it when I go home and ask my father later. Tang San nodded and said, "Hey, whether it's him or not, let's just call it this. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. After our holiday, I will buy 2 jars of good wine and go back to thank Uncle Tang Hao." Hu Juyi looked happy and acted like the real thing. It turns out that Xiao San can also use this hammering method. Why have you never used it? Next to him, Xiao Wu asked curiously. Tang San, can he say that his chaotic cloak hammer method can only swing 64 hammers in a row? Little San, come and see what kind of soul beast this is, why can't we avoid them? In the end, it was Hu Ju who helped Tang San. These are ghost wolves. They are right. This kind of soul beast has a very keen sense of smell. Even if it is 1 mile away, it can confirm its prey by smell. Maybe, we are regarded as hunting targets by them. In front of the shadow wolf that Wu first kicked flying, Tang San said after careful observation. It seems that we have to be more careful in the following actions. If there are other spirit beasts with this ability, we will definitely not be able to escape. Hu Ju's eyes flashed a trace of vigilance. This time, it's okay. It was only 10 years of spirit beasts. If it was 100 years, maybe they would be in danger. Well, it's okay to be careful. Tang San nodded, but he was not worried. In the hunting forest, a 100-year-old soul beast is already the most powerful. It is impossible for this kind of soul beast to live in groups. After all, it is here, captive in the empire. Of course, he wouldn't tell Hu Ju about this, lest he let his guard down. During the next journey, there was no soul beast that could find them. After walking for 2 hours, the 3 of them finally arrived at the destination of the trip. I heard a frog calling over there. Let's go and take a look. It might be the swallowing clam. Hu Ju moved his ears and listened carefully, confirming. The 3 of them glanced at each other, and there was a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. Go over and take a look. Lightly, the 3 of them fumbled all the way in the direction Hu Ju said. Pulled away a clump of weeds, they finally saw the target. Yes, this is sky-swallowing clam, but I don't know how old it is. Without Tang San's confirmation, Hu Ju had already recognized the soul beast in front of him. Well, it is indeed a swallowing clam. Looking at the pattern on his back, he should only have a cultivation base of about 30 years. It is too weak to be absorbed by Xiaoju. Tang San also glanced, but shook his head soon. Xiaoju's first spirit ring, at least it will take about 90 years. This is the minimum he can accept. As a brother, he will not let Hu Ju give up his future. Well, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, we have come to the site of swallowing clams. I have already remembered the breath of this soul beast. Come with me, there are a few more in front of him. Hu Ju nodded, he didn't want such a weak soul beast as his soul ring. Secretly found a few sky-swallowing clams, but none of their cultivation bases could meet the requirements they wanted. The strongest was only 80 years old, and the cultivation base was too low. Be careful, you will get closer to the center of the forest further ahead, there may be powerful soul beasts haunting. Hu Ju faintly felt it, but the distance was too far and it was not clear. Tang San and Xiao Wu were stunned. Hu Ju's perception ability had been verified along the way, and there was no doubt about his judgment. Slowly moved forward. After another period of time, Huju suddenly smiled, "I found it. The sky-swallowing clam in front definitely has more than 90 years of cultivation. I can feel it. Great, let's go." Xiao Wu cheered in a low voice. After so long, she finally found her goal. The sky-swallowing clam is right in front. Xiaosan, you will use the blue-silver grass to sneak attack and trap it. Xiao Wu, I will rely on you next. When Xiao San traps it, you will bring it to me with a waist bow. And I am here to prepare big moves. With a faint smile, Huju arranged the tactics in an instant. Okay. Tang San and Xiao Wu had no objection to this. If they follow Huju's method, they can perfectly ambush sky-swallowing clams. Action! As soon as Huju's voice fell, Tang San's feet swayed, like a blue smoke rushing forward. At the same time, Xiao Wu is not weak, flipping lightly, jumping to the top of the tree for a few jumps and then flying away quickly. On the spot, Huju held the hammer, and began to swing the hammer round and round. He was whizzing around his body like a madman. Chapter 21, The Tongue-Touch Monster is Born. In the hunting soul forest, Tang San's eyes had completely turned purple, which was a manifestation of the full opening of the purple magic pupil. Hunting for the spirit ring for the brother cannot be lost, he must go all out. Nodded to Xiao Wu who was leaning on the treetop, her spirit power was running, and a blue-silver grass emerged. At the same time, oily blue-silver grass sprang out quickly around the sky-swallowing clam 20 meters away, swiftly winding around and around, especially the sky-swallowing clam's mouth, which received special attention. At the same time that Tang San acted, Xiao Wu on the tree had already leapt out. Ha! First spirit ability, waist bow. The crisp sound was accompanied by the flying swallowing clams. Boom! Sky-swallowing clam was smashed heavily on the ground. Before it could react, only a hammer phantom filled with light red light was seen in the line of sight. Rumbling. The earth was trembling, the forest was wailing, and the sky-swallowing clams were gone on the ground, leaving only a vague mass of flesh and blood on the ground. A milky white aperture slowly emerged in place. Perfect cooperation. Huju happily put away the hammer, now waiting for Tang San and Xiao Wu to return. After a few breaths, Tang San and Xiao Wu both returned. Xiaoju, quickly absorb the spirit ring. We will protect the law for you. Knowing that Huju had made up his mind to absorb the sky-swallowing clam's spirit ring, Tang San was not trying to persuade him. Although the spirit ring of more than 90 years was a bit worse, he believed Huju's choice. Okay. Huju nodded without delay, suppressing his excitement, stretched out his right hand, and summoned the carrot spirit. With a thought, the spirit ring on the ground was attracted by him and set it on the spirit. At this moment, Huju felt a violent spirit power suddenly filling himself, and he felt that his whole person was enlarged. Did not dare to neglect, with a thought, the 5th level spirit power meditation immediately began to operate, quickly refining the spirit ring of the sky-swallowing clam. On the spot, Tang San and Xiao Wu stood beside Huju, always paying attention to the surrounding situation. Although Huju had just said that there were no other spirit beasts nearby, the movement made by Huju using the chaotic cloak hammer method just now was not small, and it would be troublesome if other spirit beasts were brought in. This wait lasted 2 hours, until it was getting dark. Huju's expression finally changed. Just as Huju was happily preparing to open his eyes and get up, he suddenly noticed that his vision changed, his eyes were blood red, and he rushed towards him with a violent aura. This is... Huju was only puzzled and reacted for an instant. There is only one reason for this. That is the soul bone. At this moment, Huju was not surprised and rejoiced, but it was just a mass of resentment. As long as his will is firm, he can get great benefits through this test. Of course, Huju would not wait for a beating for nothing, his mental will instantly turned into a flash of lightning, and he rushed towards the swallowing clam that rushed towards him. Boom! 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 This is a confrontation between will and resentment, a primitive collision, a life and death battle. Sky-swallowing clam has a deep resentment. It is clear that it stayed in the soul-hunting forest well, but it was unexplainedly attacked. What's more is that it didn't understand how it died until it died. Are you angry? Is so angry. Perhaps the resentment moved God, and finally let it meet his enemy. It wants revenge. On the opposite side of it, Huju also has a hideous face, he doesn't want to die. Some people, although they are usually gentle and kind and have a good temper, they can explode huge energy when the power of life and death comes. Huju is such a person. Die to me. At this time, Huju had only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill it. Hands, feet, arms, mouth, and head, as long as there is any movement, they are all his weapons. This is Huju's spiritual knowledge of the sea, and he is the master here. With the passage of time, the figures of both sides are fading, but Huju has a steady flow of power to support him. This is the spiritual power of the body's spontaneous transformation. The resentment of swallowing the sky clam is quickly dissipating, it has no physical support. One after another, the resentment of swallowing the clam was finally overthrown by Huju, and it dissipated into a plume of blue smoke. At the moment when the swallowing clam disappeared, Huju felt a wave of power again, which made him dare not neglect, and immediately stepped up refining. Huju, who was refining his power, didn't know at all. Xiaowu and Tang San, who were protecting him from the outside world, were already anxiously fainted. How could this happen? Wasn't it okay just now? Looking at Huju's frowning brow, Xiaowu only felt at a loss. It was only at this moment that she realized that Huju was in her without knowing it. The heart has already occupied an important position. This. Tang San was also caught blind, and the master hadn't told him about this situation. Didn't it mean that the limit of the soul master's first soul ring was 423? Why would there be a problem with Xiaoju only absorbing the 90-year spirit ring? Don't you always say that your master is very knowledgeable? Why don't you even know such a simple question? In my opinion, your master is a liar. Xiaowu was already frantic at this time, catching whoever bit him, and seeing that Tang San couldn't do anything about it, she became angry. You! Tang San pointed at Xiaowu angrily, and thought for a while, whether his reason overwhelmed his anger, coupled with worrying about Huju's safety. He calmed down abruptly. www.readaloud.com Woman, really unreasonable. In my heart, this thought flashed past. Huju's face suddenly became strange while sitting cross-legged. His spirit bone does not belong to the limbs, nor is it a torso and head spirit bone, it is an external spirit bone. The preciousness of the external spirit bone is needless to say. Unlike the 6 normal spirit bones, the external spirit bone can evolve with the improvement of the master's strength. It stands to reason that Huju should be happy to get such a precious soul bone. But, what are the most distinctive abilities in frogs? Correspondingly, now Huju also got such an external spirit bone. Tongue touch monster is born. The itchy and painful tongue is transforming, and Hujumu feels that his tongue is becoming stronger. This kind of strange ability, it's best to never let people know, unless in the future. This thought flashed in Huju's mind, and he decided to kill him, and absolutely not use it in non-life and death moments. After a quarter of an hour, the external spirit bone was successfully absorbed. Huju opened his eyes and looked at the Xiaowu who was looking at him with worry in front of him. This distance is enough. Ahem. Xiaoju, how are you? Are you injured? Xiaowu was very anxious. Huju was ashamed. Was about to speak, suddenly, Huju's face changed again. This time, there was a problem with the on-hook panel. Originally, Huju's on-hook panel has always been simple and clean. There are only small squares on the panel. Among them, a skill is on hook, leaving the 5th grid empty, and the other small grids have been in a grey seal state. But now the entire panel exudes a faint golden light. Chapter 22, Soul Ring hangs up. Regardless of whether it is the unsealed on-hook position or the unsealed on-hook position, all the grids are shining with golden light spots. These light spots slowly converged on the top of the hanging panel, slowly forming a small golden square. Is this another hang-up position? Hu Ju guessed. The wait is always long. Hu Jufen felt his mind. While comforting Xiao Wu, he stared at the on-hook panel that only he could see. A few minutes later, the new hanging position was finally stabilized. A golden hanging position was hung on the hanging panel alone, looking domineering and unique. Before Hu Ju could study the function of this newly emerging on-hook position, the on-hook panel automatically gave the answer. I saw his martial arts carrot suddenly and uncontrollably appeared in his hand, and at the same time, a milky white spirit ring was slowly rotating around him under his feet. As soon as the spirit ring appeared, he saw a sudden call from his new on-hook position. Suction force directly sucked his spirit ring into the hang-up panel. Wait, my spirit ring! Involuntarily, Hu Ju shouted. What kind of spirit ring? Isn't it just a 10-year spirit ring? I said earlier that I would find you a 100-year spirit ring, you must not let it. At this time, Tang San looked at Hu Ju angry and said. Hey! Following Tang San's gaze, Hu Ju was surprised to find that his spirit ring was still under his feet. He looked up and saw that on the golden hanging position, a spirit ring-shaped pattern had rooted on it, and the middle position showed a value of 92. At the edge of the grid, a transparent loop is slowly being filled. The spirit ring can also hang up. Hu Ju showed an excited smile on his face. Unexpectedly, the hang-up panel is so advanced. He originally wanted to see if he could hang up the spirit ring skills, but he didn't expect the panel to hang up the spirit ring directly. Hanging up the spirit ring is good. After the age of the spirit ring is increased, not only the spirit ring will become stronger, but the attached skills will become stronger and stronger. Suddenly, Hu Ju laughed happily. Hey, you wake me up, isn't it the spirit ring? How happy is it? Next to him, Xiao Wu pushed Hu Ju, who was smirking, with an angry expression on his face. Just now, she was asking Hu Ju what happened to her spirit after absorbing the spirit ring, but Hu Ju actually ignored it and just smirked there. Hey, isn't this a pleasure to get the spirit ring? Hu Jubai smiled, and at the same time stretched out his hands. The carrot martial spirit emerged. I have an absorption carrot. After the spell, a transparent carrot glowing with white light appeared in Hu Ju's hands. Come on, Xiao Wu, you new carrot, and see how it tastes. One carrot can solve the angry Xiao Wu. Question, if one fails, then another one. Hey, this carrot is glowing, I'll help you taste it. Swish, the carrot in Hu Ju's hand reached Xiao Wu's hand. Crunchy, sweet, and better than the original carrot. Like a little hamster, Xiao Wu kept gnawing on the carrot, her face bulging into a bun. Hee, it's delicious, I'll give it to you every day from now on. Hu Ju said with a smile, like that, just like a breeder. The point is not whether it is delicious or not, the effect is the last word. Xiao Ju, what effect does your spirit ring bring to the carrot? Next to him, Tang San looked depressed at the two. Is it delicious and useful? Is delicious but not strong. Hey, it means speeding up the training effect a little bit, only 1%, which is better than nothing. Hu Ju waved his hand indifferently. After all, his spirit ring is only 10-year level, and this effect is already pretty good. However, after taking a look at the spirit ring that was hanging up, Hu Ju flashed a faint self-confidence. From now on, he will experience the flying speed of cultivation. You need to know that the same spirit beasts have different ages, and the skill effects they obtain will vary greatly. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, and so on. The difference in skill effects between each age is unimaginable. Oh, confused, such a weak effect, How can it be good in the future? A trace of worry flashed across Tang San's face, and then persuaded Huju, Xiaoju, you will spend more time on the spirit ring in the future. Now that your theory has been successfully verified, then work hard to cultivate and strive to raise your spirit ring to the level of 100 years as soon as possible. Only in this way can your ability be greatly improved. Tang San was very fortunate. Fortunately, Huju had a clever mind and invented the method of cultivating spirit rings. Otherwise, it would only be a 10-year white spirit ring, which would greatly hinder his growth. Don't worry, when have you seen me do something unsure? Huju patted Tang San's shoulder to comfort him. How could Huju not feel Tang San's concern for him, but everyone did. My own secret, Huju has the secret of the hang-up panel, Tang San also has the secret of Tang sect martial arts, including this Xiaowu who is chewing carrots happily. There are also secrets too. Xiaoju, don't listen to him. Hearing their conversation, Xiaowu calmly patted Huju's shoulder, with a big sister's voice, don't worry, there will be my Xiaowu sister in the future, no one dares bully you. You read www.yuyuganshu.com to see if I will break him into 8 stages. Haha, knowing that Sister Xiaowu is amazing, do you want another carrot? Yes. Want. Give me another one, no, 2, I haven't eaten enough yet. Xiaowu's crisp laughter came from the forest. The purpose of this trip is to hunt for the spirit ring for Huju. Now that the purpose is achieved, they should also go back. But before that, they needed to spend the night in the forest first, because Huju took a long time to absorb the spirit ring, and the sky had already darkened first. The forest at night was very dangerous and not suitable for driving. While resting, Huju instructed Tang San and Xiaowu to keep them secret about the age of his spirit ring, and it was best not to tell anyone. Xiaowu and Tang San both agreed. They knew that Huju was doing this to prepare for the upgrade of his spirit ring. After all, if the spirit ring can be improved, it is better for him to rot in his stomach, so as not to wait for himself. Bring unnecessary trouble. One night later, the 3-person team immediately set off and began to rush to Notting City. A trace of shock flashed across Huju's face the next afternoon. He discovered that his spirit ring had reached 93 years. Although he knew that after hanging up, his spirit ring life would increase. But he didn't expect it to grow so fast. This is only 1 day. What kind of speed is this? In other words, in 7 days, his white spirit ring can be upgraded to a yellow spirit ring, and the skill effects that the spirit ring brings to him will also be improved. The spirit ring obtained from sky-swallowing clam is called absorption. It is an authentic food-based spirit ring skill. It has only one effect, which is to increase the speed of spirit power cultivation. It lasts for 1 hour. With his current spirit power, it can be done at once. More than 10 roots were produced. Chapter 23, 0-Year Spirit Ring. It's time to find a way to control the spirit ring. The spirit power control skills must be improved. The age of the spirit ring has increased so quickly, and after the joy is calm, the spirit ring has just gotten in hand, and the color and strength of the spirit ring cannot be effectively controlled. As long as an experienced spirit master can see the age of his spirit ring at a glance. And the age of his spirit ring has changed so quickly, if he wants to prevent people from discovering his secret, the only thing he can do is hide it, or disguise it. People who have been influenced by the doctrine of the mean are born with a mentality of being clumsy. In this way, the importance of the spirit power control of the created spirit ability is reflected. As long as the spirit power control level is high, he can change the color and strength of the spirit ring at will, although it is temporarily impossible to change the color of the spirit ring. More advanced, but it's always okay to change from high to low. From this day on, Huju began to work hard to control the spirit ring, striving to be able to send and receive heartily. At the same time, he also summarized the changes before and after obtaining the spirit ring. Through his perception ability, he found that the spirit ring had greatly improved himself. First of all, the spirit power in the body was at least dozens of times more than before the spirit ring was obtained. The second is the physical strength. This increases not much, about 5 times. The main reason is that it is too disadvantageous as an auxiliary spirit master. If it is a battle spirit master, this increase will be more powerful. This is also an auxiliary spirit master that is always inferior to a battle soul. One of the reasons for the teacher. However, Huju is different from others. The 5th level chaotic cloak hammering technique makes his body stronger every day. Although it is not as good as Tang San and Xiao Wu for the time being, if he is at the level of a spirit warrior. If the battle spirit master compares, his body is stronger. In other words, as long as his level increases fast enough, even a war spirit master can't compare to him in physical strength. In addition, he also discovered that his first spirit ability is simply an on-hook accelerator. Since acquiring the spirit ring, the on-hook panel has slightly increased his promotion, and this effect is permanent. Unlike for others to use, there is a time limit. Knowing this, Huju was very fortunate that he had chosen the spirit ability to increase the training effect. Thinking about the spirit ring, he knew that even though he could increase the age of his spirit ring by hanging up the phone, it was quite fast at the current speed. After all, it can improve for a year in a day, which is almost a godlike speed. But think about the age of the spirit ring in the back. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, there are 6 levels in total. 10 years, 100 years, and 1,000 years are okay, but 1 year per day is improved. Even if it is 1,000 years, the number of years is only about 3 years, which is not difficult. But how about 10,000 years? It takes more than 10,000 days to hang up to 10,000 years. This is more than 20 years. At that time, Tang San had become a god. Not to mention that there are still 2 levels of 100,000 years and 1,000,000 years later. It is tiring to think about it. Back to the academy, something remained the same. Tang San still worked hard to cultivate, Huju and Xiao Wu still played in pairs, only occasionally squeezing time to practice. But that's it. Whether it's Huju or Xiao Wu, they are not slower than Tang San in improving their soul power. This often makes Tang San envy, and hates Huju for iron failure. He thinks it is because of the woman and because of the young dance made his good brother degenerate. This is also caused. Tang San's senses for Xiao Wu have not been very good. A week later, Huju called out his martial soul with joy, and at the same time, a light yellow spirit ring appeared out of thin air under his feet, slowly spinning under his feet. 100-year spirit ring, it is finished. After taking a closer look, he found that the effect of his spirit ring skills had changed. It used to increase the training effect by 1%, but now it has become 10%. A 10% increase in training effect, although not a magical skill, it is already considered excellent. You need to know, this is not the increase in speed and strength of other spirit masters, but it is an increase in the effect of cultivation. So how can the increase in status really improve the cultivation base? The spirit ring has improved, of course. I have to tell my good brothers and friends the good news. Summoned Tang San and Xiao Wu together, Huju summoned the upgraded carrots, and one of them handed one. Without speaking, he just chuckled and looked at them. Xiao Wu, no matter what he is doing, he gnaws on carrots, and waits until she eats anything. It was Tang San. His eyes lit up, as if he had guessed something. He immediately took the carrot, finished it in 2 bites, and then silently closed his eyes and felt it. After a moment, a glimmer of joy flashed in Tang San's eyes, and he raised his head and asked happily, "Xiaoju, isn't your spirit ring?" "Haha, I know I can't hide it from you." Huju laughed, and then explained, "It's also luck. It is estimated that the sky-swallowing beast we hunted last time has grown to its limit. I only practiced for a few days." "A breakthrough, you said it was a coincidence." Huju is performing again, of course, Yu reading www.yuuganju. He didn't have any bad intentions. He just wanted to hide a little bit. After all, the thing of improving one day a year is really amazing. To scare him, he can only say that. As for what excuses should be used when the spirit ring is upgraded again in the future, I will talk about it when the time comes, and I will talk about it after passing the current level. How much is the skill effect improved? Tang San just sensed the improvement of his cultivation effect, but he didn't estimate how much it had improved. 10%. Huju said triumphantly. Really, wouldn't your cultivation speed be faster after that? Tang San was also happy for Huju. Huju patted Tang San on the shoulder. Little San, you are wrong. It's not me. It should be us. With me, I will take care of your future cultivation. Speed up the training effect by 10%, it can already be used. Xiaoju, you. Tang San's expression was moved, and he couldn't say the words of rejection. He knew that this would consume Huju's spirit power, but Huju's skills were so effective. Increase your cultivation speed by 10%. With time and effort, how much soul power does this have to increase? If you are a brother, don't say thank you. Don't forget, I am an auxiliary soul master, and I have no combat ability. I will rely on you to protect me in the future. Huju waved his hand and joked. But Tang San looked cautious and assured him, don't worry, Xiaoju, I will definitely protect you in the future. I want to hurt you unless I step on my corpse. There is still me. Xiao Wu raised her hand unwillingly to show weakness. With my sister Xiao Wu, no one will hurt you. Haha, then I'll wait for you to protect it. Hu Juyi glanced at the chaotic cloak hammer method that had reached the 5th level 1/3 level of the hang-up panel. Chapter 24, Make Money. Xiao Wu, we should make money. After the spirit ring was upgraded to 100 years, Hu Ju had the idea of making money. Because they didn't let Xiao Wu register at the Wuhan Hall, the two had a relatively difficult time during this period. If it were not for work-study reasons, so that they would always have a salary, they might have run out of food now. Both of them spend more generously, and now they both owe Tang San several silver soul coins. Xiaoju, you have no money to tell me. I still have some here, you can use it first. Tang San took out a handful of soul coins from his belt and said. Among the three, Tang San is now the richest. In addition to receiving one golden soul coin from the Spirit Hall every month, he also uses his spare time to make money from the blacksmith's shop, and his funds are relatively abundant. Haha, don't use it, what's the use of your money? It won't take a few days. Huju refused without thinking, I have an idea to make a lot of money. Xiao Wu, do you know the family background of Xiao Chenayu's group? Xiao Wu nodded her mouth, lowered her head and thought for a while. Xiao Chenayu is the son of City Lord Nodding, Lu Long is the son of the city guard leader, and Ling Feng, he is the head of the mercenary. Son. Huju had revealed the idea of buying carrots before, but at that time his spirit ring hadn't been upgraded, and he couldn't sell it for a few dollars. Now it's different. I increase my cultivation speed by 10%. As long as the price is not too expensive, I believe the purchasers will have a lot. After all, who doesn't want to increase their spirit power faster and get a good college entrance exam in the future? Well, find some time, you call them, I will talk to them. After thinking about it, Huju nodded and said. Xiaoju, are they reliable? Be careful, your martial arts effect is very good, as long as you are not sure and reliable, it is best not to trade with them. Tang San thinks a lot and likes to hide everything, so he heard Huju wanted to sell carrots, but he was a little worried. It's okay. Huju waved his hand and said, I'm sure of those guys, they won't be able to turn the sky, besides, if they really leak the effect of my martial arts, the problem is not big, it's just 10% of the effect. not to the point of making people look covetous. After listening to Huju's explanation, Tang San was relieved. It's good if you can understand the truth. He, then I will look for them tomorrow. Xiao Wu had a strange smile on her face, and Huju, who was familiar with her, knew that Xiao Wu was about to slaughter someone. For a while, Huju began to mourn for Xiao Chenayu and the others. The next day, Xiao Wu really brought people here. They were Xiao Chenayu, Lu Long, and Ling Feng. Brother 9, are you looking for us? Xiao Chenayu asked after seeing Huju. Since they recognized Xiao Wu as the boss, they have also faintly awed Huju. After all, in the original battle, Huju was so full that he defeated Lu Long easily with just one hammer, and Huju was still a supporter. Being a soul master, this made them even more admired. Huju nodded, and said to the three of Xiao Chenayu, I have an opportunity to help you in your practice. It depends on whether you have the courage to take it. Haha, brother 9, don't betray you. I, Xiao Chenayu, is not a fearful person. If you have any chance, please tell me. Xiao Chenayu raised his chest and said boldly. Okay, but this matter is related to one of my secrets. You need to swear that what you have seen and heard today will not be known to anyone, including your parents. Huju knocked on the table and stared straight at the three people. Yes, you have to think about it before you decide whether you want to know it. If you let my sister Xiao Wu know that someone is not a big deal, don't blame me for being rude to him. Next to him, Xiao Wu also had a decisive expression. This matter may have something to do with Hu. For Ju's safety, she even used the majesty of her eldest sister to warn several people severely. Xiao Wu's warning was not in vain. At least the three of Xiao Chenayu's faces became serious at this time. After the three of them looked at each other, Xiao Chenayu nodded first, and then Lu Long and Ling Feng nodded at the same time. Swear. Huju looked at the three of them lightly. Okay. I'm Xiao Chenayu. My Lai Along. Ling Feng. I swear here that what I have seen and heard here today will never be revealed, otherwise it will be struck by lightning, and it will be hard to die. Seeing Xiao Chenayu and the three of them swear, Huju smiled and said to the three of them, Haha, in fact, it is good for you not to let others know, you will know this right away. After saying this, Huju stopped playing mystery, directly summoned the carrot martial arts, and made a few carrots to accelerate cultivation on the spot. Come on, try it. Huju had a good heart and passed the carrot to the three of them, and by the way, he also gave a gluttonous Xiao Wu. The reason why he chose Xiao Chenayu and three people was determined after some thinking. The first is the character of Xiao Chenayu's three. According to actual investigations and the information in the original work, these three are relatively reliable in terms of integrity, and they will definitely do what they promise. At this point, Huju is still believe them. Another point is wealth. The three of them have good family conditions and belong to the wealthy. As long as the effect of his carrot is confirmed, I believe that no one will refuse to spend money to increase the speed of cultivation. www.readaloud.com. Sure enough, when they ate Huju's carrots with suspicion and practiced on the spot, their eyes brightened, as if they could not wait to pounce on them. Don't. Huju raised his hand to resist. Say okay first, I have no interest in men. Haha, we all know it. Xiao Chenayu smiled and glanced at Xiao Wu next to Huju, winking at Huju. Look at what I am doing, Xiao Ju is going to talk to you about things. Xiao Wu scolded several people fiercely, her cheeks blushing. Yes, talk about things, 9 brothers, you can say a price, you can say as much. After all, it is the son of the city lord, who speaks with grandeur, and with a big hand. He let Huju make a price. Lu Long and Ling Feng beside him also nodded. They have already experienced Huju's martial arts effect. Although the 10% speed up rate does not seem to be high, it is only after they have tried it that they know how much help they will be. Hearing this, Hu Ju and Xiao Wu smiled at each other and cast a look at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu raised her head and said to them, "You all know that Xiao Ju's carrots require soul power, soul power. Consumption will delay Xiao Ju's cultivation speed, so I decided to sell you 1 golden soul coin for 1 carrot. A gold soul coin, a very reasonable price." Xiao Chinayu nodded, and accepted the price without hesitation. Hey! In an instant, Xiao Wu knew that her asking price was going to be lower. Rich man. Brother 9, 1 more 1. He raised his hand and passed 2 golden soul coins, and even paid for the one I ate just now. Brother 9, I also have 1. I also want. It took only a while, and Hu Ju earned 6 golden soul coins, which was much better than Tang San's part-time job. Chapter 25, More than half a year. Haha, I finally have money, Xiao Wu, I will take you to buy something delicious tomorrow. After the transaction was over, Hu Ju happily played with the golden soul coin in his hand, and said generously to Xiao Wu. Okay, I want to buy candied haws, I want to buy sugar people, I want to buy. For a time, Xiao Wu arranged Hu Ju's money clearly. No problem. In the face of Xiao Wu, Hu Ju has always been generous, and he doesn't care about money at all. In the evening, Hu Ju glanced at the hang-up panel before going to bed as usual. But at this glance, he almost jumped up in surprise. 102 years, yes, really 102 years. Looking at the hanging position of the spirit ring, Hu Ju was not calm in an instant. Originally, he thought that his absorbing spirit abilities would only increase the on-hook speed of the spirit ring on-hook position by 10%. I didn't expect it to double, which is, it's great. Calculating like this, wouldn't it take just over a year to upgrade the spirit ring to a 1000-year spirit ring? How much training speed will it increase then? Looking forward to it. Half a year later. In a remote place, a figure closed its eyes and looked calm. Suddenly, this figure opened his mouth, and a phantom that was faster than lightning flashed past, and a fruit in front of his sight suddenly disappeared. Bah! I'm so sour. This person is Hu Ju. In half a year, Hu Ju's height has jumped up a lot, and he seems to be a half-old child. Today, he came here alone, just for the external spirit bone after the experiment was upgraded. His external spirit bone is a tongue, which is of no use before the upgrade. It can only pop out half a meter away in an instant, and the tongue is not strong enough, and its attack power is almost non-existent. But after the upgrade, his tongue can instantly pop out 5 meters away, and his tongue is relatively tough, like cowhide, to the extent that ordinary swords can't cut it. Although the attack power is still insufficient, if necessary, it must be used to tie people one by one. It's not bad, barely. Hu Ju commented lightly, still full of disgust in his tone. This external spirit bone has always been a shameful thing in his heart, not because the external spirit bone is precious and afraid of being snatched, but embarrassed to use it against the enemy. If he is facing a beautiful woman, he will also consider whether to tie people with his tongue, but if he meets a man... Stop! It has been more than half a year since he came to Notting College, and his spirit power level has also reached the 20th level. Apart from not having a second spirit ring, he is already a serious spirit master. It was precisely because of the promotion of a great realm that his external spirit bones were upgraded accordingly. In addition to his own spirit power level, spirit rings and skills are the biggest improvements. First of all, it was the spirit ring. After hanging up for more than half a year, the life of the spirit ring had been hanged up by him to 596 years, which was stronger than Tang San's first spirit ring. Currently, in spirit power, he has already surpassed Tang San. Next is the thought of soul power, which has just reached the 7th level not long ago, and the cultivation speed has been accelerated by 60%. The reason why his spirit power has increased so quickly is also due to the bonus of his spirit power. The 5 sense enhancement technique is also level 7, within 500 meters, as long as he wants. He can distinguish no matter how complicated the smell, and his ears can hear all the sounds within 1 kilometer. As for the sight, he has become a telescope. The far vision is to see large objects 5 kilometers away, such as trees and so on. Of course, generally speaking, unless he stands on a high place, he can't see far, because there are always obstacles. There is also the sense of touch. Since he was promoted to level 7, his sense of touch has faintly turned into another kind of magical induction, just like when he was in the academy, he often sensed a deeply hidden domineering aura, like compression. The gunpowder keg afterwards will explode when touched. This breath, you don't need to guess, it belongs to Tang Hao, except for him, a super master who hides in secret to protect Tang San. How can anyone else have such a domineering aura? As for the sense of taste, hey, don't mention it. If Huju hadn't sealed this ability, he might have starved to death now. There is also soul power control, currently more than half of the 6th level. This level of soul power control already allows him to run freely in any environment. Except for the volcanic magma land, he is afraid to go, there is no place to rear him. The spirit power in also allowed him to control new tricks. The spirit power turned into silk, and a trace of spirit power made him like a Spider-Man. The highs and lows are all trivial. After the spirit power turns into silk, his flexible skill, even Tang San, can't catch him in a short time. The last one is also the highest level, Chaotic Cloak Hammer Method, 8th level. The last hammer after the 99 and 81 hammer strokes increases the strength by 5,000 catties. This degree of increase made Huju scared and didn't dare to use it. You must know that the effect of force is mutual. He is afraid that after he makes the last hammer, he will lose himself. There is also a golden finger hang-up panel. It has been opened to the 6th hang-up position in half a year. Unfortunately, there is no skill to hang up. There are currently 2 hang-up positions empty, which is a great waste. Because of this, he has been playing with balloons during this period of time, trying to get the spiral pill out. It's a pity that it seems that the level of soul power control is still a bit short, and it can't be created. Quietly returned to the academy, just when Tang San and Xiaowu were waiting for him. Quickly, where did you go just now? No one can be found everywhere. As soon as we met, Xiaowu immediately looked at him fiercely, as if he was always abandoning. Ah, haha. Didn't I go to buy you something delicious? Huju said with a smile, taking out a bag of candies with a guilty conscience. Really? Xiaowu glanced at Huju suspiciously. By the way, Xiao-san, are you looking for me for something? He made a face to Tang San. Of course, he needs the help of his brother at this time. Well, after most of the training for half a year, all 3 of us have been upgraded to level 20. Now we should consider the matter of the 2nd spirit ring. I came to you just to discuss this matter. Tang San smiled. He helped Huju without a trace. Then what do you think? Huju asked. I have discussed with the master about the spirit ring. I decided to improve the resilience of blue-silver grass. I will look for spirit beasts in this area. Tang San explained, I came here to ask questions. Have you considered your 2nd spirit ring? The 2nd spirit ring. Gazed affectionately at Xiaowu who was eating candy beautifully, Huju smiled lightly, I'm going to choose Variety Monster as the 2nd spirit ring. What? Are you crazy? Rao she's always calm. Tang San also screamed at Huju's words. What's the strange thing? He is the most abolished soul beast in the spirit master world, and his 10-year cultivation base is the existence of the royal clan among the variety monsters. Some people even think that the variety monster should not be called a soul beast, and should be removed from the soul beast. Such a soul beast, even the soul master with the lowest cultivation talent would not want it as a soul ring. Because it is not only very low in age, but the most important thing is that after absorbing variety monsters, only one skill called change can be obtained. This skill can only simply change the appearance, and it is useless other than that. Chapter 26, Hu9's Consideration. Hearing that Huju was about to choose the waste spirit beast of variety monster as his second spirit ring, Tang San thought he was crazy. Although Huju has verified his theory and proved that the age of the spirit ring can indeed be increased through cultivation, it is useless. He has tried it. In the past 6 months, his first spirit ring has only improved a little, even 1. The number of years has not arrived. If Huju intends to obtain the spirit ring and then increase the age limit, he will definitely stop it. I remember the master once said, there are no waste spirits, but only waste spirit masters, right? Although it is not too cold for the master, it is really good to use it as a shield at this time. Xiaoju, don't say anything. This time it's really not good. I can't just watch you jump into the fire pit. Tang San waved his hand emotionally and interrupted Huju's explanation. This time the spirit ring hunting operation, the teacher has already invited the dean to go out in person through the relationship, and I have agreed with the teacher that I will take you to act together at that time, and your second spirit ring must be more than 500 years old. There is no discussion about this. At the end, Tang San's tone also rarely became intense. In his heart, Huju is his good brother. And he is a big brother. He can't just watch his brother jumping into the fire pit, he must be pulled back. Little San, listen to me. Huju looked at Tang San helplessly, always feeling that Tang San had been crooked by him. Perhaps it should be named Tang Santang in the future. I don't listen, I don't listen. This is no discussion. Tang San shook his head repeatedly, without giving Huju a chance to explain. Fuck. Little San, don't do this. In the face of Tang San like this, Huju was helpless, and finally made a big move. Summoned out the martial spirit, Huju shouted, Little San, first look at my spirit ring. Tang San is a little bit dumb, what's so good about the spirit ring? Following Huju's gaze, he saw the bright yellow spirit ring under Huju's feet. Bright? Wait, how could Xiaoju's spirit ring be so bright? This brightness is just brighter than my own spirit ring. For a while, Tang San felt blinded by Huju's spirit ring. Haha, Xiao San, now you won't stop me from choosing a soul beast as my soul ring. Huju triumphed at Tang San, who was looking shocked. Xiaoju, you'd better not expose your spirit ring age easily in the future, otherwise it will cause you unnecessary trouble. After a long silence, Tang San finally reacted and he looked at Huju deeply. At a glance, reminded. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid, only you and Xiaowu know about my spirit ring changes. Huju waved his hand and replied. He wasn't a fool, and it wasn't a big deal that the spirit of martial arts could be improved through cultivation. After all, it would be better to increase your spirit power cultivation base with that idle time. But Huju's spirit ring was ascending too fast. It had increased by 400 to 500 years in just half a year. If he was discovered maliciously, he might be taken to study and slice. Xiaoju, although I don't know how you increased the age of your spirit ring so quickly, I don't want to know, but... Tang San looked at Huju deeply. Everyone has their own secrets, as someone who already has secrets. People, he understands this very well. But even if you can easily increase the age of your spirit ring, I can't let you choose variety monster as your second spirit ring. What do you say you want to change your skills for? Xiaoju, I warn you, I promised Grandpa Jack to take care of you. If I find out that you have done something bad, I will definitely not spare you. Finally, Tang San's tone became severe. What can changing skills do? Tang San was able to list out a lot of sneaky effects without even thinking about it. He is the eldest brother. In his opinion, if Huju goes bad, then it is his responsibility, because he did not take care of him for the old Jack. Huju looked at Tang San depressed. Brother, did you think of something bad? Why do you think more than I think? But he couldn't explain this to Tang San. Could he tell Tang San that the reason why he chose the variety word change skill was because of the Xiaowu next to him? I'm afraid that even if he confessed to him, Tang San wouldn't agree. So this matter can only be bored in my heart. Even Xiaowu can't tell. I can't say to Xiaowu, "Hey, I already know you are a little rabbit, don't be afraid, I won't despise you." Say that, I'm afraid I will be beaten. Hu Ju also had his own considerations for choosing change skills as his second spirit ability. Of course, it was mainly for Xiaowu. After all, in his heart, Xiaowu was already his person. When he grows up, he can do it. Let's pick this cute little rabbit with the flow. But before that, he needs to protect Xiaowu's safety. Not for anything else, just to hide Xiaowu's own aura, so as not to let people discover that Xiaowu was transformed into a soul beast. Especially the people of Wuhandian, if they are discovered, the consequences will be disastrous. If the plot develops according to the original plot, perhaps the little dance will successfully pass through Tang San's relationship. www.readaloud.com to obtain the lovesick heartbroken red, the fairy grass that represents the beautiful love, so as to hide his soul beast breath. But that is just the original work. Now that he has joined, he is already uncertain about how the subsequent plot will develop. After all, even the protagonist Tang San's soul power cultivation base was much faster than the original. What if Tang San was beaten to death in advance because of his genius? In order to find a way to cover up Xiaowu as a soul beast, Hu Ju read a lot of information, and finally found a reliable method. According to the information, although the change skill obtained from the variety monster is rubbish, it has a very inconspicuous hidden effect, which is to change its own breath. This piece of knowledge is very unremarkable. If he hadn't watched it carefully, maybe I missed this news. Although this kind of aura change cannot be concealed from a powerful person with a high level of cultivation, don't forget that Hu Ju can increase the life of the spirit ring. Can you hide in front of title Douluo, but at least it is better than nothing. Moreover, he has another hand to prepare. He decided to temporarily maintain the growth path of the original book to see if he can get the fairy grass smoothly. The fairy grass, whether it is for Xiaowu or himself, has a good effect. After getting these benefits, no matter what you do in the future, there will be no more worries. It's a pity that he can't tell people about these thoughts in his heart, he can only bury it deeply in his heart. At this moment, he felt that he was so great, he was simply a great hero. When he married Xiaowu in the future, he must let her give birth to a few more bunnies to repay him. All of a sudden, Hu Ju looked at Xiaowu who was happily eating carrots next to him, and he thought for a long time. Chapter 27, Elopement. The next day, Hu Ju and Xiaowu walked out of Notting College early in the morning and headed west to the neighboring Motto City. Xiaowu, you really want to go to Motto City with me? It's a long way to go there. It takes a lot of time just to go there. Hu Ju had a hammer hung on his waist and watched as he bounced around. Xiaowu in front. Of course, you are an auxiliary spirit master. Although you have some fighting ability, you are still a bit weak. So Xiaowu's sister is kind, so I will help you, but I am not helping you in vain. Xiaowu turned her head and gestured her fingers with a smile. I want 500 carrots. After thinking about it, she blinked and said, no, I want 1,000 carrots, and one can't be less. Haha, well, let you eat carrots forever. Looking at the charming Xiaowu, Hu Ju chuckled. However, we just ran away like this. Will your good brother Tang San blame you in the future? After thinking about it, Xiaowu asked with concern. Xiaowu didn't care about Hu Ju's choice of second spirit ring. In her opinion, no matter what spirit ring Hu Ju chose, she would respect his decision. Of course, the premise is that his carrots are more delicious. Little San, don't worry, he can't do anything after he obtains the spirit ring. At most, he will scold him when he returns. Hu Ju had thought about this a long time ago. Besides, regarding the skill of change, he is still very optimistic. Indeed, 10 years of variety monsters cannot bring him such a powerful skill effect. But what if he himself raises this spirit ring to a very high level in the future? Is that what you want to change? With false and true. For a while, Hu Ju was full of expectations. Before he left, he checked the information. The variety monster is a special product of the monster forest in Mato City in the west. Among them, the soul beast with the highest cultivation level is only about 100 years old. With his and Xiaowu's cultivation base, it is more than enough to deal with it. This time, because of being with Xiaowu, Hu Jugui elf chose to walk originally. It only took 2 days to get there by carriage, but they just had to walk for 5 days. The two traveled along the way, as if they were traveling not for the spirit ring, but for traveling. There was one thing that made Hu Ju very happy. Because of the two people staying alone this time, the relationship between him and Xiaowu finally made a breakthrough. Seeing the two people walking happily side by side, hand to hand, they almost held hands. It's not that Hu Ju didn't have the courage. The main reason was that Xiaowu seemed to be aware of it. Whenever he did something, he would exchange Xiaowu's eyes, making Hu Ju helpless. But Hu Ju is not in a hurry. Anyway, there will be many opportunities in the future, and it is not bad at this time. Originally, Hu Ju thought that his journey would be very smooth this time. After all, isn't it an old saying that the elderly, children, and women are the least to provoke? He and Xiaowu are two of them. It's a pity that in Douluo continent, no one seems to have summed up this experience. In short, they are now in trouble. When they were about to reach Mato City, there were more pedestrians on the road. The small ones were farmers carrying local products, the large ones were caravans going to do business, and occasionally there were adventurers dressed as soul masters. And they met a team of rich children. "Hey, little sister, where are you going?" "Master, I am in a good mood today and will take you for free." A pale-faced young man of 17 or 18 stopped Hu Ju and Xiaowu from going. On the surface, this man has a kind face, but the obscenity in his eyes can't hide it. This beast is staring at Xiaowu. Looking at the young man who was talking to Xiaowu, Hu Ju lowered his head to cover the fierce light in his eyes. At the same time, he also secretly sensed the two guards behind the young man. A 25th level, judging from his light footsteps, he should be a great spirit master of the agility system. The other appearance is almost 26th level, judging from his large palms and sturdy figure, he is obviously a great spirit master of the power attack system. As for this young man, he is only 18th grade so old, it's shameful. In just an instant, Hu Ju perceives so much information through the 7 level 5 sense enhancement technique. At this time, the youth opposite was still chattering and inviting Xiaowu to get on his carriage. "Go." Xiaowu said coldly with a rare cold expression. "What are you talking about, you little girl who doesn't know good or bad? I'm the son of City Lord Mato's toilet, you dare to scold me." The young man's face is extremely ugly. He has never been scolded like this when he grows up so big. "Marvin, Mawu." "Yes, Master Hornet." The two guards behind the young man stepped forward respectfully and replied. "Catch me this nasty little girl and see how I will teach her later." "Humph, you are not a good person at first glance." "Fighting, right? I like it." Xiaowu rubbed her fists and jumped for an instant before attacking. Behind her, Hu Ju had already pulled out the hammer, with a grinning smile on his mouth. Chaos Cloak Hammer Method. Start to accumulate. The battle between Xiaowu and the two guards, Hu Ju, did not participate. Instead of participating, instead of taking part, he quietly stepped back and hid in a round to pick up the accumulated power of hammers. Chaos Cloak Hammer Method is just like that. Although it has reached level 8, it still hasn't changed the nature of the hammer method. He still needs a hammer and a hammer to accumulate power. But at this time, the power that can be increased with each hammer is not as simple as doubling. That is a leaping increase from double, and quadruple. With just 10 hammers, he has accumulated 500 jin of strength. With this little power, reading www.yuyuganshu.com is enough. Glanced at Xiao Wu, who was using her agility to entangle the two guards, Hu Ju shouted. Xiao Wu, get out! Hearing Hu Ju's shout, Xiao Wu naturally knew what he was going to do. He flipped a few volleys and quickly scattered to the side. Oh, I almost forgot about you as a kid and caught me together. The young hornet was also attracted by Hu Ju's loud shout, but he did not put Hu Ju in his eyes at all. In his opinion, it is surprising enough to have a flexible Xiao Wu. It is impossible for this kind of genius to appear at the same time. Unfortunately, he seems to have miscalculated. Here, the spirit power of Hu Ju's feet is permeating, and his body is like a blue smoke coming to the two guards. The small hammer in his hand is raised high, and in a short time, the two only feel a powerful force that makes people unable to breathe. Come, and then I don't know anything. Boom! More than 500 caddies of power. How can two great spirit masters with only more than 20 ranks be able to resist? The one that was bombarded by Hu Ju on the spot flew out like rags, not knowing his life or death. Kill! After flying off the two guards, Hu Ju didn't stop, his murderous eyes shot at the wasp-like substance. Xiao Wu is his person. He has long been regarded as a forbidden person. If someone dared to beat her idea, it was almost dead. No, don't come here. Hu Ju's murderous aura made Hornet paralyzed by fright. He kept pedaling under his feet, and his body kept retreating. Obviously, he had been frightened and collapsed by Hu Ju's methods. Now, even Wu Han didn't dare to release it. Hu Ju is not a soft-handed person. He has no intention of keeping his hands at all. He just hit the hammer and ended the battle. Sure enough, a woman is a disaster. Chapter 28, 10 Years Spirit Ring. It's so unlucky, we came to Motto City, and we actually killed the Lord's son. I don't know if the Lord Motto has only one son. If it is an only son, this hatred can be a big deal. Beside the fire, Hu Ju said while fiddled with the branches. It has been a long time since the killing of the hornets. I remember that at that time, because there were many people watching the show, it was impossible for him to kill all the witnesses. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he took Xiao Wu all the way. He hurried, and finally came to the edge of the monster forest. According to the schedule, they should have rested in Motto City at this time. Unfortunately, the plan has not changed as fast. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, I'm afraid Xiao Ju has reached your destination safely. Next to him, Xiao Wu looked at Hu Ju aggrievedly, and said self-blaming. What silly thing to say. You can accompany me to hunt for the spirit ring. I am too happy to be too late, so how can I blame you? Hu Ju smiled and rubbed Xiao Wu's head. By the way, let's take away your expression. Please don't pretend to be so fake when you are wronged. Hey! Bad Hu Ju, you know to make fun of me. Xiao Wu returned to her normal expression, waving her fists fiercely. By the way, I'm serious, today we killed the son of the city lord, will it cause you unnecessary trouble? Immediately, Xiao Wu seemed to have thought of something, and was a little depressed for a moment. Haha, it's not too much trouble. Today we will take a rest. Tomorrow we will go directly to the monster forest and leave after hunting for the spirit ring. In this way, even if the Lord of the Toilet wants to find us, it is not so easy. Xiao Wu nodded heavily, secretly ruthless. If they did find it, she must protect Xiao Ju's safety. Rest for one night, and early the next morning, the two came to the monster forest. Went all the way, occasionally I could already see animals appearing. Yes, because the monster forest is too low level, there are many animals living here, not even soul beasts. Wow! Xiao Ju, look, there is a monster with human hands there. Xiao Wu suddenly cried out in surprise. This is the variety weird. I may not know when I saw a human being, so I changed my hand to come out. Hu Ju he smiled, this one is a bit mischievous. Next, there will be more variety monsters. Some have their heads turned into branches, some have cat faces, and fox tails. All kinds of strange shapes can appear from variety monsters. It's a pity that the variety of monsters I encountered are too low level, not even soul beasts, and they are of little use value. Variety monster is a kind of mollusk, like a large jelly, soft, with greasy mucus on the body, and the body is full of acid, which is not edible at all. Other animals avoid them. Gradually, they came to the core gathering place of variety monster. Hey! Why is there a tiger in the variety monsters? It's so strange. Standing in the distance, Xiao Wu looked at the tiger in the middle of a bunch of variety monsters in confusion. Xiao Wu, it's our goal, don't you see it? It's also a variety monster, and it's still a 10-year level soul beast. Next to, Hu Ju looked at the tiger in the distance in surprise, his second spirit ring relied on it. Raising the hammer, the spirit power under his feet circulated, Hu Ju led waves of phantoms and rushed towards the tiger. To deal with 10-year spirit beasts, you don't need any skills, you just need to be reckless. Hu Ju now has a level 20 physical fitness. Although he is not as good as the spirit war masters of the same level, he is simply crushed against those who are weaker than him. Ha! Die for me! The appearance of Hu Ju caused a riot in the variety monsters group. Many weak variety monsters were disturbed by the breath on his body and fled in all directions. Only the variety monster king, who has become a soul beast, seeing Hu Ju rushing towards it, he leaned down, landed on all fours, and issued a warning sound. It is a pity that when Hu Ju was fighting, he had always been unkind. As long as he was determined to be the enemy, he would never keep his hands. The iron hammer screamed, and a hammer hit the head of the king of varieties. Roar! Facing the oncoming hammer, the variety Guiwang roared wildly and kicked on the ground with all 4 feet. He jumped back in an instant, avoiding Hu Ju's attack. Then, in the blink of an eye, the body began to shrink and transform, the head became smaller, and the feathers of unknown birds appeared on the body. No, it's going to escape, Xiao Wu, help me get around it. The movements of the variety monster king were too fast, almost to the point that even Hu Ju couldn't keep up. A back jump, in the blink of an eye, it instantly becomes a big bird, amazingly fast. Hey! Look at me, waist bow! The Xiao Wu next to him didn't need Hu Ju's instructions at all. She stayed by Hu Ju's side all the time, just in case. In a flash, when Hu Ju just retracted the hammer and was about to attack again, Xiao Wu had already flew out and came to the variety monster that had become a big bird. How can Xiao Wu's opponent be the variety weird who has only been cultivated for 10 years? Xiao Wu just made a simple move and grabbed Big Bird by the neck in the next second. Haha, Xiao Wu is good. At this time, Hu Ju had already come to Xiao Wu, waved the hammer in his hand, and passed the hammer directly. In an instant, his body had transformed into a snake body, ready to escape again. Blame www.readaloud.com. I'm Xiaohu's sister, of course it's good. Xiao Wu raised her chin triumphantly and gave Hu Ju a pretty smile. But this variety monster is really interesting. It would be great if you could get such an ability. Xiao Wu was a bit greedy about variety monster's ability to change. Although this variety monster is very weak, it depends on it. The methods used to deal with them just now have proved the excellent ability. It's a pity that although the Soul Master can get the ability to change from the variety monster, it is too weak, and it can only change a little bit of face, and it can't even completely become another person. It's simply tasteless. Haha, Xiao Wu, have you forgotten? My spirit ring has risen very quickly. Maybe it will be amazing in 100 or 1,000 years. At that time, maybe you can become something else. Animals. Although I know that this possibility is unlikely, 1,000 years will not work. What about 10,000 years or 100,000 years? With the ability of variety monster to change, Huju can play flowers. At this time, a light white spirit ring emerged from the body of variety monster, and its light color turned out to be just enough to reach the 10-year limit. This. Xiao Wu looked at this spirit ring disgustingly, and said hesitantly, Xiaoju, have you figured it out? Do you really want to use it as your second spirit ring? Xiao Wu had known this situation a long time ago. She thought that she had been psychologically prepared, but when she saw such a low-level spirit ring appear, she was still very disgusted. Hehe, isn't this already said before? Don't delay, you help me protect the law, I will absorb the spirit ring first. Huju didn't mind looking at the spirit ring, there was even a hint of joy on his face. Xiao Wu, I sacrificed the second spirit ring for your safety. Chapter 29, Change Skills. It was only 10 years of spirit ring, Huju absorbed it easily, and it was absorbed and merged in just 5 minutes. Sure enough, the 10-year limit of the ever-changing ghost skills is rubbish. It seems that we still have to wait for the unhook panel to upgrade. Feeling the soul power not increasing in the body, Huju secretly said. Mentioned the unhook panel, a azure blue panel appeared in front of Huju's eyes, a little golden light flashed on the panel, and a second spirit ring unhook position began to appear next to the first spirit ring unhook position. Taking advantage of the time when the hanging position was turned on, he researched the second spirit ring skills he had obtained. The second spirit ring skill is called Change. This is known a long time ago. As for the effect, it is to partially adjust one's own muscles to change the appearance. The effect is very weak, suitable for sneaking around. But in his heart, Huju thought of another application of this skill. Change your own muscles, besides the face, there are other places. Such as changing the muscles on the body, changing the density of one's own muscles. Does this increase physical fitness in a disguised form? There is also the nervous system, is it possible to increase the nerves to accelerate the self-reaction? When Huju was thinking about it, the second spirit ring unhook position had been opened successfully. In an instant, the image of the second spirit ring appeared on the hang-up panel. The 10-year spirit ring lifespan is no more than a year. Looking at the age of his 2 spirit rings, Huju was a bit funny. The first spirit ring is currently 606 years old, while the second spirit ring is only 10 years old. Isn't that the reverse? Xiaoju, how about it? How good is the new skill? Seeing Huju opened his eyes, Xiao Wu, who was guarding his law, asked expectantly. Shook his head, Huju said as usual, the effect is not very good, but it is expected. As he said, Huju's face began to be covered with a layer of light red light. Under the light, his appearance changed slightly. The nose was elongated, the corners of his eyes were enlarged, and his chin was a little rounder. With such a slight change, I thought it was Tang San when I glanced at it. Ha, Xiaoju, this is so funny, if you are not someone who is particularly familiar with Tang San, you would think you are him. Xiao Wu clapped her hands and exclaimed, give me a carrot to taste, and I will help you see the effect. Facing Xiao Wu's expectant gaze, Huju stretched out his right hand, the second soul ability change was activated, and a light red carrot slowly emerged in his hand. His carrot martial spirit is very advantageous, and he can be used as both a plant-based soul master and a food-based soul master. When he was a plant system, his spirit ability functioned on its own, and he didn't need to eat carrots, he could use the skills as soon as his mind moved, and it lasted a long time. As a food-type spirit master, he can put his skills on carrots and give them to others to take. In this way, others can also use his skills, but the duration will be relatively reduced. The current second spirit ability changes, after using it, people can change their appearance for half a day, and within the effective time of the skill, they can also make multiple modifications until the duration ends. Hehe, Xiaoju, your carrots are more delicious. Can't wait to eat Huju's carrots. Xiao Wu squinted her eyes with happiness, her eyes narrowed into a cute crescent shape. After eating carrots, Xiao Wu's appearance has also changed slightly. Her eyes have become smaller and longer, her nose has become thicker, her lips have become thicker and bigger, and her face has also become elongated. She has become like Huju. He, how about it, do I look like your sister? No, do I look like your sister? After changing her appearance, Xiao Wu asked mischievously. Haha, you are like a sister, Xiao Wu, you are too young. Huju laughed. Hey, that's my sister. Xiao Wu said in disbelief. Well, it's okay. If you want to play, there will be opportunities. Now we should go. Maybe City Lord Motto is sending someone to find us. Huju patted Xiao Wu's head and reminded him. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go quickly, otherwise we will be in trouble when they find us. Hearing Huju's reminder, Xiao Wu suddenly woke up. They were in trouble yesterday and should leave the area of Motto City earlier. Both of them are 20th level Great Spirit Masters. Although Huju is an auxiliary spirit master, his physical fitness is not weak due to his chaotic cloak and hammer technique. As the two of them ran with all their strength, whistling sounds flowed in their ears. Is rushing to Nodding City at a very fast speed. On the way, Huju looked at Xiao Wu with a mocking expression. Asked with a smirk, Xiao Wu, I have already got my spirit ring, aren't you at level 20? You helped me hunt for the spirit ring, and then I will help you. No. Xiao Wu refused without even thinking about it, and then realized that there was a problem with her attitude. Looking at Huju apologetically, he stammered and explained, my second spirit ring has already been arranged, and I can get it in a few days, so I won't bother you. Hey, what is this? You have helped me so many times. If you need it, you must tell me, I will definitely help you. Huju had a big expression on his face, but he was cheating in his heart. Reading www. He didn't know yuyuganshu.com. Xiao Wu didn't need to hunt for spirit rings at all, but they belonged to 100,000-year spirit beasts. Once they reached the level, they would naturally get spirit rings, which was very convenient. Judging from the spirit power aura on Xiao Wu's body, she might already have a second spirit ring, but she didn't tell him. It seems that the little rabbit is not honest. Haha, no, really unnecessary. Xiao Wu smiled sly. Let's go. Huju was about to speak, suddenly his ears moved and his brows frowned. Xiao Wu, go here, there is a situation ahead. Through sound and touch, he has already sensed the danger ahead. This danger is aimed at them. Fortunately, Huju had a keen sense, otherwise he would run into them if he went straight ahead. Took Xiao Wu away from the road, and the two plunged into the grass and disappeared into the road. 1 mile away, two middle-aged men dressed as soul masters were rushing towards Huju's original direction. One of them showed a wild dog beard on his face. At this time, he was shaking his nose from time to time, as if he was sniffing something. Xiao Wu, hurry up, they will follow. Huju was a little anxious, and the two behind him had a deep soul power aura. From the perspective of level, only those souls above level 30 had such a strong aura. And he and Xiao Wu are only at level 20, so one-on-one is not necessarily an opponent. After all, the higher order battle is refreshing, but it is dangerous. Huju, who has always been steady, does not want to kill the enemy by higher order, he only likes to crush the weak. Can't you shake it off? Xiaoju, why don't we fight with them? Next to him, Xiao Wu was eager to try. She is not afraid of fighting, whether she can fight it, let's talk about it. Fight your head, even if you can't run away. Don't you ambush a wave of fragrance. Chapter 30, Return Trip. Xiao Wu, we won't run away, him. Ran for a quarter of an hour, and Huju reluctantly discovered that although he could spot the enemies in advance, he couldn't get rid of them. I used a lot of methods to avoid tracking, but I didn't see the effect. In desperation, Huju was ruthless and decided to solve these two enemies. Coming to a low mound, Huju and Xiao Wu hid together, preparing for a sneak attack. Xiao Wu, it will be the old tactics later, you go out to hold the enemy, I see an opportunity to attack by the side, try to get them on the ground. Huju's eyes appeared murderous, facing the enemy, he never softened. Okay, look at me. Xiao Wu patted her chest confidently, full of fighting spirit. Avoidance is never her style, fighting is. If it wasn't for Huju's safety, she would have turned around and beat the enemy to death. Attention, they are here. A few minutes later, Huju's eyes condensed, his hand clenched the hammer tightly, and the chaotic cloak hammer method was on standby at all times. Vaguely, in the line of sight from 100 meters away, two figures appeared, tracking them in their direction. Maid, these two children are not rabbits, right? They can run like this. Hearing someone said they were rabbits, Huju glanced at Xiao Wu, who was bending over and kicking and was always ready to attack. This is the real rabbit. When the two quickly arrived in front of the small mound where they were hiding, Xiao Wu kicked his hind legs, and the figure jumped out like an electric light, and approached the spirit master with the wild dog beard. At first glance, this soul master belongs to the investigation system, and his frontal combat ability is not strong, and it is precisely because of him that they have never gotten rid of the enemy, so he is the first one to get rid of. So courageous! Behind the wild dog spirit master, another spirit master suddenly turned his head when Xiao Wu was about to approach, and shouted loudly, with the spirit possessed, two fangs appeared at the corners of his mouth, and a humming came out of his mouth. Sound. His spirit is a wild boar. However, facing the roar of the wild boar spirit master, Xiao Wu was unmoved, and somersault, and two straight long legs had been cut to the enemy's neck. At the same time, Huju, who was hiding behind the small soil slope, did not care whether he would be exposed. Chaos Cloak Hammer Method, the more hammers you swing continuously, the greater the accumulated power. As long as you give him enough time, let alone two souls, he is not afraid of even the soul sect. There is the soul sovereign of the wild boar spirit on the side. Xiao Wu's sneak attack did not succeed, but with her agility, she has successfully entangled the enemy. Next, it's Huju's. Because of the sudden attack, the two middle-aged soul masters didn't have time to consider other things, and they didn't find Huju, who was hiding behind the small mound, to accumulate strength. One hammer after another, in less than half a minute, Huju had accumulated more than 50 hammers in a row, and he was still continuing. 58, 59, 60. Huju kept moving, silently counting the number of chaotic cloak hammer techniques, until he was more than 60 hammers. His body was already sweating, and his muscles were knotted. This is still an auxiliary spirit master, saying that he is a war spirit. Teachers all believe. Xiao Wu. By the time of the 75 hammer, Huju finally reached the limit and could no longer sustain the accumulated strength. The 8th level chaotic cloak hammer method, until the 9981 hammers, one hammer possessed 5,000 caddies of its own strength, and his current small body couldn't bear it at all. But the 75th hammer is already pretty good, directly possessing more than 2,000 caddies of power, and the enemy failed to interrupt his big move in advance. This is the biggest mistake. The hammerhead was in front, and there was a sound of thunderstorms, and the land was violently suppressed by his violent air and fluttered in all directions. Die me! With this hammer, Huju didn't even see who the enemy was, and he bombed out after he was sure that Xiao Wu had left. Rumbling. The earthquake trembled, and the place he passed by was like an ox plowing. The enemy who was still pressing Xiao Wu just now no longer knew what it was like. Huju didn't want to know either. Xiaoju, your pounding technique is amazing. Xiao Wu's expression on the side was shocked, and her attack power was probably comparable to that of the Soul Sect. Let's go, the movement here is a bit loud, it's easy to attract enemies, let's go quickly. Feeling the empty soul power in this body, Huju felt a little guilty in his heart, without power in his body. Although the spirit power in the body is empty, but the physical fitness is still there, it is not slow at all to run. 2 hours later, he and Xiao Wu had left the territory of Mato City and entered the territory of Nodding City. Okay, Xiao Wu, the people of Mato City can't catch up with us anymore. Huju slowed down and walked slowly at his usual speed. Thinking about it, it's just a small city lord. It's already very good to be able to hire a soul sovereign level detective soul master. After all, the strength of the detective type soul master is not strong, and few can grow up. Xiaoju, I also want to learn your hammer technique. Thinking about how Xiao Wu would hold the hammer man in the future, Huju hesitated. My hammer technique was passed on to me by Xiaosan's father. If you want to learn it, wait until you see Uncle Tang Hao in the future. Just ask him. Xiao Wu was just shocked by the powerful attack power of the chaotic cloak hammer method. After Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com really arrived, it is estimated that Xiao Wu has fallen in love with it. Moreover, the chaotic cloak hammer method is so well practiced, just look at Tang San. Even though you have seen the power of the high-level chaotic cloak and practiced hard, it is still at the level of 64 hammers. For him, except for the last hammer, which was a little fancy, the rest was useless. Oh, forget it, I won't look for Tang San's father. Xiao Wu hummed proudly, with a look of disdain. The relationship between her and Tang San is not very good now. If it weren't for Huju's relationship, they would have fought long ago. Haha, it's just a hammering technique. As long as you have a high cultivation base, how can it be so troublesome? The chaotic cloak is really troublesome. Before the charge is completed, the attack power is not high at all. It is even more so when used in the battle against the clock. Just like this time, if Huju was not cautious, let Xiao Wu show up in advance to attract the attention of the enemy. There is no time to accumulate power to the level of 75 hammers. No, this hammer technique is rubbish. As long as the enemy knows your hammer technique characteristics in advance, there will be no chance to use it. Xiao Wu raised his chin, showing her disdain. Well, Xiao Wu said so, while nodding his head to approve. Huju was also considering the effect of his next spirit ring. Just like Xiao Wu said, the chaotic cloak hammer technique is strong, but that requires the hammer technique's development time and cannot be interrupted in advance. Therefore, a skill that can dodge enemy attacks at will is very necessary. For the first time, Xiao Wu's teleporting skills afterwards appeared in his brain. This skill seemed to be on Lightning Rabbit. I just didn't know Xiao Wu told him to kill him. After all, Lightning Rabbit is also a rabbit. Chapter 31, Tang 3 is angry. In addition to teleporting, he also thought of flying. The skill of flying was very useful before becoming a title Douluo. After all, many spirit masters do not have flying skills or anti-air skills. They can fly, and they will have a great advantage in battle. Even in title Douluo, there is a big difference in speed between those with flying skills and those without flying skills. But these are things to come later. Now he is only at level 20, it is too early to consider the next level. In the next few days, Huju and the two did not encounter any trouble, and it took 4 days to return to the academy. Before Huju had a rest, Tang San hurried over. He came with a look of anger. Haha, Xiaosan, it's been a long time. Huju greeted awkwardly. Humph. You are really good. You left without saying a word, do you know how worried I am? Tang San still looked at Huju with a cold face, very dissatisfied. He didn't expect that Huju was so courageous. He dared to run alone to hunt for the spirit ring. Oh, it seems that he didn't go alone, there was a Xiao Wu. But Xiao Wu is better than him, can he play? In Tang San's view, Huju should not go out without his protection. Haha, isn't this a hurry? Next time, I will tell you in advance next time. Hu Ju slapped haha. Have you got the spirit ring? Tang San was a little bit grumble, and he knew that with Hu Ju's character, how could he return if he didn't achieve his goal? Well, 72 changes in skills, omnipotence to the highest level of cultivation, this is a magical skill. Hu Ju's expression was excited, as if he had found a great deal of money. Just ask if it is a 10-year spirit ring. Also, what is the effect of the current skill? Tang San looked at him quietly, waiting for an answer. Hey! Xiaosan, it doesn't really matter now, isn't it? We have to look forward, not just looking at what is in front of us. Hu Ju smiled stiffly, and then changed the subject bluntly. Little San, I have a new idea, please refer to it for me. Although he knew that Hu Ju was changing the subject, Tang San also knew the truth of enough to stop, so his tone calmed down. What thoughts? You should also know that the effect of variety monsters' changing skills is really weak in the early stage, but it is not ineffective. I think that the ability to change can be applied to the muscles, and the muscles can be strengthened. Will this improve the strength? Hu Ju looked at Tang San, expecting him to approve of his thoughts. This was his idea. If Tang San didn't come, maybe he would start experimenting. You can try, I think your idea is feasible. Even though he knew that Hu Ju's mind would come up with some weird thoughts from time to time, Tang San was amazed every time he heard it. Many times, Tang San was stunned by his wild thoughts. Okay, then I will study and study. Hu Ju smiled, and finally heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that the level had passed. It wasn't that he was afraid of Tang San, it was mainly because Tang San had no bad thoughts towards him. The reason why he was so angry with him was that he was also concerned about him, fearing that his choice of spirit ring would affect his future development. Hu Ju understands all these. But with some consideration, he couldn't tell Tang San, this also caused the current situation. After Tang San left, Hu Ju lay on the bed and began to test his changing skills. First started with the skin. Under the monitoring of his amazing 5 senses, it is not difficult to increase the density of the skin. The light red light flows on the skin, and I feel the tightness of the skin. Raising his arm, Hu Ju instantly became confident when he looked at the tightened skin. What about the trash soul ring? There are only trash soul masters, no trash soul rings. By the way, there are also nerves that can be changed. After the nerves become larger and stronger, the body's reaction speed will definitely be strengthened, but the nerves should not be tried randomly. Take your time. Next, Hu Ju started to make other attempts. He tried to strengthen everything he had physically. Fortunately, his change skills are still very weak, otherwise something would have happened long ago. Through experimentation, he also discovered multiple uses of changing skills. For example, strengthen the skin at the beginning, make the skin denser, and improve the anti-strike ability in a disguised form. And by changing the calf muscles, he can run faster. Changed the nervous system of both hands, making his hands faster. It was just a night of experimentation, and he developed multiple applications of changing skills. The next day, after knowing that Hu Ju came back, Xiao Chinayu and the others, who had been waiting to see through, rushed to the door eagerly. Waving the golden soul coin in his hand, begging to buy his accelerated cultivation carrot. Only after trying Hu Ju's martial arts effect, did he know how great his skill effect is. It's like turning on an accelerator. When practicing, you can feel the pleasure of increasing spirit power. Makes the practice no longer hard, but can enjoy the joy of practice. Over the past 6 months, because they have been eating Hu Ju's carrots, their cultivation has improved greatly. Among them, Lu Long and Ling Feng were upgraded to level 4 and became level 15 spirit masters, while Xiao Chinayu was even more powerful, directly upgrading to level 5, becoming level 16 spirit masters. This kind of speed increase is something they never thought of. It will be their graduation day in a few months. It is said that there are now several intermediate Soul Master Academy who contacted them in advance and promised to let them enroll for free. This kind of treatment, they have never enjoyed it. Therefore, it is even more enthusiastic for those who caused all this. Brother 9, you're back. Are you safe along the way? I knew you would go out for so long, so we went with you. For so long, we missed you. Xiao Chinayu licked his face and said Ju Front has no air as the son of the city lord. Hehe www.readaloud.com. I think you guys missed my carrots. Don't you remember that I prepared enough carrots for you before I left? Why did I finish eating so quickly? Hu Ju entertained them with a smile. These people are his cash cows. So far, he hasn't said that he has earned hundreds of thousands of soul coins from 3 people. So much money, even if he spends more generously, he still has there are more than 500 gold soul coins left. He felt that when he had more money in the future, he would buy a storage soul guide. He was very greedy for Tang San's 24 Bridge and Bright Moon Night. But the storage type soul guidance device is a bit expensive. He has inquired about it. Even the soul guidance device with the smallest space needs tens of thousands of gold soul coins, and the money he currently earns is not even enough. Brother 9, you also know that we are all about to graduate. In order to enter a better college in the future, we have extended the training time. Before, 1 hour of cultivation was almost the same. Now at least 5 or 6 hours, your carrots are not enough. Eat. Lu Long's tone was a bit resentful, but it wasn't that they wanted to work hard. The main reason was that their soul power cultivation base had improved too quickly recently, which allowed their family members to see hope and felt that they could still be rescued. They had to increase their daily practice time. Haha, that's right. Look at your elder brother and me. In addition to studying, I am practicing. In less than a year, I will break through to become a great soul master. According to me, you should work hard and wait. The cultivation base is high, let alone other things, at least being a noble master is not a problem. Hu Ju encouraged. It's good to work hard, the harder he works, won't he earn more gold soul coins? Has Hu Ju worked hard? Xiao Chinayu and the 3 looked at each other, as if they only saw him playing around with Sister Xiao Wu every day, and the whole nodding city was played by them. Chapter 32, When Xiao Wu is away. Well, if you are lucky, with my current soul power, even if I practice all day, I can satisfy you, as long as you can afford it. Hu Ju nodded. It is a to have money or not to make money. With his cultivation base of the 20th level Great Soul Master, he can produce close to 100 accelerated cultivation carrots at a time, and it is not a problem to make thousands of them in one day. In terms of quick money, is there anything better than a food-type soul master? Had it not been for fear that the tree would attract the wind, he would have expanded his customer base a long time ago. If we have money, we all have money. Xiao Chinayu took out a bag of gold soul coins and handed them directly to Hu Ju's hand. We have it too, this is mine. Lu Long and Ling Feng both took out their money bags unwillingly. Although it hurts a bit, but in order to speed up the cultivation speed, they also recognized it. Furthermore, these 3 are all rich and rich second generations, and it's okay to buy carrots. Okay, 30 roots per person, come find me when you run out. Collect money to do things. Then, Hu Ju made 100 carrots at once, and more, which was considered a discount for them. Anyway, his carrots don't need any cost. They just consume some soul power, and they will naturally recover after a while. By the time Xiao Chinayu and the 3 people left with great gratitude, the time had come to night. In the bedroom, Wang Sheng and others have returned from school. After everyone met, they had a little chat. Among the 7 homes of working study students, his status is a bit special. These people are all Xiao Wu's younger brothers now, and he and Xiao Wu have a close relationship. Strengthening his own combat effectiveness is not weak, and faintly has the demeanor of the second master. It can also be said to have taken advantage of Xiao Wu's momentum. This soft rice is eaten, hey! The next day, Xiao Wu came to him pitifully. Xiaoju, I'm going out to hunt for the spirit ring. I'm probably leaving this time for half a month. You can't make me hungry, right? Give me carrots. Why it takes so long? You can eat so much, I'm afraid you won't be able to eat it for long even if you take it with you. The little rabbit is also true. It is obvious that you can make spirit rings by yourself. It takes a long time to make up any reason, and you have to leave for so long. Suddenly, Huju found himself a little bit reluctant. Why don't I accompany you? With me, you can eat as much as you want, you can eat and support. With a turn of his thoughts, Huju gave a test. Obviously, Xiao Wu will be away for such a long time this time, she must be in the Stardo forest. If Xiao Wu asked him to follow along, he would justifiably discover Xiao Wu's identity. After Xiao Wu confessed, he graciously stated that he didn't care about Xiao Wu's identity. In this way, wouldn't the relationship between him and Xiao Wu go further? Unfortunately, although Huju thought well, Xiao Wu refused. She looked at Huju with embarrassed expression. No way, Xiaoju, this time I went home and asked my relatives to help hunt the soul beasts. They don't like to see outsiders, I'm afraid they will be angry when they see you. As expected, the idea of seeing the parents fell through. Hujude did not insist on this. To be honest, he really asked him to go to see Daming Erming now. He is still a little vacant. Well, wait for me, I'll make you more carrots, so you can save some food. Xiao Wu is gone. For a moment, without Xiao Wu by his side, he found that he seemed a little uncomfortable. After all, he and Xiao Wu have been together for more than half a year, and now there is a whispering voice suddenly missing in his ear, and my heart is empty. However, Xiao Wu's expression of disappointment when she left made Huju feel refreshed. It seems that he still has a place in Xiao Wu's mind. Sure enough, this work-study quota in Chengun village has additional benefits. After a morning of boring lessons, Huju and Tang San meet. Little San, come, we haven't played against each other for a long time, let's fight. For a long time, Huju was not interested in fighting, he was only interested in crushing the enemy. Many times, Tang San's invitation to fight was rejected by him. Having this time, how nice it is to have fun with Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu is not here now. In order to avoid boredom, and to improve his fighting ability, Huju took the initiative to invite. You want to fight me? Tang San looked at him in surprise. The look in his eyes seemed to be wondering if Huju had a brain problem. Little San, I warn you, don't look at me like that. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning my face. Huju was angry. I have decided in my heart that I must give Tang San a hard time later. It's best if I can't get up for a long time. Well, I was wrong. Seeing Huju's irritation, Tang San simply admitted his mistake, but Xiaoju, do you know my level now? Faced with the question, Huju was taken aback for a moment, and it instantly occurred to his head that Tang San said earlier that he was going to hunt for the spirit ring with the master and the dean. Counting time, it seemed that the time to obtain the second spirit ring was longer than he be quick. This. After carefully sensing the spirit power in Tang San's body, he found that it had indeed skyrocketed a lot, his level was already 21, close to 22. I'm afraid that you won't be able to fight. You will find your teeth all over the floor depending on how I will fight. Huju gritted his teeth hard, and if he can't fight, he needs to fight. I remembered that Tang San's second spirit ring skill was parasitic. With his 6th level spirit power control ability, covering a layer of spirit power on his body was just a simple operation. Therefore, with preparations, Tang San's second spirit ability is just rubbish. Yu reading www.yuuganju.com. Haha, then come on. Xiaoju, don't cry later. Tang San smiled. For a long time, Tang San was actually unconvinced. Hu Ju had already reached the realm of Grand Master in the same practice of chaotic cloak hammering, but he hadn't even achieved the full 81 hammering power. There is also soul power control, and they are also practicing together. Hu Ju has already controlled his own soul power to a nuanced level, but he has just completed treading water training. If it's just these, forget it. After all, this is a person's innate talent, and Tang San is not someone who can't afford to lose. But please take a look at their usual practice. Tang San doesn't even have time to play every day, working around the clock, racing against time to cultivate. But Hu Ju is good. Every day, and that Xiao Wu Ching Ching, I didn't see how he cultivated. With this kind of response, how convinced Tang San was. Isn't he Hu Ju is the illegitimate son of God, am I? Aren't I born full of soul power? Is it a mistake to remember, it was Xiao Ju's awakening innate soul power? Tang San is confused. On the hillside behind the college, Hu Ju and Tang San stand opposite each other. One stands with his hand, and the other holds the hammer tightly. Is like a pair of peerless masters about to fight to death. Is full. Xiaoju, come on. We've been standing for a long time, you are about to make a move. Tang San said helplessly. Quack. A crow flew by, as if mocking the two's stupid cross behavior. What to panic, young people just have to be calm. Hu Ju said slowly. At the same time, the hammer in his hand swung in circles quickly, and the chaotic cloak hammer method was unfolded. Chapter 33, Play Against. On Tang San's side, as soon as he saw Hu Ju's skillful circling movement, he showed his winding skills without even thinking about it. He didn't dare to let Hu Ju's chaotic cloak hammer technique unfold. Even he was afraid of Hu Ju's realm of hammer technique. Tang San is familiar with his moves, why not Hu Ju? Seeing Tang San's movements, Hu Ju transferred his spirit power to his feet, and quickly ran, dodged the blue-silver grass vines that jumped out of the ground. At the same time, the second spirit ability change blessed on the calf, changing the muscle strength of the calf. The next moment when the skill was added, Hu Ju's figure began to drift, and Hu Ju's figure was everywhere on the lawn, which made people look dazzling. It is a pity that Tang San is no ordinary person. The purple magic pupil is opened, making Hu Ju's figure invisible in front of him. The ghost shadow under his feet was moving, and the figure drifted like Hu Ju. Hey, Xiao San, it's already 5 hammers. Seeing Tang San approaching, Hu Ju didn't panic at all. He moved faster and took the opportunity to accumulate the hammer technique to the level of 6. Hu Ju's words were just that Tang San frowned, and then he kept moving forward. Vaguely, Tang San's hands had turned white jade, looking crystal clear. Come on, let me see your aura. Hu Ju squinted his eyes, feeling that he had accumulated more than 300 jin of strength, and he was full of confidence in his heart. Xiaosan, Xiaosan, do you think my hammering method needs 81 hammers to accumulate 300 catties? Silly. Rumbling. Fuck, Tang San's figure flew far away and didn't get up for a long time. What? Xiaoju, your hammering method. Tang San lay on the ground, refusing to get up. At this time, his heart was full of shock. He knew Xiaoju's power very well, and he couldn't take it with just 6 hammers. But now the facts are in front of him, he did not take it, and he still lost completely. There is only one explanation for this situation, and that is that his hammering technique has improved again. Haha, do you see it? I have recently realized that my chaotic cloak hammer method seems to have been upgraded. Hu Ju grinned. Looking at Hu Ju, who was pretending to be a beep, Tang San was silent. Own hammering method, but let others carry forward. The skills are not as good as humans, so what a fool. It seems that your change skill has been successfully tested, and I feel that your speed has increased. Tang San looked at Hu Ju. He felt that he was a dull person in front of Hu Ju. Well, the experiment is almost done, and I have found a lot of ways to use it, but if you want to increase the power of your skills, you still have to increase the level of the spirit ring. Glanced at the second spirit ring that had been promoted to level 20, Huju looked forward to it. Only 10 years is already so practical, how much can the 100 years be improved? Calculating the time, I can upgrade in just over a month, and there are more than 2 months left for school holidays, which is enough. In the next few days, Huju entered a serious state, playing with water balloons every day, working hard to exercise his soul control skill. At present, his attack method is nothing but the chaotic cloak hammer method, which makes him very dissatisfied. After all, the shortcomings of the chaotic cloak hammer method are obvious. Although he has tried to improve his speed and wants to make up for this shortcoming, he is still not satisfied. Therefore, the next self-created skill spiral pill is also time to appear. To create a spiral pill, the skill of soul power control is essential. Because only the excellent soul power control ability can make the soul power form a high-speed rotating sphere, thus producing violent attack power. When Xiaowu was away, he had nothing to do. This way, it just made him sink his heart and work hard. In just a few days, the soul control ability has been greatly improved. Judging from the on-hook panel, there is only a small half-circle left before the next upgrade. Maybe, before Xiaowu's return, his spiral pill skills have been created. And his water polo movement quickly aroused Tang San's curiosity. Xiaoju, what do you think? Tang San knew that once Huju made a move he couldn't understand, it would prove that there must be some new idea, maybe it was a very practical skill. At this point, he seems to be more certain than Huju. Haha, it's okay. I just feel that our control of spirit power is still too weak. I think if we condense our spirit power and let it spin at a high speed, just like this water balloon, we can use its fine control ability to make it generate attack blasting ability. Huju smiled freely, and explained to Tang San without evasiveness. He is currently worrying about how to make the water balloon explode. Let Tang San, a person who has the inheritance of Tang Sek's unique learning, help take a look, maybe it can generate a different inspiration. Anyway, his advantage is to hang up, even if Tang San learns, his cultivation progress will never be as fast as him. In front of him, Tang San will always be a younger brother. This idea is very good. How did you come up with it? After an explanation, Tang San was surprised, and he wished to poke off Huju's head to see how it grows inside. Haha, of course the idea is good www.readaloud.com, but it seems to be a bit difficult to operate, except for the weak soul control ability. The specific method of this spin blasting has not yet been experimentally understood. In Hokage, even a simple-minded person like Naruto can learn Helix Pill, there is no reason he can't learn it. Although others have opened cheat devices, it is not much worse in theory. If there is a specific method of operation, I am afraid that with his current spirit power control strength, he will be able to meet the requirements long ago. Hearing Huju's problem, Tang San also frowned, and then looked in his head to see if there were any skills in this area in the Tang Sek's fascination in his previous life. Limited to the gate rules, he can't spread the Tang Sek's unique skills, but it is okay to say a little skill. It is a reason to exchange martial arts experience with fellow Chinese. After thinking for a while, Tang San's eyes lit up. He felt that there were some skills in his crane control and dragon capture that met Huju's needs. Although it is not completely consistent, it is not too bad. I believe that with these, with Huju's smart level, he can definitely complete his new skills. If Huju succeeds in creating this skill, maybe he can also prostitute a skill for nothing. You must know that when the clear sky hammer cannot be used, his blue-silver grass attack power is limited. If he has an additional attack skill, it will be good for him. Then, Tang San randomly found an excuse and explained to Huju several small skills in the control of cranes and dragons. These little tricks in Tang San's eyes made Huju's eyes shine brightly and brilliantly. Good brother. Huju patted Tang San on the shoulder, showing gratitude. In Tang San's eyes, maybe these are just a few small tricks, but in Huju's eyes, this is an incredible treasure. Different visions will naturally lead to different values. Chapter 34, Soul Power Raise Nan. With Tang San's help, in the next few days, Huju completed the training of blasting the water balloon and blasting the ball. Now, he can condense a high-speed rotating sphere in his hand. But the duration is a bit short, and it will dissipate in a few seconds. Can't even maintain for a long time, naturally there is no success in skill creation. But at any rate, I also completed the most difficult step. Then, as long as I keep exercising for a period of time, this powerful explosive spiral pill skill will appear sooner or later. The days of dedicated research passed very quickly. In a blink of an eye, it has been 20 days since Xiao Wu left. According to Xiao Wu, he will be back within a few days. Haha, Spirit Helix Pill, strike! On the hillside behind the academy, Huju excitedly threw out the fuzzy ball in his hand due to the high-speed rotation. Puff! Helix Pill hit the tree trunk 1 meter away, and a small piece of bark fell to the ground slowly. This attack power is clearly visible. Haha, it's finally made. Huju Ki didn't care whether his attack power was weak or not. He only saw that the name of Soul Power Helix Pill appeared on the 5th hanging position on his hanging panel. As for the attack power that couldn't bear to look directly at him, naturally there was an on-hook panel to help him improve. As long as the on-hook skill level was high enough, he could blast a hole in the sky. At the moment when Soul Power Helix Pill was successfully created, his soul power control skills also reached the 7th level, and a lot of insights about manipulating energy appeared in his mind, making him more handy in concentrating Soul Power Helix Pill. These two skills seem to be complementary to each other. Huju felt this scene and kept it firmly in his heart. This is an important discovery, and he might be able to use it sometime in the future. Helix Pill was successfully created, so naturally it was a pity that Xiao Wu was not there. Then only find Tang San, who can create this skill. Tang San also helped him a lot. If he hadn't taught him those little skills, although he could create this skill himself, it would not be a short one. It can be done in just 20 days. Therefore, in order to thank Tang San, he should also see his new skills in whatever he said. Of course, he would never admit that he wanted to show off in front of him. Tang San, look at the trick. Skillfully pushed away Tang San's dormitory, without saying anything, a spiral pill blasted past. Was so scared that Tang San hurriedly assumed a vigilant posture, purple light flashed in his eyes, his hands turned into white jade-like colors, and he folded his hands on his chest. Bash! The high-speed rotating spirit power instantly blew Tang San's body, as if a breeze was blowing on his face, and it was quite cool. Xiaoju! Tang San looked angry. He was not an angry Huju's sneak attack, he was afraid that his hidden weapon would appear on him. Had he not heard Huju's shout, maybe the Shijian on his arm had already greeted him. Tang San roared, and Huju's body instantly stiffened in place. Only then did he remember that Tang San was not Xiao Wu, this was a big yin beep, and he was covered in murder weapons. If these things greet him, I am afraid that he will not die or be disabled. Cold sweat, it came out unconsciously. For the first time, I found out that I was bold enough to be brothers with this hidden weapon. How brave! Just kidding, you won't be able to afford it, Xiao San. Huju pretended to be nonchalant, and decided to himself that he must not make such stupid actions in the future. Now it was Tang San's turn to be depressed. He couldn't tell his good brother that he almost flew out with hidden weapons just now. Was that soul power ball you just now? Tang San pretended that nothing happened just now, and asked Huju curiously. Oh, I'm just here to tell you that my new skill has been created successfully. Now that you have seen it, then I will go. Waved his hand, Huju turned and left without stopping. Now the atmosphere is not so good. It's suitable for showing off. If you want to show off, I will say it later. Anyway, with Tang San's current soul control ability, even if he wants to learn this skill, he can't learn it, so let him envy it. Went back to Kishi and found that Xiao Chinayu and the three were waiting for him in the bedroom. Have you finished eating so soon? This is not the first time. It seems that a few of them have worked harder during this period of time. Brother 9, if you work hard for you, I feel that my spirit power is about to be upgraded again. Xiao Chenayu's face was full of joy, his level is almost 17, and if he works harder, he might be able to improve. Reach the 18th level before graduation. When the time comes, with his level, even Wuhan Academy can go. It's easy to talk and talk. Someone takes care of the business, and Huju naturally refuses to come. While there was no one else in the bedroom, he started to make accelerated cultivation carrots on the spot. Hey, what are you doing? When Huju started to make money, the door of 7 house was pushed open, and a clear and familiar voice sounded. Xiao Wu. Huju raised his head in surprise, and the figure standing in front of the gate was the person he had dreamed of. Yu reading www.yuyu.cm. Hehe, Xiaoju, I'm back. Xiao Wu approached with a smile, making that pretty face clearer in front of Huju. Why leave for so long? I miss you. After a moment of stunned, Huju raised his hand to touch Xiao Wu's head and said naturally. I have something to do, you guys should be busy first. Xiao Wu blushed and ran out shyly. Xiaoju is also true, there are outsiders here, how can I say such shameful words? Aside, Xiao Chenayu's trio had witty eyes, but they couldn't admire them in their hearts. What a nice girl, it's a pity that it fell into the hands of this kid Huju, so annoying. The return of Xiao Wu made Huju more motivated. He made enough carrots 3 times and twice, and with a big wave of his hand, Xiao Chenayu's 3 people got off. And he can't wait to go out to find Xiao Wu. The hillside behind the college was basically where they stayed for a long time. Huju knew Xiao Wu was there without looking. As expected, Xiao Wu was sitting on the rock in a daze when he passed by. What are you thinking about, so ecstatic? Huju walked over and sat with Xiao Wu. In less than a month, he found that Xiao Wu seemed to have grown taller again, and Xiao Wu's current height was actually a little bit taller than him. Ah, nothing. Xiao Wu's eyes flickered, and then she smiled. Maid, could it be Xiao Wu going back this time? Daming Erming, the 2 guys said something that shouldn't be said. He who was familiar with Xiao Wu instantly guessed the reason, probably because after returning to the Star Do Great Forest once, it reminded her that she was still a spirit beast. So, there is only one solution. Come on, eat a carrot. If one doesn't work, just 2. If you eat the bunny, you forget your identity. Chapter 35, Second Spirit Ring Upgrade. Xiao Wu, show you something. After Xiao Wu's mood recovered, Huju stretched out his hands triumphantly. From scratch, a spirit power ball formed from a pure spirit power realm appeared. The spirit power ball was spinning at high speed in Huju's hand, and the rotating air current blew Huju's clothes. Spiral pill, come out. The condensed soul power ball, after being compressed and rotated, hit the ground. The ground was smashed into a small hole, and the surrounding soil was flying over. This power is already comparable to a firecracker. This is only a 0-level state. After a few days of upgrading, it is estimated that it can be used in combat. Helix pills have a faceless face. At that time, open the bow left and right, catch someone and paste someone, the offensive ability will not be worse than the War Spirit Master. Hey, Xiaoju succeeded in creating your skills. Xiao Wu's surprised eyes were proud, but this is a self-created skill. Ordinary spirit masters can only use those skills that come with the spirit ring for a lifetime. How can there be such a genius as Xiaoju who has created one after another, and they are all quite useful? And so, I want to learn. Xiao Wu shouted. Haha, learn and learn. With this skill, it will be very helpful to your fighting style. Hu Ju smiled and nodded, but I want to learn my spiral pill, and you can use your current soul control ability to pay for it. Almost a bit, work hard, and I will teach you when you meet your requirements. His spiral pill skill is considered to be an advanced skill of soul power control, which can only be learned after the soul power control reaches a certain level. At present, if you want to learn Helix Pill, you need at least 6 levels of soul power control. And this condition, let alone Xiao Wu, even Tang San didn't meet it. Tang San's spirit power control is almost at level 5, while Xiao Wu is even lower, currently only level 4, so it's not that simple to learn Helix Pill. Ah, soul power control is so difficult to improve. Xiao Wu was unhappy. The skills created by Hu Ju have always been known for being difficult to practice. Just the series of training items of treading water training is a big deal. Haha, that's because you are too lazy. You usually go for fun. Look at Xiaosan, he is almost up to the requirements, you have to work hard. It is not difficult to want Xiao Wu to practice seriously, just arouse her enthusiasm, and Tang San is a good comparison. Who makes Xiao Wu always disagree with Tang San? Sure enough, Xiao Wu was very dissatisfied when hearing Tang San's spirit power control level was higher than hers, and she didn't take a break anymore, so she started training on the spot. At Xiao Wu's level, he needs help when training his soul control. She can already walk normally on the water, and then she will train to fight on the water. With this training, Hu Ju said he could help. The new skill Helix Maru has just been completed, and if you want to use it in battle, you have to practice it, so it happens to be training with Xiao Wu. Hu Ju's training direction is very simple, mainly to improve the release speed and cohesion of the spiral pill. The faster the skill is cast, the smaller the condensed spiral pill, and the greater its power. In the case of the on-hook panel synchronization to provide him with experience, it only took more than a day to upgrade the spiral pill to the first level. The first level spiral pill has been compressed to the size of a grapefruit, and it can be released in about a second. Then, it took another 10 days to raise the spiral pill to the second level. At this time, the spiral pill was about the same size as an apple, and it took half a second to release. On this day, the second spirit ring was upgraded to 100 years, becoming his second yellow spirit ring. As for the effect of the yellow spirit ring. Hey, Tang San, what are you doing with me, do you want to fight? In the evening, Xiao Wu walked on the road, turning her head abruptly, looking at Tang San who was following her. Who do you think I am? The person behind Xiao Wu came to her and asked seriously. Tang San, is there something wrong with you? You are Tang San, why, your brain is broken. Facing Xiao Wu's unceremonious language, the person standing in front of him twitched at the corner of his mouth, and finally couldn't help laughing. This Xiao Wu is really unfriendly to Tang San. Xiao Wu, then look at who I am. After the effect, the figure's face and body shape began to change, and after a while, it became Hu Ju. Xiaoju. Xiao Wu looked at this scene suspiciously, and suddenly realized that she had been played by Hu Ju. However, Xiaoju's changing skills were not so perfect before. Not only his face was exactly the same, but his body shape was also changed. How about it, did you just tell the difference between me and Tang San? Hu Ju asked with a smile on his face. He found that the 100-year level change skill has become more powerful. Now not only can it perfectly become the appearance of anyone, but even the breath of the body is no different. This skill, even if he pretends to be someone else, is no problem. Of course, the premise it is impossible to reveal the martial soul. The current change skills, Wuhan cannot be changed yet. I can't see it, not only the face and figure, but even the breath is the same, it's amazing. Xiao Wu exclaimed. The magic is right, but I don't know if the changes over 100 years can hide Xiao Wu's spirit beast breath. Yu reading www.yuuganchu.com. He couldn't verify this. After all, he wouldn't be able to discover Xiaowu's real body if he was not at the level of title Douluo. Regardless of whether he could hide it or not, he decided to let Xiaowu eat one of his changing carrots every day, in case he would hide it. In addition to changing into someone else, the ability to change is also quite good for him. The century-old spirit ring has raised his spirit power level to 21. It can also be used on the body to strengthen his own muscles, nervous system, etc. The effect is at least 5 times higher than before. With this effect, he knew that his choice was not wrong, and this spirit ring skill was worth it. At the same time, he is also looking forward to the changes in the spirit ring after the upgrade to the millennium. Is it possible to perfectly conjure someone else's spirit ring, or can it be another animal, just like a monster? 1 month later, near the college holiday, the spiral pill was upgraded to level 3, and the condensed spiral pill was only the size of an egg, and anyone with a discerning eye could see the astonishing fluctuations of his soul power sphere. After this period of training, Xiaowu has gained a lot, and her soul power control has reached the requirement of learning Helix Pill. He is currently undergoing the first training of Helix Pill, blasting water balloons. There is also Tang San. He is not bad, because in addition to the soul power control, he still has to practice the Kung Fu recorded by the Xiantian Bao, so he has not progressed as fast as Xiaowu. But he has also been promoted to level 6, and he is also in contact with the practice of Helix Pill. Speaking of it, Tang San seems to be inferior to Xiaowu in terms of cultivation talent, but Xiaowu is more playful and doesn't have much thoughts on cultivation, so it seems that he has the same talent as Tang San. In a blink of an eye, Huju has been in the academy for a year. Halfway through, old Jack, Hu Rui and Emma have also been there several times. Now, it's time for the academy to take a break. Chapter 36, Come Back Home. Xiaowu, the college will be off soon, how do you arrange it here? Huju looked at Xiaowu. This holiday lasted a month. In order to avoid being reluctant to bear Xiaowu, he decided to flick her back to his home. Maybe just stay in the academy, anyway, the vacation time is not long. Xiaowu fingered her pink lips, again and again. Aren't you going home? Huju pretended to be surprised, and acted like a man. I won't go back this time. I don't have any family, and it's not fun to go back. Xiaowu said in a low mood. Xiaowu is also a great dramatist. When I left last time, I said that my family helped hunt for the spirit ring. Now I have no family anymore. So casual? Oh, that would be a shame. I will go home after the holiday. I will prepare more carrots for you these days, lest you don't have enough to eat. Huju said with a pity. 2 actors are working hard to perform their acting skills. Xiaowu was still very disappointed when she heard that she couldn't eat carrots, but she soon brightened her eyes and thought of a very good way. Xiaoju, why don't I go home with you after the holiday, will you let me go to your house? The carrots prepared in advance cannot be made fresh first. She only likes to eat fresh ones. Go to my house? Okay, you are welcome anytime. Although he was sure of it, the success of the plan still surprised Huju. After all, there is no fun with Xiaowu when he is with a man like Tang San. Well, then go to your house. Xiaowu nodded affirmatively. As a rabbit, she doesn't care about mundane etiquette so much. Many things are done according to her preferences. She likes to eat carrots and is naturally close to Huju. Perhaps, this is the advantage of the breeder? 3 days later, Xiaowu, Tang San, and Huju set foot on the way home. The 3 of them are the 21st level Great Spirit Masters, and the speed of the journey is naturally very fast. It took only 2 hours, and the Holy Soul Village was right in front of them. Seeing the head of Shengun Village, Tang San on the side showed expectant eyes. In this life, he longs for family affection. In the past year of studying, every time Huju's family came to visit him, he was very disappointed because his father Tang Hao did not come. I haven't seen him in a year, he can't wait to see his father. Huju secretly shook his head when he saw Tang San. Mistress, you are going to be disappointed. Your father is a famous child abuser. He would rather protect him secretly than meet you. Ever since the 5 senses strengthening technique was promoted to level 7, he has often noticed Tang Hao's breath. Maybe Tang Hao didn't expect that in the small junior Soul Master Academy, there were people with such sharp senses. Of course, there is also the reason why Tang Hao didn't carefully hide his breath, otherwise, based on Huju's current cultivation base, where can he find it? Wow, Xiaoju, is this your hometown? It's so beautiful. Xiao Wu licked a carrot in his mouth and jumped ahead. Let's go, you will be home soon. Huju smiled and quickened his pace. At the bifurcation, Huju glanced at Tang San, who was a little excited. He couldn't bear the shock he would suffer if he waited. After thinking about it, he decided to accompany Tang San first. Mistress, I'd better go with you to see Uncle Tang Hao first. This time I bought good wine in Notting City. By selling carrots to Xiao Chenayu, he has money now. Before returning home, he naturally bought a lot and bought some gifts for his family. Especially my father Hurui, in order to learn Tang Hao's chaotic cloak hammer method, he almost emptied the wine in the cellar of the house. Well, let's go together. Tang San nodded. There were still a lot of Huju's things on his 24 bridge and Minjiu night. He went home to see his father first, and then went to Huju's house. On the west side of the head of Shengun village, the 3 of them came to Tang San's home. Dad, I'm back. Tang San rarely showed the side of a child. This is rare. He is usually as stable as a little old man. Pushed the door in anxiously, but no one in the house responded. Suddenly, the curtain of the back room was pulled open, and old Jack's face appeared in front of several people. Grandpa Jack! Grandpa! Tang San and Huju were surprised, one is real, the other is pretending. Grandpa Jack, where is my father? Seeing old Jack, Tang San had a bad feeling in his heart, and suddenly asked a little anxiously. Old Jack held a letter in his hand and looked at Tang San with a wry smile. Look, this is what Tang Hao left. He seems to have left. Tang San took it anxiously, staring at the content of the letter intently. In just a few lines, Tang San stared blankly for half a minute, and the expression on his face gradually became lost. Tang San, don't worry. Uncle Tang Hao will be fine. Think about the chaotic cloak hammer method. Uncle Tang Hao is not an ordinary blacksmith. He must have something to do when he leaves. You will meet sooner or later. Huju patted Tang San's shoulder, comforted. www.readaloud.com. Yes, my father should not be an ordinary person. He must have something to do when he left so suddenly. I should be good and wait for him to come back in the college. Tang San cheered up, but the loss on his face couldn't hide. Grandpa Jack, Xiaoju, you should go back first. I will deliver the things to your house later. The room is a bit messy. I will clean up first. Tang San put away the note in his hand and said to them. Okay, I'll wait for you at home, come over for dinner at night. Huju pulled the old Jack, who was about to talk, shook his head, and told him not to persuade him. Tang San at this time needs a person to be quiet, they shouldn't bother. Leaving Tang San's house, Huju introduced to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, this is my grandfather. Just call grandfather. Grandpa, she is Xiao Wu, my good friend, come to play at home for a few days on vacation. Xiao Wu gave Huju a blank look, and cried out cleverly, Grandpa Jack. She heard Tang San yell, so she called Grandpa directly. She was not so stupid yet. Smelly Zaiju knows to bully people. Hehe, I used to be Xiao Wu, the little girl is beautiful, and she comes here like her own home. If Xiaoju bullies you, you can tell Grandpa and see if I don't teach him. Old Jack looked kind, such a well-behaved little girl. It would be even better to be grandchildren. Hee hee, thank you Grandpa Jack. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue at Huju, and stood next to old Jack, showing that she was backed. Going home happily, old Jack did not go back to his house, and his good grandson returned home, so he was reluctant to leave. At home, Hu Rui and Emma were already at home waiting for their son to come home. After seeing Xiao Wu, he became even more enthusiastic and left Huju aside. Chapter 37, Meteor Hammer. In the evening, Tang San came to Huju's house. After adjusting for a long time, Tang San no longer saw the disappointment on his face. Huju took out the gift he bought from Tang San's 24 Minjia bridge. Grandpa Jack's tobacco leaves, Father Hu Rui's good wine, Mother Emma's beautiful clothes. Although he blamed him for spending money, the elders were very happy when they accepted it. Haha, it didn't cost much. Have you forgotten it? My son's martial arts soul is for food. It's easy to sell a small amount of money at ordinary times. I didn't spend money indiscriminately. Huju explained with a smile. Regarding his earning power, Huju briefly mentioned, after all, he is ready, and when he leaves, he will leave a little more money at home to improve his family life. After returning to the Holy Soul village and strolling happily with Xiao Wu for a few days, Huju started to do his own business. Since the Chaos Cloak Hammer technique was upgraded to level 8, he had obviously felt that the secondary hammer that had come from Tang San's house was no longer applicable. Is light and fluttering in his hand, and he can't fully display his power yet, which has seriously affected his strength. There was no time before, but now it happens that the academy is on holiday, and there is Tang San, a young iron man, who just happens to ask him to help rebuild a hammer. Maybe it can't be called a hammer anymore. You want a hammer with a round head and spikes on it. Hearing Huju's description of the weapon, he saw Huju's eyes change. Isn't this a meteor hammer with a handle? How cruel is this to come up with a weapon like this? What, can I do it? Huju asked when he saw Tang San's hesitant eyes. No, you can do it, but are you sure you want to use this weapon? As soon as the meteor hammer came out, it was either dead or injured. Tang San hoped that Huju could think carefully. Of course, since it's a weapon used to kill. Of course, how cruel it is. Huju said naturally. To deal with the enemy, you must be ruthless, and if necessary, it is best to cut the grass and remove the roots. Talking about kindness to the enemy is to make life difficult for me. Okay, but the weapon you want is a bit heavy. It takes a long time to hit a hammer of 100 catties. Come and help me. Knowing that Huju understood what he was doing, Tang San stopped persuading him. Big brother, don't talk about the second brother, it's cruel, he is not a good person who can compare to the hidden weapon of Tang sect. Okay, I'll lay hands for you. This hammer will help me lay a little better. I have a chance to find some stretchable material and replace the handle. The meteor hammer with iron chain is his favorite weapon. In front of the 7th level spirit power control, the iron chain can also maintain the state of the handle. The most important thing is that it can be long or short, and it can be used for long-range attacks or close combat, but the image is a bit ugly. When he thought of this weapon, a naked man with a huge tonnage suddenly appeared in his mind, carrying a meteor hammer larger than his head in his hand. That scene, shit. Ironing materials are readily available, and Tang San has them at home. In order to build Huju's weapon, Tang San Fang took out all the pig iron in the house and forged it in full swing. To build weapons, the first thing to do is to refine the pig iron. In this respect, Huju can also help. The pig iron as big as a bucket is flushed red by the two of Huju, and the chaotic cloak is carried out by Huju. Together with Tang San forging pig iron. With this creation, the strength of the two is fully manifested. You gave me a bit. When Tang San beat it, although the iron block was obviously concave, it didn't look amazing. But when Huju beat it, it was different. When he hammered his head down, the pig iron was like a block of mud in his hands, one hole at one time, and one hole at the other. Every time the hammer goes down, there will be a loud noise, followed by the vibrating sound of the beating platform. Every time the hammer head goes down, the ground of Tang San's house trembles, and the dust on the roof falls down. This scene caused Tang San to fall into deep shock. Huju's strength with each hammer probably would not be less than 500 catties, and as time went by, Huju's strength grew stronger and stronger. This worries Tang San, whether Huju will shake his house down. Xiaoju, be lighter, don't demolish my house. Oh, okay, Xiaosan, why don't you pull the bellows, I'll be the only one for refining pig iron. Huju grinned, what he wanted was this effect. I still remember that in order to learn the chaotic cloak hammer technique, he watched Tang San standing here to strike iron every day, while he stood aggrieved and pulled the bellows. Now it's all right, and finally it's Tang San's turn to pull the bellows for him. Okay, I'll pull the bellows for you. Tang San has no opinion on this. Huju is so good, he really can't help much, and he will also build some things next, with Huju as free labor. Now, he can do a little less, isn't it? Huju and Tang San are very busy here, but Xiao Wu suffers. Without Huju's company, she doesn't think it is fun. Fortunately, there is Emma. After seeing this situation, Mother Emma took her with her when she was doing farm work and let her experience rural life. Of course, even if it is carried, she will not be allowed to work, which is equivalent to playing with her. In this way, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Huju can also build his own weapons in Tang San's house with peace of mind. Refining pig iron, Huju and Tang San spent a whole week, quenching the bucket-sized pig iron into a small ball. At this time, it can no longer be called pig iron, it should be called jingdi. The fine iron is forged into a black and shiny color, which makes people know that it is not ordinary iron. It was Tang San's turn to show off the next building. You know, in addition to Tang House teaching, Tang San also worked in the blacksmith's shop in Notting City for almost a year. In terms of craftsmanship, ordinary masters can't match him. If it weren't for this, Huju wouldn't ask Tang San to help him build weapons. He didn't need money, so he could just ask a smithy to help build them. Why bother? Trouble? It was said that Tang San's craftsmanship was indeed good. When the fine iron was in Tang San's hands, it was a change every day. In Huju's eyes, he watched the daunting spikes slowly appear on the ball. After watching for a long time, he was stunned that he didn't understand how these spikes appeared. After half a month, Huju looked at the sharp meteor hammer in his hand with joy, and the spikes on the hammer's head made him extremely satisfied. Just this weapon, let alone beating people, just look at it and it makes people scared. I'm afraid no one would want to withstand his hammer. This meteor hammer is barely called the meteor hammer. With the hammer head, it weighs 132 kilograms. If it weren't for the on-hook chaotic cloak hammer method, which subtly enhanced the physical fitness, he might not have danced. Held it in his hand, making Huju feel full. Man, we will fight side by side for a long time to come. Huju stroked the meteor hammer, and said lightly. Chapter 38, Xiao Wu recognizes her. After getting the meteor hammer, Huju couldn't wait to try his power, so he found Tang San and Xiao Wu, and wanted to learn from them. It is a pity that when the two of them saw his meteor hammer appearance, they all waved their hands and refused, insisting not to discuss with him. Looking at the spikes on the meteor hammer made them feel cold. Although I believe that Huju will not hurt them, they are not sure that they can win even if they fight. Neither Tang San nor Xiao Wu would be interested in battles that could not be won. Xiaoju, I helped you build the weapons, now it's up to you to help me. I also want to build some weapons. Tang San said with a smile. With the free labor of Huju, at least some simple and practical hidden weapons can be manufactured in the last half-month. Lancets, money darts, pierced nails, innuendo, crossbow with tight back, zudge crossbow, and other hidden weapons flashed through his mind one by one, squeezing Huju. He was professional. Okay, no problem. Huju agreed very simply. The meteor hammer in his hand is still Tang San's masterpiece, so a little help is not a big deal. And he also wanted to see how many hidden weapons Tang San would create, and whether he could use them or not. He wanted to see the famous Tang sect hidden weapons. In the next period of time, Huju entered the coolie mode. He didn't expect Tang San to be such a person. Asked him to refine all kinds of iron ore every day, never letting him rest. Huju even wondered whether the hidden weapon made from so many ore would fill Tang San's 24-moon bridge. This Tang San is not human. Caught him for so many days of hard work, even Xiao Wu has no time to accompany him. Speaking of Xiao Wu, Huju showed a weird smile. Because his mother Emma is so powerful, I don't know why. During this time when he and Tang San stayed in the forge and worked hard every day, Emma stayed with Xiao Wu every day. Goddaughter. I remember that Huju was shocked when he first learned the news. Xiao Wu suddenly progressed from being a keeper to a god-sister, which caught him off guard. On the spot, he asked a question that made Emma teased for a long time. Mom, that Xiao Wu became a sister, can we still get married in the future? When blurted out, it was Huju who felt that his face was not thin, but he was still blushing with shame. Ha 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 ha. Emma's ridicule almost made Huju get under the table. But then Huju got an explanation. I knew your kid was a bad thing, don't worry, I'm helping you. You think, although you are in the same college now, who knows what will happen in the future, if a few years later, you will be separated? You will cry at that time. So your old man recognized Xiao Wu as a goddaughter in advance. With this relationship, we will be in touch no matter where she goes in the future, right? Huju looked at Emma with a dubious smile. Alas, this is how mother and son even thought of going together. Although Huju didn't think about it like Emma, he was still going to pester Xiao Wu all the time. With him, Xiao Wu couldn't get away even if he wanted to run. After all, the breeder is not called for nothing. No, in the future, you can wait with peace of mind, Xiao Wu, it will be yours sooner or later. Emma was triumphant, proud of her methods. Okay, Mom is really amazing. Huju gave a thumbs up, feeling that his scheming should have been inherited from Emma, otherwise, with his simple and kind temperament, how could his thoughts be so dirty? The Emma family recognized a very cute little girl as a goddaughter, which is a very happy event in the village. The level of liveliness is not worse than when Huju awakened the spirit of Wu. There are more than 300 households in the Sacred Soul village. Except for those who are not going out, there are more than 100 tables for banquets alone. Seeing Xiao Wu calling his brother shyly and sweetly, Huju felt sweet. What's your elder brother? I will wait to call my elder brother in the future. Huju thought faintly. Xiao Wu. Huju shouted. What's the matter, Xiaoju? Xiao Wu's name remained the same, except for calling her brother on the day of confession, he never heard of it again. You spread your hair and let me take a look. I remember Xiao Wu growing up. The moment her hair spreads, Hujuxin almost melted away. I have never seen Xiao Wu spread her hair before. Since it is her brother now, it's not too much to see how Xiao Wu spreads her hair. You, what do you want to do? Xiao Wu tilted her head and looked at Huju, her face full of doubts. Could it be that her scorpion braid is unsightly? Aha, I just want to see it. Huju could say what reason? Could it be that he was fascinated by Xiao Wu's loose hair in his previous life? Well, let me think about it. Xiao Wu said playfully, her lips. Oh, hungry, let's get a carrot. Seeing Xiao Wu's movements, Huju seconds understood. He found that Xiao Wu has a small habit, that is, when she wants to eat carrots, she will touch her lips with her finger, which is very cute. Hee, this is pretty much the same. Just watch it if you want, solve it by yourself. It's troublesome to get this braid every time. www.readaloud.com. Xiaowu nibbled the carrot, tilted her head, revealing the scorpion braid behind her, and motioned to Huju to do it herself. Huju is also not welcome, stepping forward and tinkering for a long time, finally dressed up with sweating profusely as Xiaowu spreading her hair. Pretty. Looking at Xiaowu with a gentle and intellectual temperament, Huju suddenly felt that this busy half-day was worth it. Does it look good? Xiaowu asked softly. Good looking. The days of the holiday always pass very quickly, a month later, just passing by. Before parting, both Xiaowu and Emma were reluctant to give up. Faced with this lovely little girl, Xiaowu, Emma really regarded her as her own daughter. Xiaoju, protect Xiaowu when you arrive at the academy. If you treat her badly, see how I come back to clean up you. Emma stood in front of Huju with a serious tone. Don't worry, Mom, I will take care of Xiaowu. Remember, he seems to be an auxiliary soul master, Xiaowu is a combat type, how can this protect him? Huju didn't dare to say or ask. After bidding farewell to Emma, Huju and Xiaowu found Tang San, and the three of them went to the Norton Junior Soul Master Academy together. This year, they are already in the 2nd grade, Tang San's spirit power is 22, Huju is 22, and Xiaowu is 21. That's right, during this month's holiday, Tang San and Huju raised 1 level each. After getting the 2nd spirit ring, Tang San was already almost at the 22nd level, but Huju was really promoted to the 1st level. The on-hook panel allowed him to continuously increase his spirit power for 24 hours, and the 1st spirit ring absorbed to help increase the on-hook speed, and coupled with the tall 7-level spirit power contemplation, it was impossible to increase it slowly. Chapter 40, 0-Year Spirit Ring. This year is Huju's 2nd year of studying at Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Is the 2nd grade. There is nothing new in the college life in the 2nd grade. Because of the on-hook panel, Huju has a lot of free time. In addition to the normal class, he usually takes Xiaowu to play around in the rest of the day. Only Tang San is still working hard, and his daily practice schedule is full. Besides, he has to take time to learn theoretical knowledge from the master, so he is very busy. It is worth mentioning that this year, he and Xiaowu did not enroll in the name of working study students. They also studied at their own expense. Everyone was allocated a single dormitory, just like Tang San. Huju is also happy to see this. After all, Xiaowu is a girl who still lives in a mixed dormitory. Not to mention Xiaowu himself, even he doesn't want it. Years ago, his big clients Xiao Chenaiyu, Lu Long and Ling Feng graduated, almost making him lose the source of clients. Fortunately, Huju is more clever, so they will send someone to deal with him in the future. Every time he trades the amount of food for a month, after all, he has been trading for so long, so such a high-quality customer is still reluctant to discard it. The carrots he made are not much different from ordinary carrots. It is not a problem to store them for a month, but they will taste a little worse after they are left for a long time. His suggestion was quickly approved by the three of Xiao Chenaiyu. Before graduating, Xiao Chenaiyu was invited to the Wuhan Hall Intermediate Academy for free with an 18th level Soul Master cultivation base. Lu Long and Ling Feng were not bad either. Both were at the 17th level and entered the Wuhan Hall together. Intermediate College. And after a while, because of the strong cultivation atmosphere and fierce competition in the Wuhan Hall Intermediate Academy, the three of them had a greater demand for Huju's carrots. Will bring him more than 1,000 gold soul coins income every month, so that Huju has become a person with good money. That is to say, these three people are in good family backgrounds, and seeing them enter the Wuhandian Intermediate Academy, they feel that it is very valuable to cultivate, and they have almost exhausted their possessions in training, otherwise they may not be able to afford Huju's carrots. One day after 3 months. Hu Ju looked at the purple spirit ring under his feet excitedly. It's not easy. The first spirit ring has been on hook for more than a year, and it has only now been promoted to a 1,000-year spirit ring, so Hu Ju is anxious to wait. This is a 1,000-year spirit ring, even the protagonist Tang San is only a 100-year-old spirit ring. Confident, swelling. Hu Ju felt that he was about to go against the sky. After experiencing the effect of the 1,000-year spirit ring, he felt that this day, don't reverse it, and just turn it over to him. He wants to shake the sky. Looking at the effect of his first spirit ring, you can know why Hu Ju is so swollen. After becoming a 1,000-year spirit ring, the effect of the first spirit ring skill has doubled the training speed, and it lasts for 1 hour after being eaten. To him is a passive skill, and the blessing time is permanent. Haha, this effect is too bad. No, I want to calm down, I want to keep a low profile. After a long time of excitement, Hu Ju came back to his senses. His current spirit ring effect is too amazing. It must be hidden well. It is not someone who absolutely trusts, and it must not be leaked out. At present, in Hu Ju's heart, there are only 2 people who absolutely trust, one is Xiao Wu and the other is Tang San. Moreover, even if you give Tang San carrots, you will have to start collecting money. Who makes him so stingy? Don't even teach him Tang sect Kung Fu, don't you know that his hang-up seat has been vacant for a long time? As for Xiao Wu, forget it, Xiao Wu has no money, he still keeps it up to now. And Xiao Chenayu and others, wait until I try to see if the carrot's cultivation effect can be reduced. If it can't be reduced, then this business will not be done in the future. In the face of his own safety, making money is just a small matter. Anyway, he doesn't need money anymore, arrogant. The advanced level of the spirit ring, feeding back the on-hook panel, made Hu Ju's spirit ring on-hook position dramatically improved. After hanging up for a day, he even increased his spirit ring level for 5 years, making Hu Ju laugh so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. Such an increased speed, even for the 10,000-year spirit ring, would not take a few years. At that time, the effect of the 10,000-year spirit ring began to feed back, increasing his daily hang-up time, complementing each other, and continuously improving. This is a super rhythm. In addition, the appearance of his carrot has also changed. Used to be just light red carrots, now it's dark red, and it looks more appetizing. The taste has also changed and it has become more delicious. This result directly led to Xiao Wu no longer eating, and eating carrots every day, without seeing her stop. This is addicted to eating carrots. Hu Ju is relieved now. Very good, it is officially announced that a little Wu bunny has been captured. Little San, make money. The 1,000-year spirit ring made Hu Ju swell. A carrot was sold to Tang San a silver soul coin, which was already a cheap sale. After all, he only sold a gold soul coin for a 10% increase in the training effect. Tang San, who doubled his training speed, only sold a silver soul coin, which Tang San felt was low. Xiaoju, I'll make an IOU. I really don't have any money now. Tang San was a little ashamed. In addition to receiving 10 golden soul coins from the Wuhan Hall every month, he only had a meager income from the blacksmith shop. At the blacksmith shop, it was a silver soul coin in January at the beginning. Reading www.youcanshu.com now has improved technology, and it has risen to 2 Gintama coins. Therefore, even if Tang San doesn't eat or drink, he can only buy about 100 roots for a month's salary. He uses at least 8 roots a day, and his monthly salary is only 10 days of cultivation, and then he will run out of money. And Tang San was reluctant to double the carrot of cultivation effect. For this reason, Hu Ju officially became Tang San's creditor. Haha, what did you say, Xiaosan? Hu Ju laughed triumphantly. Take it, even if it's not enough, I still have it here. It's too sad to say that there is no money for money. Wait for you to develop in the future, just remember to owe me money. Therefore, it doesn't matter if money is not money, the main reason is to be Tang San's creditor. After Tang San gets the fairy grass, is he embarrassed not to keep one for himself? Faintly remembered that in the original work, Tang San got a limited amount of fairy grass, just enough for the Shrek 7 devils. And now that there is one more him, it is bound to squeeze a place, so he has to occupy a position first. Oh, and Xiao Wu's, it should be 2 positions. Okay. Then I'll remember it for you. Tang San nodded seriously. He knew that the reason why Huju wanted to collect his money was mainly because he was afraid that he would be upset, that he would hurt his self-esteem, and that he would not eat. That's why I used the way of buying and selling to make myself not owe him favors. It's a pity, all of this has been seen through by the clever man. Xiaoju, you wait, I will repay you in the future. In his heart, Tang San swears silently. With the double enhanced training effect, the training speed of Huju, Tang San, and Xiao Wu suddenly accelerated, almost the same as riding a speeding car, changing every day. This speed of improving spirit power simply scared them. Chapter 41, Master Invites. In a blink of an eye, 3 months passed. At this time, because the on-hook panel increased his 5-year spirit ring life every day, the second spirit ring skills changed, and it became a 1000-year spirit ring. All spirit rings, as long as they reach the millennium age, their skill effects will be greatly improved. Change this skill is the same. In front of Xiao Wu, Huju's appearance slowly changed. The skin became delicate, his head became smaller, his cheeks flushed, and 2 pink rabbit ears appeared on the top of his head. Then, the clothes, body, and tail are all changing. Within a few seconds, 2 Xiao Wus have appeared in the room, one is in the state of Wuhan transformation, the other is not transformed. Oh! Xiaoju, you can even change my martial arts. The untransformed Xiao Wu stepped forward and grabbed Huju's 2 rabbit ears and kept playing with them. Ah! Xiao Wu, don't play with my ears. Itchy. A clear and seductive voice sounded. Huju's eyes were blurred. He didn't expect that Xiao Wu's rabbit ears would be so sensitive, and he didn't expect that even this point of his changing skills would be changed. Oh! I forgot. Xiao Wu hurriedly let go. How sensitive her bunny ears were, how could she not know? For a while, Xiao Wu's face was flushed, and she couldn't lift her shy head. For a long time, Xiao Wu raised her head and said nonchalantly, then Xiaoju, can you use my spirit ring skills? The main reason for asking this is that when she lowered her head just now, she discovered that there were 2 yellow spirit rings under Huju's feet. The spirit ring level was exactly the same as her now. Huju heard the words, his heart moved, and he closed his eyes and sensed it carefully. It took a long time to raise his head, frown, and shook his head and said, it doesn't seem to work, it just changed its appearance, it has no practical effect. Huju was a little disappointed. If he could change the spirit abilities of others, he would really develop. You need to know that among his ordinary on-hook positions, there is still 1 vacant position, and the 7th on-hook position is about to be opened. If he can also simulate the spirit ability, he can directly dive into those big forces, the self-created spirit ability of the white prostitutes. It is beautiful to think about it. At this moment, Huju's bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. You guys! Tang San looked at the 2 Xiaowus in front of him in shock, at a loss. Can I say that I'm just experimenting with new skills? Huju hurriedly explained, but it always felt weird to say this in Xiaowu's voice. Are you Xiaoju? Tang San looked at Xiaowu in the state of possessing the spirit of Wu, with doubts on his face. Remember, Huju's transformation skills can't transform into Wuhan. Yes. I'm really experimenting with skills. With that, Huju's appearance began to change again, and he changed from Xiaowu to Tang San in the blink of an eye. Not only looks the same as Tang San, but also wears the same clothes. Blue silver grass, come out. Stretching out his right hand, a blue-silver grass appeared in Huju's hand. How? Huju looked at Tang San triumphantly. This is my blue-silver grass. The curious Tang San released his martial spirit and came to Huju to compare. It's amazing, there is no difference at all, it is hard to tell the truth from the fake. Is this your second spirit ring advanced effect? Regarding Huju's cultivation speed in spirit ring, Tang San was already numb. He felt that the spirit ring could not change this theory, nor did he fart in front of Huju. The speed of improvement was faster than the improvement of spirit power cultivation. What about skills? Can my entanglement and parasitics be used? Tang San asked the same question as Xiao Wu. Shook his head, Huju calmly explained, for the time being, the spirit ring skills cannot be changed, but don't worry, the current spirit ring is only 1,000 years old, and it won't be easy to say after 10,000 years. The 10,000-year spirit ring is only, and it can be achieved in a few years. Even if the skills cannot be changed by that time, there will be other effects, there is no doubt about this. So Huju is not in a hurry at all. Yes, anyway, your spirit ring has improved very quickly. Tang San nodded in agreement, and you can never regard Huju as a genius. Oh, by the way, I'm here to talk to you. My teacher is very interested in your first spirit ring ability, and he wants to see you. At this time, Tang San thought of the purpose of coming to find Huju. Master wants to see me? See you then. Huju knew that this day would come, but he didn't expect it to be so late. The response of the master is really slow. I definitely want to see the master. He has no reason to refuse. After all, the reason why the first spirit ring was so smoothly obtained at the beginning was still relying on the guidance of the master. Therefore, even if the favor is still good, I must go this trip. When? Huju asked. Let's do it now, lest the teacher wait in a hurry. Tang San respects the master very much, and he will complete everything the master orders. Okay, then go. Huju still knows something about the master. Old-fashioned, stubborn, and inflexible. This is the impression of the master in Huju's heart. This person doesn't know how to work, and he keeps a stern face every day, as if the whole world owes him money. Huju has no interest in contacting such people. And Huju looked down on his relationship with Lu Erlong. As long as the lower limit is lower, or simply decisive, things will not become what they are now, and they have been hiding for decades. It is not a human thing. Came to the master's residence again, everything was as it was a year ago, there are books everywhere in the room, and the whole room is filled with the smell of books. Master, long time no see. Huju spoke first. I didn't expect that you have grown to this point now. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com has to say that being able to cultivate to your level with second level innate soul power is really amazing. Seeing Huju again, the master looked at him and exclaimed. For Huju, his image is not deep. If it weren't for Tang San's relationship, he might have forgotten Huju. But in recent months, he found that Tang San's soul power cultivation speed increased a bit abnormally. The first 3 months were fine, but he only increased from the 22nd level to the 23rd level. After all, he was born full of soul power. He can accept it. But it started to be abnormal in the next 3 months, and he actually raised 2 levels again in a short period of time to become the 25th level Great Soul Master. This made the master very scared, afraid that Tang San had practiced the banned book of the crooked way. After all, no matter how genius Tang San is, his cultivation speed can't be so fast. You must know that soul power cultivation is getting harder and harder as it gets later. Under his harsh questioning, Tang San finally said Huju's name. I remember that at the beginning, it was this little guy who, despite his dissuasion, had to choose a trash as the soul ring. At that time, he came to the conclusion that Huju's path was broken. One step is slow, the step is slow, only the second level innate soul power, not wanting to catch up from the age of the soul ring, and choosing a 10-year soul ring is simply self-destructive. He did not expect that after only 1 year, this little guy would have such a great achievement. According to Xiao San, Huju's spirit power is now 28th level, and he is only 1 level short of catching him. This is not a big deal. The most important thing is that he has actually changed the iron rule that his spirit ring cannot be improved. When he got the news from Tang San's mouth, he was stunned. If Tang San hadn't said that he had verified it, he wouldn't believe it. It turns out that the age of the spirit ring can really be artificially increased. Chapter 42, Master's Deal. When first learned that the age of the spirit ring could be artificially improved, the master was very excited. However, Tang San's explanation afterwards made him more excited before, and then more lost. Tang San's explanation is based on Huju's original words, "Humans' time is limited. There is time to cultivate spirit rings. Why not use it to improve the cultivation base? If the cultivation base is improved, it's not good to hunt for higher level spirit rings earlier." This sentence awakened the master, and indeed it is. It is useless for ordinary spirit masters to improve the age of the spirit ring. Ordinary spirit masters have limited talents, even if they know that the age of the spirit ring can be improved, it is useless, because human time is inherently insufficient. So this discovery only applies to those geniuses, such as those from the 7 treasure glazed glass sect, because they have a method of distraction and control. Unfortunately, his master is also a principled person. Huju discovered that the spirit ring can be improved. He would not reveal it without his permission. This was when Tang San told him the news. Already sworn. Of course, these are just the size of the master, not his main purpose of looking for Huju today. Huju, I'll just say it straight. I invited you today for nothing else. I heard Xiaosan say that your carrots can double the effect of cultivation, and I want to buy carrots from you. This is his main purpose for finding Huju. His innate spirit power is only half a level. For most of his life, he tried his best to not break through the 30th level. This has become his obsession. Because of this, he turned a blind eye to people with low levels of innate soul power, such as Huju. And after learning about the effect of Huju's first spirit ring from Tang San, another idea of his was born. He can use Huju's carrot effect to break through his own level. Master, there is no problem buying my carrots. You may not know that my carrots have been on sale, but that kind of carrot can only increase the cultivation effect by 10%, and that kind of carrot I sell a golden soul coin. The words of the master made Huju surprised at the beginning, but just after thinking about it, he understood the purpose of the master. If you want to break through the bottleneck, you can have this. However, he wouldn't be Huju if he didn't take this opportunity to blackmail a sum. Anyway, the opportunity to buy carrots for the master is considered to be a return of the original favors. Then, the business will return to the business, not the favors. Then what do you mean? The master looked at Huju plainly. Now that he has decided to buy, he is ready to spend a lot of money. After all, Huju's soul skills are already equivalent to those treasures of heaven and earth. And it's still a batch of genius treasures, as long as the price is not too outrageous, he can accept it. You are the teacher of Junior San, I can also ask for too high a price, just 10 gold soul coins. Huju smiled. 10. After the master pondered for a moment, he slowly nodded and said, the price is very reasonable, no problem. Give me 10 first. 10 golden soul coins are just the limit of his psychological price. It is not that Huju's carrots cannot be sold at a high price, but that he does not have so much money. If the people of the big powers know about Huju's carrot effect, let alone one of 10 golden soul coins, even one of 100 golden soul coins will be rushed to buy. Of course, it is more likely to imprison him and be a cultivation tool that can be squeezed infinitely. Master, 10 carrots may not be enough. 1 carrot can only last for an hour. 10 carats can't last for a day. The effect is not great. Looking at the purse in front of him, Huju did not reach out his hand. Go get it, he feels that there may be a different harvest today. Master looked up at the smiling boy in front of him, frowned and asked, what do you want? I can supply the carrots that the master needs for 1 year of cultivation. Huju raised his finger, the conditions are also very simple. I want a self-made spirit ability that works for me. Yes, this is what Huju wanted. He didn't forget that the master was born in the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. As one of the 3 previous sects, he didn't believe in the spirit skills he didn't use. So you want to learn spirit abilities? Do you know that in this world, creating your own spirit abilities is very precious? Do you think it can be easily exchanged with your carrot? The master looked at Huju faintly. A faint disgust flashed in his mind, he felt that Huju was a bit intolerant. How precious are his own soul abilities, some precious soul abilities, as long as he gets one, he can completely support a large family, but Huju wants to change his hands with a little carrot, and his appetite is not small. Ah! Is it precious? I have already created 2, and I don't think it is too difficult. If you don't believe me, ask Ziosan. Huju spread his hands innocently. It seems that he still thinks things too simple. People in the world cherish themselves even more than imagined. You. The master was almost choked by Huju's words. You just say you can't sell it, it's impossible to want spirit abilities. Sell, how can you not sell it? There is no reason not to do the business delivered to your door. www.readaloud.com. Huju stretched out his hands and made 10 carrots in a while. After opened up on the table in a row, he collected the purse on the table and stuffed it into his pocket without counting. Since there is nothing else, I will leave, master, I hope we have a chance to cooperate again. Huju smiled slightly and stood up and said. Wait a minute. Just as Huju was about to leave, the master raised his hand to stop. What? Is there anything going on, master? Huju asked curiously. This. The master hesitated a bit. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but said, can you tell me why your spirit ring can improve so fast? Curiosity is human nature. Huju can upgrade the 10-year spirit ring to the millennium in just over a year. There is no secret in it, I am afraid no one will believe it. What's more, he is a master with rich theoretical knowledge, and Huju's method of increasing the age of his spirit ring makes the master feel like a cat scratching his heart, and his heart is itchy. No comment. Huju's face turned cold. He had seen someone shameless, and had never seen such a shameless person. You were unwilling when labor and management exchanged spirit abilities with you, but now it's better to ask about the secret of labor and management. Isn't it going to be death? On-hook panel is his absolute taboo, whoever wants to touch it, he will kill anyone. What about the master, you can't kill it by mistake. At this moment, Huju became vigilant in his heart, and he must guard against others. No matter what the master is, he should guard against him. It seems that it will be a little harder for some time to come. After leaving the master's residence, Huju's 5 senses improved and he felt the master's residence from a distance. At this moment, all the master's movements were under his supervision, and all the master's movements were in his senses. Chapter 43, Kill the Rabbit Proof. Not long after leaving the master's residence, Tang San left and followed. Xiaoju, I'm sorry, I didn't expect the master to ask you such a question. When he came to Huju's side, Tang San apologized sincerely. Regarding the question of why Huju's spirit ring improved so quickly, Tang San had never delved into it, but simply attributed it to Huju's special physique. It's not that Tang San is not clever. On the contrary, it was because he was too smart that he never asked. Everyone has their own secrets, Huju has, and Tang San himself, but he knows that a person has a bottom line, no matter how close the relationship is, this bottom line cannot be touched. To be honest, When he heard the teacher ask this question from his mouth, Tang San felt that the teacher had passed. Here, Hu Ju listened carefully to Tang San's apology, and said lightly, "Little San, people's hearts are unpredictable, this time is a lesson, I don't blame you. But the cause of this matter is because of you, because your mouth is not strict, because you think the master is your teacher, and you dare not lie in the face of his inquiries. That's why the master is impetuous and asks me questions he shouldn't ask. So, the responsibility lies with you." Hu Ju rarely put aside his carefree youth, and his eyes carried the deepness of adults, like a spring water, bottomless. The maturity of the past life allows him to see through everything, because in this life he doesn't want to be too tired, but only wants to enjoy life happily, so he has a younger mentality and often acts like a child. Speaking of which, Hu Ju is more mature than Tang San in terms of xingxing. Tang San had always stayed at Tangmen in his previous life, and never went out, and that world was still ancient, so how could it be compared to the colorful world that Hu Ju had experienced? The difference in vision, information, xingxing, etc. made Hu Ju stand on the shoulders of the giant and look down at Tang San. Hu Ju's language, coupled with the transcendence revealed on his body, made Tang San sweat in cold sweat. At this moment, Tang San felt that the pressure on him by Hu Ju was even greater than when he faced his father. Such a small nine is terrible. Tang San is in awe. Yes, the responsibility really lies with me. Tang San lowered his head, just like when the younger generation faced the elders, letting the lesson go. Haha, but don't put it on your body either. It's not terrible to make a mistake. The terrible thing is that you don't know it when you make a mistake. At this point, Xiao San is good. He patted Tang San on the shoulder. Hu Ju teased. In Hu Ju's laughter, Tang San felt the pressure all over his body lighten, as if everything just now was an illusion. Tang San also smiled. "Xiao Ju, don't worry, things like this won't happen again in the future." Did not affect the feelings between them because of today's events, so Tang San took a long breath. Just now, he was worried about losing Hu Ju's brother because of today's affairs. After this day, on the surface, Hu Ju seemed to have forgotten to meet the master, and he still played carefreely with Xiao Wu every day. In fact, he has a mind, and his five senses are always aware of the master's condition. Whenever he has a little sign of abnormality, he will desperately kill him. Simply, the master doesn't seem to have the ability to be a bad guy, he can't even be cruel. There is no difference for a long time, Hu Ju seems to have waited for nothing. That's it, another 4 months have passed. 4 months later, Hu Ju's spirit power level finally reached 30. From the time of cultivation to the present, it only took less than 2 years to cultivate to level 30. This speed is astonishing. But I can understand. Although his cultivation talent is not high, he can't stand it with bonuses and hang up. The 8th level soul power meditation idea provides him with a 70% acceleration in his cultivation speed. The first spirit ring skill provides him with a double cultivation speed bonus. Finally, there is a 24-hour on-hook practice on the on-hook panel, which makes it difficult to improve soul power. At level 30, it should be considered for the 3rd spirit ring skill. Hu Ju had already considered his 3rd spirit ring. I need Xiao Wu's teleporting skill. Remember, it was said in the original book that the teleporting skill Lightning Rabbit has it. At present, his main attack methods are Chaotic Cloak Hammer method and Soul Power Spiral Pill. Among them, the Chaotic Cloak Hammer method cannot be interrupted during the charging phase. In combat, this is a fatal flaw. There is also the Soul Power Helix Pill. The attack method of this skill is very monotonous. It can only attack in a straight line, and it is easy to be avoided by the enemy in advance. If you have teleport skills, it's different. The Chaotic Cloak and teleportation make it impossible for the enemy to grasp the corners of his clothes, so that he can rest assured to accumulate energy. Soul Power Spiral Pill plus teleport, so that he can move to the enemy at any time to make his face, take the ghost attack route. So, kill the rabbit? Difficult to do. After thinking about it, Huju came to Xiaowu's dormitory. Tangled here for a long time with Xiaowu, making Xiaowu impatient. Hey! Xiaoju, why didn't I find you still have a mother-in-law time? What can you tell me? Xiaowu nibbled the carrot and looked at Huju sideways. Ah! Huju looked up anxiously, raised his head carefully and said, Xiaowu, I'm level 30. Really, this is a good thing. Why are you still showing that face? Xiaowu said in surprise. www.readaloud.com. Although I knew that Huju had almost upgraded, I was really happy to hear the news. Isn't it possible to choose the third spirit ring? For the next spirit ring, I have some ideas. Huju observed Xiaowu's face and slowly said, I thought of a way to make up for the defects of the chaotic cloak hammer method. The spirit ring skill, but this skill needs to be obtained on the lightning rabbit. Ah! Do you want teleport skills? I have to say that Xiaowu understands rabbits. Just hearing Huju say a name, she can guess the skill Huju wants. Well, the teleport skill is indeed suitable for your combat system, but the lightning rabbit is very rare, and it is difficult to catch. Xiaowu's voice sounded nothing unusual, even if Huju observed it all. Such a reaction made Huju wonder whether it was good or bad. Since I can't see it, just ask. Huju looked at Xiaowu and asked, Aren't you angry? I'm going to kill lightning rabbit. Kill? What's the problem with this? Xiaowu looked at Huju unclearly. Aren't we discussing this? I'm telling you that lightning rabbit is not easy to catch. Isn't your martial spirit a rabbit? Don't you be angry. Huju raised his head in surprise. Isn't Xiaowu very kind in the original work? And she is a rabbit herself, why not oppose him to kill lightning rabbit? Huju was puzzled. Are you stupid? Xiaowu looked at Huju with a strange look. My martial soul is a rabbit, what does it have to do with you killing the lightning rabbit? The lightning rabbit is not my relative, it's my ass. Ah, this. Sure enough, the original is the original, and now it is now. Xiaowu is just Xiaowu and cannot judge a person's personality arbitrarily with one-sided information. Chapter 44, Stardew Great Forest. Well, since you don't mind, then let's talk about how to act. After no longer tangling, Huju readily discussed with Xiaowu about hunting the lightning rabbit. A few days later, when the academy was on holiday again, Huju decided to take advantage of this time to obtain his third spirit ring. Since the unpleasant exchange with the master, Huju has consciously concealed his soul power cultivation. So far, the academy only knows that he is a great soul master. As for the specific level, there is no information. And this time, he didn't intend to let the academy know about the spirit ring hunting operation, or he didn't want to let the master know about it. In terms of hunting for spirit rings, the academy can't provide much help. Go to the Stardew forest. Xiaowu said suddenly. Seeing Huju's suspicious gaze, she retracted her gaze and lowered her head to prevent Huju from seeing her expression. I haven't told you yet. Actually, I'm an orphan. I grew up in the Stardew forest since I was a child. I was adopted by a gorilla and a cow python. For me, the Stardew Great Forest is my home. I am familiar with everything there, including the lightning bunny you are looking for. I also know where it is. Xiaowu's words made Huju's eyes pity. He looked at Xiaowu affectionately. Xiaowu, no, sister, you are not an orphan, my mother is your mother, my father is your father, and me, I am your brother. So Xiaowu is an orphan. Huju took a deep breath, silently remembering this point in his heart. Brother. Xiaowu Jia raised her head eagerly, and responded in a low voice. The atmosphere is getting stronger. A few days later, the annual holiday came. Huju, Xiaowu, Tang San, the three of them left the college together and returned to the Holy Soul village. The arrival of Xiaowu made Emma very happy, and secretly gave Huju a thumbs up. Only a few days later, Emma was upset. "What are you talking about? Are you going to leave Xiaowu for a while?" Emma refused without thinking. "No, you are still young, so you are not allowed to go anywhere, just stay at home for me obediently." This year, Huju and Xiaowu were a little over 8 years old. Because of their relationship with soul masters, their bodies developed rapidly and they had grown into teenage girls. But in Emma's opinion, this is not enough. No matter what they look like, they are only 8 years old. At this age, they should go to school and practice obediently. How can they be allowed to run outside? Besides, she couldn't bear it either. Reluctantly, seeing her resolute appearance, Huju had to tell the truth. "Mom, it is not that we want to leave, but we have to leave. My cultivation has already encountered a bottleneck, and I must hunt for the spirit ring to continue to improve. It is about cultivation. I have to go." To speak or not, finally convinced Emma with great difficulty and asked her to keep her soul power level secret, which is too conspicuous at the age of 8 and 30, and needs to be kept low-key at all times. After persuading Emma, the next thing is simple. Did not say goodbye to Tang-san. Early the next morning, Huju and Xiaowu quietly left Shengun village and rushed to the Star-Do Great Forest. This time the spirit ring, Xiaowu said that she would arrange it in her sole discretion, and Huju didn't have to do anything, as long as she followed her. And this trip can't take Tang-san. According to Xiaowu's statement, one more person is more dangerous. The Star-Do Forest is no better than other places, even if she has lived there since she was a child. She needs to be cautious. But Huju felt that Xiaowu was lying. She just wanted to be alone with herself and live in a two-person world. It's a pity that Huju didn't dare to say this. All the way hurriedly, on the way, Huju and Xiaowu both used change skills to change their appearance, making the two look ordinary. In this way, there really is no more bad news. Hurry up and hurry up. 10 days later, they have come to the outskirts of the Star-Do Great Forest. "Xiaoju, pay attention to safety around you. We first enter the core area of the Star-Do Great Forest, and then I let Ming come to pick us up." At the Xingdo Great Forest, Xiaowu feels happy as if she has returned to her home. "Oh, this seems to be her home. Well, don't worry, with my perception ability, no one can escape my induction except for a few soul beasts that are good at hiding." The 8 level 5 sense enhancement technique allowed Huju to discover the spirit beast's breath in advance, especially in this complicated environment. It was just like a duck in the water. This is the first time Huju has come to the Star-Do Great Forest. Compared with the soul hunting forests he has visited before, the distribution of soul beasts here is more dense, and it is not comparable to the hunting forest in terms of strength. In the Star-Do Great Forest, 100-year-old soul beasts can be seen everywhere, and 1,000-year-old soul beasts are no longer in the minority. Can be described as 1,000 years of walking around the ground. 100 years is not as good as a dog. This analogy is not exaggerated at all. As the two of Huju's Xiaohu deepened, more powerful spirit beasts began to appear, and in just half a day, there were already sporadic 10,000-year spirit beasts appearing in Huju's range of perception. That aura made Huju feel Ling Ran. With his current strength, as long as he encounters a 10,000-year soul beast, he is dead, and he can't even escape. "Xiaowu, are we still leaving? It's dangerous here." Huju looked at Xiaowu, who didn't realize it, with a guilty heart. These soul beasts are not standing still, many soul beasts are moving at will, especially it was those 10,000-year soul beasts. Every time they moved, Huju was frightened. "I was afraid that they also had the ability to perceive and could discover their existence in advance." "Don't worry, Xiaoju, come here with my sister Xiaowu, you are treated as if you are home, don't be afraid. I will protect you." Looking at Huju like this, Xiaowu feels very fun. After all, it's rare to see the appearance of Huju. "Stop it, contact your good friend Ming quickly." Huju gave Xiaowu an angry look. The astonishing effect of the five senses is indeed very good, but Huju suffers from it. After all, he can sense the existence that can threaten his life at all times, just like a sheep breaking into the territory of a wolf pack, for fear was eaten accidentally. Hehe, okay, I'm not teasing you, I have already notified Ming, I believe he is already coming in our direction, don't worry, wait for him, we won't have to worry about safety soon. Wu patted Huju on the shoulder and comforted. Well, let's find a place to rest first. After walking for most of the day, Huju also felt tired. Mainly because of too much psychological pressure, he needs to rest. Well, I'm hungry, I want to eat carrots. Xiao Wu touched her stomach, and said pitifully. Eat less and beware of gaining weight. Huju smiled and made a carrot and threw it to Xiao Wu. Xiao, this rabbit is just a greedy mouth, how hungry it is. It's just eating and playing. Found a remote place, Huju and Xiao Wu just rested while waiting for the arrival of Ming. During a small chat, Xiao Wu began to introduce Da Ming and Ming to Huju. But Huju knew that in Xiao Wu's introduction, only 9 points were true, the remaining point was actually fake, and the fake part was Xiao Wu's cover for concealing his identity. Chapter 45, Miserable Life Experience. Since I was a child, I was abandoned by my parents in the Stardo forest, taking the forest as my home. Without friends, no relatives, the only ones who accompanied me when I grew up were Daming Erming. They don't know how to take care of others, I'm so pitiful. Xiao Wu stubbornly introduced her life experience, and Huju listened carefully to the side, not serious, lest she laugh. This rabbit is cunning, knowing to lie to him. But after listening, he really feels distressed, a girl, who has been in the core area of the unpopulated Stardo forest since she was a child, pitiful. But there was something that puzzled Huju, so he asked, then how did you come to Notting College? Ah! This is about to start with another matter. Xiao Wu gnawed a carrot, and then said, when I was about 6 years old, a very injured person came to my house and I saved it. He then asked me if I wanted to go out with him to see the outside world after he got well. Then you followed, aren't you afraid of danger? Huju answered. He, don't be afraid. Daming said that because of the injury, that person's cultivation level was completely abandoned, and he is not as good as an ordinary person. Later, I returned to his hometown with him, a small village not far from Notting City. Then how is this person now? I haven't seen him come to see you. Huju believed that with Xiao Wu's cute appearance and being a lifesaver, I'm afraid that person will be closer to her than his daughter-in-law. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Wu let out a series of laughter full of mockery. After a long time, she stopped laughing and said blankly, he is dead, I killed it. After finishing speaking, Xiao Wu looked at Huju inexplicably. Deep in her eyes, there was a hint of anxiety and a hint of tension. However, Huju's reaction was beyond her expectations. He patted his thigh, it's good to die, Xiao Wu, remember that some people are bad, so don't trust others easily in the future. Regarding the person Xiao Wu said, Huju believes that he has actually appeared, which also explains why Xiao Wu entered Notting College as a work student. Don't you think I'm a bad girl? I killed him. Seeing Huju's reaction, Xiao Wu cried out in disbelief, but there was a hint of relief in his eyes. Xiao Wu. There are everyone in this world, there are good people, and there are bad people. Even a cute person like you can't help killing him, then he should die. I believe you. Huju responded to Xiao Wu's reaction. But he didn't take it seriously. He had seen too much of the human heart in his previous life, and his heart was already invincible. As for Xiao Wu's murder, how could he react? This is the Douluo continent, what's the point of killing someone? Then, don't you ask about the reason. Xiao Wu was reluctant, as if she had to make it clear to Huju. Huju helplessly spread his hands and said, what's the point of asking, anyway, it's all unpleasant memories, and the past is gone. Xiao Wu, let's look forward, don't think about the bad things. No, I still have to make it clear to you, because you are Xiaoju, if it's someone else, I don't care what he thinks. Xiao Wu looked at Huju angrily, mouth Barbara, 3 or 2. Just make things clear. It turned out that when he took Xiao Wu away from that person, his temperament changed greatly because of the waste of his cultivation. After returning to the small village, he continued to drink heavily, even more disregarding Xiao Wu, or the neighbor's old wife gave her food from time to time. Eat, or she will starve to death. Later, the drunkard ran out of money, and in order to drink, he hit Xiao Wu with his idea. He wanted to sell Xiao Wu. However, Xiao Wu accidentally learned about this matter. In the end, she didn't need to say anything. Seeing that drunkard didn't repent and insisted on selling her, Xiao Wu was angry and murdered. Look, I know you must have been wronged, don't worry, there will be a brother in the future, no one will dare to bully you. Huju patted his chest to promise. Xiao Wu nodded heavily. After such a long chat, the sky has darkened, especially in the forest. As the night came, some nocturnal soul beasts also began to appear, and the whole forest was lively. In Huju's ears, I felt that there were soul beasts everywhere, predating and fighting, revealing the weak and powerful side of the forest. Just when Huju was about to ask Ming why he hadn't come, his ears moved lightly, and 5 miles away, he felt an extremely huge breath moving in their direction. That breath was full of savagery and irritability, and that wild aura was rushing towards his face, making Huju involuntarily tremble for a moment. No need to guess, this breath must be Ming. Except for the 100,000-year soul beast, there will be no other beings with such a powerful aura, and they will also appear in the core edge area of the Stardo Great Forest. Obviously, this is for them. Xiao Wu, Ming seems to have appeared. Huju said to Xiao Wu happily. The Stardo Forest is too dangerous. www.readaloud.com. Had it not been for meeting Ming, Huju would never have come here. Really, that's great. Xiao Wu jumped up happily, and with Ming, she could walk sideways in the Stardo Forest. Ming's speed is very fast, in just 5 minutes, he appeared in front of Huju and Xiao Wu. So big! Ming, who was like a hill, suddenly appeared in front of him, making Huju involuntarily marveled. This is still the state of Ming on all fours. If he stands upright, he will be even taller. Ming is completely dark, especially now that it is getting late. If it weren't for Huju's amazing eyesight, he would almost never notice it. Ming, why are you here? We have been waiting for you for a long time. Xiao Wu suddenly jumped from the ground and complained to Ming. Hey! Ming let out a sigh, and looked at Xiao Wu innocently with his lantern eyes, indicating that he didn't know what you were talking about. Oh, forget it, let me introduce him to you. He is the Xiaoju I told you, and you are not allowed to hurt him. Xiao Wu pointed at Huju and said to Ming solemnly. She was afraid that Ming would be naughty and accidentally hurt Huju, so she warned her. The Titan giant ape rolled his eyes and stared at Huju with scarlet eyes. Huju's pressure increased instantly, cold sweat broke out on his body, and he almost couldn't bear falling to the ground. Fuck, this dog thing is definitely on purpose. Huju cursed inwardly. If he couldn't beat him, Huju would definitely slap him with 2 big mouths to let him know what politeness is. Variety. Huju's heart moved, and all began to flash crimson light. In an instant, Huju's muscles and clothes were stretched tightly, and in a blink of an eye, he had turned from a handsome boy to a 9-foot man with a height of more than 2 meters. Chapter 46, Feed. The pressure is finally reduced. Huju looked at the Titan Great Ape blankly, waiting for you, this dog, and after waiting, let's see how I clean up you. Ming, I'm going to be angry. At this time, Xiao Wu also saw that something was wrong, and hurriedly came to Huju to block the coercion of the Titan Great Ape for him. When he saw Xiao Wu, Ming immediately withdrew his momentum. His eyes were dull for an instant, as if he didn't know everything just now. Damn it, Ming, you wait for me. Later, I must tell Ming that you are bullying me. Xiao Wu looked at Ming angrily with her hands on her hips. Finally, she felt puzzled and came forward to Ming. Around, kicked a few bitterly. Facing Xiao Wu's punches and kicks, the Titan giant ape squatted down slightly so that Xiao Wu could hit him with a more comfortable angle. Forget Xiao Wu, Ming is having fun with me. After Xiao Wu fought for a while, Huju stepped forward to persuade him. Yes, Ming. Huju stretched out his hand inexplicably and patted the giant ape who was afraid of squatting on the ground. The Titan giant ape hurriedly nodded and looked at Xiao Wu pitifully, indicating that he was playing with Huju. What are you doing here? Take us home. Xiao Wu kicked Ming's palm and said angrily. Roar! Ming yelled, straightened up, waved his hands, and instantly grabbed Xiao Wu and Huju in his hands, placing them on his shoulders, one left and one right. At this moment, Huju had a new understanding of Ming's strength. Seeing Ming's palm grabbed him, he couldn't even dodge. This feeling of powerlessness made him extremely depressed. It seems that if you want to teach Ming, there is a long way to go. However, this thought was thrown out of the sky by him in just a few moments, because Ming had already started to act. His huge body quietly shuttled through the forest. Huju just felt that the surrounding environment was changing extremely fast, and there was only a whistling wind whistling beside his ears, just like a space shuttle, feeling that the surrounding air was distorted and deformed. Up. I don't know how long it has been. It seemed like an instant, and it seemed like a long time. Huju felt that Ming at his feet finally stopped. It wasn't until this time that Huju realized that he had come to the side of a lake. The water of the lake was extremely clear, and the trees on both sides formed extremely clear reflections in the moonlight. Huju and Xiao Wu jumped off Ming. Xiao Wu, is this the place where you used to live? It's so beautiful! Huju exclaimed. Well, I grew up here. Xiao Wu nodded, and then she looked at the lake and shouted into it, Ming, come out, I'm back. Boom! Xiao Wu's voice just fell, and the entire lake boiled. After a few breaths, a black and cyan bullhead that was 4 meters straight came out of the water. The sky-green cow python appeared. Sister Xiaohu, it's really you, I almost thought it was wrong. The sky-green cow python uttered a voice, with a sense of majesty in his voice, as if the emperor was talking. Hehe, of course it is me. This time I brought my friends back to play. Let me introduce it to you. This is Xiaoju, I told you before. Xiao Wu came to Huju kindly, and Huju introduced to Ming. Hello, Ming, I heard that there is an emperor in the Stardo Great Forest before, and it seems that it is really amazing today. Huju's words are really not a compliment. In his perception, Ming's aura is deep, especially his soul power, as if it is boundless, it can't be seen to the end. Xiaoju. I know you, I heard Xiao Wu say that you are her very good friend, welcome to the Stardo Great Forest as a guest. Ming nodded his head and greeted Huju gently. I'm sorry, I was in a hurry this time, and I didn't bring you any gifts. Or try my carrots, Xiao Wu likes them very much. Huju was a little embarrassed and went to someone else's house for the first time. I don't even bring any gifts, I always feel a bit rude. Helpless, Huju had no choice but to make it now and took out his martial arts carrot to entertain them. Oh, I heard that your carrot is very characteristic. I just tasted it today. Ming had a very good attitude, and he did not look down on Huju because of his low strength. From the beginning to the present, he has always treated Hu with an equal attitude. 9. This greatly increased Huju's affection for him, unlike the gorilla, which was not friendly at all. After making a handful of carrots, Huju divided it among Daming and Erming. Of course, Xiao Wu's did not fall. Huju was quite satisfied with his martial spirit. Doubling his cultivation speed was not only useful for people of low realms, it was aimed at all realms. The higher the strength, the greater the benefits he would gain. Just like now, Daming only tasted it politely at first, but the moment after the entrance, he felt the benefits of carrots. You must know that it is very difficult for him to improve his strength when his cultivation is at his level, and Huju doubled his cultivation speed. He felt this obvious change in an instant. Xiaoju, your carrot is very good. I didn't expect it would work for me. It's great. After a while www.readaloud.com Daming's voice sighed. This kept the smile on Huju's face unbroken. This was the compliment of the Emperor of the Stardo Great Forest. If people saw this scene, it would have been enough to make him proud for a long time. On the other side, the Titan Great Ape was still full of disdain, and he was not Sister Xiao Wu, so how could he be interested in a small carrot? But after hearing Daming's compliment, he ate the carrots suspiciously. Then, Huju just felt a big head suddenly appear in front of him, and his eyes showed obvious desire. Haha, Erming, you have today, so how are you? You are not fed by me. Huju raised his mouth slightly, and made some carrots again with a big smile. Erming, save some food. My carrot effect can last for an hour. If you eat too much, it has no effect. You have to wait until the effect is over before eating. Watching Erming grabbed a handful of carrots and prepared to throw it into his mouth, Huju warned. Roar! Huju! What is he talking about? Huju looked at Xiao Wu, waiting for her translation. He said your carrots are too small, he didn't even taste it. Xiao Wu explained with a grin. I can't do anything about it, who made him such a big one? Huju scratched his forehead and was speechless. By the way, Xiao Wu, didn't you mean to find a spirit ring for me? When should we go? He has seen Daming and Erming, and it's time to do business. Today's Erming's affairs make him very depressed. Although Erming has no malicious intentions, he just made a joke with him, but it is true that he is weak. Huju also wanted to obtain the spirit ring as soon as possible to improve his strength. Chapter 47, Lightning Bunny. Actually, I brought you back to the Stardo Great Forest for a reason. Upon hearing Huju's question, Xiao Wu began to explain the reason for Huju. As I told you, the lightning rabbit soul beasts you are looking for are not only very rare, but because they are all teleporting, few people outside can find them, let alone hunt them. Well, I also know this. I was ready to fight a protracted battle. Huju nodded and said. But my sister Xiao Wu is not an ordinary person. Here, I happen to know a group of lightning rabbits, and I am very good friends with them. Among them, one lightning rabbit has been cultivated for exactly 2,000 years, and it is about to die of old age. Is your chance? A lightning bunny that is dying of old age. Huju was instantly refreshed when he heard this, and God helped me. Knowing that the lightning rabbit is hard to kill, he also prepared a second spirit ring plan for himself. Xiaoju, let me tell you. I won't allow you to hunt lightning rabbits. They are all my friends. Don't use violent means. Xiao Wu looked at Huju angrily. Why didn't I have any love at all? I told him that this was my friend. Ah. Then do you want me to wait for it to die of old age? How long will it take? Huju was a little reluctant. The ghost knows when it will die of old age. What if it just hangs and can't go down? Stupid. Xiao Wu stomped and looked at him angrily. Who told you to wait for it to die? I asked you to find a way to make it sacrifice for you. Do you know the sacrifice? It just absorbs the spirit ring perfectly. Without any side effects, you can still get 100% soul bone sacrifice. Hey, that's a good idea. Huju's eyes lit up, but then frowned. I have no relatives with Lightning Rabbit, why should it sacrifice to me? It depends on your ability, I can only help you get here. Xiao Wu said, the opportunity has been given, as to how to make the Lightning Rabbit sacrifice, it doesn't matter to her. But from the smile in Xiao Wu's eyes, it can be seen that this method is actually not difficult. Could it be? Xiao Wu, don't you want me to feed them? Hu Ju's eyes lit up, and he instantly thought of his advantage. Correct. Rabbits like carrots, this is natural. At that time, you only need to establish a good relationship with them first, and it may be possible in the end. And he knows that sacrifice is not bad for soul beasts. At the very least, because of the active fusion with the host, the soul of the soul beast will not be hostile to the host. In this way, the soul can be preserved intact, and there may be a chance of resurrection in the future. Of course, the prerequisite for resurrection is that he must become a god. These are all later things. For the time being, he only needs to feed the group of lightning rabbits. What kind of clothes? It's so ugly. Xiao Wu didn't follow her, she always felt that Hu Ju was talking about her. Well, that's almost what it means. Maybe you don't know yet. In fact, soul beasts can also cultivate, but their cultivation is based on instinct and is very rough. Your carrot effect is also very useful to them, and coupled with the delicious taste, they have no reason not to like you. It just takes some time for them to like you as a relative. Xiao Wu explained to Hu Ju with her finger in her hand, it seemed like a virtuous wife was thinking about him. Well, in order to get the spirit ring you want, it's okay to spend some time. Hu Ju understands this, and doesn't care. This night, Hu Ju fell asleep with joy. The next morning, after Hu Ju gave Erming food, he smiled and said to him, Erming, I have a very powerful hammer technique. I have never met anyone who can pick me up before. Would you like to try it? Roar. Erming couldn't stand this. Hearing this, he stood up without saying a word, his chest banged with his palm. Without Xiao Wu's translation, Hu Ju knew what he meant. Look at someone. There is no such thing as an attack that Erming can't handle in the world. Okay. Then you can take a good look. Hu Juyi clenched the meteor hammer in his hand with excitement. The gentleman won't take revenge overnight. The gorilla played with him once yesterday, and he is about to return today. S-change skill was activated, making Hu Ju instantly transformed into a 9-foot man. The muscles on his body were knotted, and even his clothes were almost bursting, making him look like a reckless man. Soul power is controlled to flow throughout the body, protecting itself, so as not to be burst by the violent power. At present, Hu Ju's chaotic cloak hammer technique has reached level 9, the last hammer of 99 and 81 hammers, the accumulated strength has reached his own strength of 8,000 catties. But, he didn't dare to hit this last hammer at all. First of all, his body couldn't bear it. I'm afraid he would be blown up before the attack was hit. Come! The meteor hammer swings, and the hammer head rotates round and round around the body. Strength is accumulating. The more circles Hu Ju waved, the stronger his momentum became. With just over 30 hammers, the aura on his body has already surpassed that of the soul. And the momentum is still rising. When Hu Ju swung the hammer for the 49th time, he finally reached the limit his body could bear. If it continues to accumulate, he will be unable to hold it anymore. Erming, look at the move. Hu Ju shouted, his body like lightning under the drive of the meteor hammer. Wow! Hu Ju's attack has almost reached the peak of the soul sect. Although such an attack can't hurt Erming, it can still hurt. No, Hu Ju's insidious weapon has dense spikes on it. Those spikes pierced Erming's skin, causing him to feel a needle-like pain, and even his cry changed. Wow! Erming gasped heavily in his nostrils and stared at Hu Ju bitterly. This hammer really hurt him. Erming, are you okay, are you injured? Here, Hu Ju asked anxiously, but he was a little gloating. Finally got revenge. Bang bang bang. Ming slapped his chest, indicating that there was nothing wrong with it. How could something happen, but it just hurts a bit. As a male, he will not show weakness in front of his friends. Xiaoju, don't bully Ming. Be careful, he beats you. At this time, Xiaowu woke up with a grinning warning. Hi. It's okay, I'll have fun with Ming. Huju replied with a chuckle. Finally hit Ming, although his attack is nothing in front of Ming, but as long as it hurts, this is also considered venting. Next to, the simple Ming didn't know Huju's careful thoughts. This would be making gestures with Xiao Wu, as if to say that they were really playing around. Chapter 48, Pink. After a simple breakfast, Xiao Wu took Huju to see Lightning Rabbit. There are 3 lightning rabbits you will see later. They belong to a family. The mother's name is Pink, and it has 2 children, Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai. Oh, Xiao Wu, can't you give them nice names? Daming, Erming, Pink Xiaowai, and Xiaobai, oh hello. Huju was amused by Xiao Wu's talent for naming now. What are these names? Hey, I think it sounds very nice, is there any problem? Xiao Wu looked at Huju angrily, wishing to put the seeds on his head, but she thought about these names for a long time, but she didn't expect Huju to actually come up with them. It's horrible to laugh at her. Well, as long as it is the name you choose, it sounds good. Huju smiled and calmed down Xiao Wu, who was about to explode. Hey, it's almost the same. Looking at the carrots Huju handed over, Xiao Wu reluctantly forgave him for his impoliteness. The Lightning Rabbit family is not far away. Although this is the center of the Stardo Great Forest, only powerful soul beasts can survive here, but the Lightning Rabbit is different because they can teleport. Although their strength is at the bottom of the core circle, they are still at the bottom of the core circle. Set up a home here. You must know that the closer you are to the center of the Stardo Great Forest, the greater the benefits to the soul beasts, and the more effective it will be when you practice cultivation. According to Xiao Wu's introduction, Huju knew that in fact, soul beasts also need to pay attention to their talents. For soul beasts with good cultivating talents, the faster their cultivation years will break through, and the increase in strength can also break the limit of lifespan so that soul beasts can be used live longer. And the Lightning Rabbit family they are about to meet, the cultivation talent is not outstanding, so the situation of Mother Rabbit Pink is about to die of old age. After walking for about half an hour, Xiao Wu took Huju into a valley. The location of this valley is a bit peculiar. The valley is in the shape of a gourd. There is only a 1-person gap at the mouth of the bottle. When you walk into it, your vision opens up. There are no trees in the valley, only a green lawn. On the lawn, a grey and a white rabbit are playing, looking for fresh grass from time to time and taking a few bites. When Huju and Xiao Wu arrived, the 2 rabbits immediately became vigilant. Among them, the grey rabbit showed a fierce light, as if it was about to pounce on them in the next moment. Xiao Hui! I'm coming to see you. Xiao Wu stood in place, shouting to the grey rabbit. Squeak! Hearing Xiao Wu's voice, the eyes of the 2 rabbits flashed with surprise, and they disappeared suddenly. When they reappeared, they had already come to Xiao Wu's side. The 2 rabbits are almost half a meter long, a bit larger than ordinary rabbits, but this does not affect their cuteness in the slightest. Seeing the 2 rabbits rushing around Xiao Wu, Huju's eyes softened. Sure enough, rabbits are all cute. Hee hee. Faced with 2 enthusiastic rabbits, for a while, Xiao Wu's laughter echoed in this small valley. After playing for a long time, Xiao Wu remembered to introduce Huju to them. Xiao Hui, Xiao Bai, let me introduce you. This person is my partner. I made a special trip to see you today. By the way, he brought you gifts. As he said, Xiao Wu cast a look at Huju, indicating that it was time for him to perform. Huju seconds understand, hey, he is familiar. In a blink of an eye, the light flashed in front of Huju, and a bunch of carrots appeared in front of the two lightning rabbits. "Hello, this is my Wuhan carrot, it is delicious, you can try it." Huju made an inviting gesture and said friendly. The two rabbits looked up at Xiao Wu. After seeing her nodding, they cautiously came to Huju and sniffed the carrots with their noses. In the next moment, the two rabbits seemed to have seen a peerless delicacy, each bite a carrot, and began to eat. "Haha, eat slowly, I still have it here. If you can't feed Daming and Erming, can't you still feed the two rabbits?" Huju wished to eat more of these two rabbits, the better they could eat. In order to make them eat a full meal, Huju also took great effort to make carrots in his hand, almost exhausting his soul power. While Huju was feeding two lightning rabbits, a huge pink rabbit appeared at the end of the valley. The rabbit is almost 2 meters long and has fluffy and soft fur, which is very attractive. "Xiaoju, look, that's pink." Xiao Wu touched Huju, who was working hard to make carrots, and motioned to him. "Oh!" Huju raised his head and met Pink's gaze. In her pink eyes, Huju read out gentleness and friendliness. At this moment, Huju felt Pink like a gentle and kind confidant big sister, and his heart was full of intimacy. "Pink, hello, my name is Xiaoju, I am Xiao Wu's friend, would you like to eat some of my carrots, it's delicious." Huju smiled slightly and raised the carrot in his hand. S gaze was in a daze, and in the next instant, Pink had appeared in front of Huju. Pink behaves elegantly, picking up Huju's carrots implicitly, and eating in small bites. After eating 2 bites, Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com. Pink eyes lit up, raised his head, and nodded to Huju, as if he was praising his carrot. After Pink had eaten carrots, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in Huju's heart. "Xiaoju, your carrot tastes great, I like it very much." "Hey, Pink you." Huju didn't expect that Pink could communicate with him. "Hee, Xiaoju, it's weird. Pink has a special mental power and can communicate with people." At this time, Xiao Wu explained to him. "Your luck is really good, it seems that Pink likes you very much, you know, under normal circumstances, Pink can't speak." "Sister Xiaowu, what are you saying about this? I am embarrassed." Pink's shy voice sounded. "By the way, Sister Xiaowu, you brought Xiaoju here today, there must be something, can you tell me?" After being shy, Pink looked at Xiaowu and Huju curiously, as if guessing the relationship between the two. "Ah!" Xiaowu didn't expect Pink to be so smart, making her feel caught off guard for an instant. "This, yes, it's... You want Xiaoju to get my spirit ring?" The Pink voice was still gentle, as if she would never be angry, but her unusual wisdom was revealed in the language. "Pink, I..." Xiao Wu lowered her head ashamed, and for a while, she was speechless. This is the fact, for Huju's spirit ring, she has selfishness. Huju wanted a spirit ring with teleportation effect, so she went to find him, not only to find, but also to find the best one for him. Sister Xiao Wu doesn't need to be like this. You don't know my situation. Even if you don't come today, I won't live long. I am very happy to be able to help you." Pink soothed gently. Chapter 49, Sacrifice. In the face of the warm Pink, Xiao Wu cried into tears in an instant. She was ashamed, knowing that Pink's life expectancy was about to come, and even making an idea about it, it was even more uncomfortable in her heart. "It's okay, it's okay." Pink came to Xiao Wu, her 2 ears stretched out and held Xiao Wu's face, softly comforting. "Moreover, wanting to get my spirit ring is not that simple. If your partner can't get my approval, then I won't give him the spirit ring either. Pink sister, don't blame Xiao Wu, it's all my fault. If I didn't want teleport skills, Xiao Wu wouldn't have gotten your idea." Huju couldn't bear Xiao Wu crying so sad, so he stood up on the spot and took the responsibility on himself. Also, Sister Pink, tell me. How can I get your approval? I will definitely do it for you. In the world, there is never something for nothing. Thinking of someone offering sacrifices to you, it is impossible not to pay. Huju had expected this. It's just that he never thought that Pink can communicate, but it's better this way, he can accurately know the requirements of others. Well, Xiaowu has made a good friend and has a responsibility. Pink glanced at Huju appreciatively, and slowly made her request. My request is very simple, that is, Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai, both of them are still young. I am afraid that no one will take care of them after I leave. This is not a problem, I will let Ming Erming take care of them for you in the future. Before Huju could answer, Xiaowu agreed first. Thank you Sister Xiaowu, I am relieved to have those two watching the child for me. The pink voice was full of surprises. Originally he wanted Huju to spare some time to look after her, but he didn't expect Xiaowu to give a better guarantee. That is the Emperor and King in the Stardo Great Forest. With their care, what else is she worried about? Then, do you have any other requirements for Pink? Let's say them together. After agreeing to Pink's first condition, Xiaowu eagerly continued to ask for Huju. This made Huju helplessly closing his mouth as soon as he opened his mouth. Well, the second condition is that Xiaoju's martial arts effect is. I have eaten his carrots. It helps a lot in cultivation. If my children can eat them for a long time, I believe they will not be like me in the future. It ended up running out of life. After finishing speaking, Pink looked at Huju with expectant eyes. Her request was also a temporary motive. She felt that Huju's martial arts would be of great help to their spirit beasts, so she temporarily added one more request. After all, since Xiaowu brought this person here, she didn't have much room for rejection. Xiaowu is the supreme king of the rabbit clan, and she has saved her life before. She is very happy to be able to help Xiaowu before she dies. Well, this matter is not difficult for me, but I am a human being and cannot stay in the Stardo Great Forest all the time, so I may not be able to meet your request. Huju didn't want to deceive people. What he couldn't do would be useless even if he agreed. Xiaoju, you may have misunderstood it. It's not that you stay here all the time. I just want you to come a few times when you have time and leave them more carrots. Seeing Huju misunderstood her meaning, Pink hurriedly explained. Haha. That's okay, let's not talk about it. I can do it 3 or 5 times a year. Sister Pink, do you think this is okay? Huju breathed a sigh of relief. Great. Thank you, Xiaoju. Huju's promise made Pink rejoice. With the help of his carrot, he believed that his children would grow up quickly. After the conditions are negotiated, the rest is simple. Because Pink can't bear Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai, the two negotiated and the sacrifice would be carried out in 5 days. In the remaining few days, Huju and Xiaowu stayed in this small valley, watching Pink's last time with their children. By the way, Huju is also getting acquainted with Xiao Hui Xiao Bai. After all, he will be the breeder of 2 rabbits in the future, so he has to get along well with each other. 5 days later, in an unknown valley. Huju, Xiaowu, Pink and Small Gray and White, they are barely 2 and 3 beasts, stood beautifully in pink across from Huju. Around them, Xiaowu and the 2 rabbits were tearful, and their eyes were full of dismay. Such a scene made Huju feel a little uncomfortable. Originally, he asked himself to be a hard-hearted person, but he did not expect to feel sad. Although she only spent a few days with Pink, she was kind to Huju like a confidant big sister, and did not treat him coldly because he wanted to obtain her spirit ring. Of course, to be able to get such treatment, Huju knows that this is inseparable from Xiaowu. If there is no Xiaowu, I am afraid that the first time he sees Huju, the lightning rabbit will fight him desperately. Let's start, Xiaoju, just absorb the soul power with peace of mind, and leave the rest to me. Even if the sacrifice is about to be made, the pink voice is still gentle, as if this is not a sacrifice but a meal. Sister Pink, don't worry, Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai will give it to me in the future. www.readaloud.com. I will take good care of them. Hu Ju solemnly assured Pink. At this time, the only thing he can do is to let Pink Angzan leave. After all, even if he does not appear today, I am afraid it will not be long before Pink will die naturally. Okay. Pink finally turned her head, glanced at her two children, then nodded to Xiao Wu, and finally closed her eyes peacefully. The next moment, the pink body began to shine, and the pink color illuminates the entire valley. In this ray of light, Hu Ju felt a warm soul power suddenly injected into his body, and he didn't need to bother, that soul power naturally merged with his soul power. At this moment, Hu Ju's spirit power level began to rise rapidly, and soon broke through the 30th level and reached the 31st level. Then quickly broke through from the 31st level to the 30th level. This soul power dissipated completely when he knew it was over half of the 32nd level. After absorbing the spirit power, the spirit ring under Hu Ju's feet naturally emerged. He originally only had 2 purple spirit rings, but now the third one is condensing at an extremely fast speed. After a while, the third spirit ring took shape, and at this moment, Hu Ju officially became a 30-level food-type spirit sovereign. However, the change is not over yet. You must know that as long as it is a sacrifice, the appearance of the spirit bone is inevitable. Pink sacrifice to Hu Ju, naturally there will be soul bones. No, just after absorbing his soul power, Hu Ju suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if someone had forcibly stuffed something in his head. The next moment, his mental strength began to increase dramatically, and in just a moment, his perception range was more than 10 times larger. In the outside world, intermittent scenes flashed by. It was a scene outside the valley. Chapter 50, Martial Soul Fusion Skill. This is the soul bone of the head. A faint Mingwu appeared in Hu Ju's mind, letting him understand what soul bone Pink had brought him. At the same time, he also found that in his mind, there was also a skill called mental shock. At this moment, it also unravels the reason why Pink can speak with mental abilities. It turns out that the spirit is the strongest place in Pink. Under the blessing of 2,000 years of soul bone, Hu Ju's spiritual power has skyrocketed. In the sea of knowledge, the spiritual power is like the essence, and Hu Ju always feels the powerful power inside. After absorbing the spirit bone, Hu Ju's on-hook panel also changed, and the third spirit ring on-hook position was opened. Outside, while Hu Ju was waiting for the third spirit ring on-hook position to open, Xiao Wu suddenly felt a strange feeling in her heart. And the source of this induction happened to be Hu Ju, who was sitting cross-legged. "What's the matter with me? How come I have such a strange feeling?" to Xiao Ju. Xiao Wu stared at Hu Ju suspiciously. It seems that the source of the induction is Xiao Ju's martial arts. After a careful induction, this thought flashed through Xiao Wu's mind. "Xiao Wu, release your martial arts." Hu Ju, sitting on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and said to Xiao Wu, "Ah, good." After a daze, Xiao Wu let out her martial soul obediently. In the martial arts state, 2 lovely white ears popped out of Xiao Wu's head, and her eyes turned faintly red. In an invisible direction, a white fluffy tail appeared under her short skirt. While Xiao Wu released the martial soul, Hu Ju also released his carrot martial soul. After obtaining the third spirit ring, his carrot became even more red. The whole carrot was as crystal clear as bloodstone, and the faint red light permeated the martial soul. It looked more precious, and the martial soul itself exuded a faint fragrance, making the front of Yu Xiao Wu couldn't help swallowing her saliva. "Go!" Hu Ju threw the carrot in his right hand to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was about to reach out to pick it up, but he took it. Hu Ju's martial arts spirit turned into a red light covering Xiao Wu's body like a phantom. When the red light was covered, Xiao Wu had another amazing change. Saw her scorpion braid suddenly disappear without wind, and instantly disperse. The pink clothes on her body suddenly turned into white neon feathers, the faint moonlight shining on Xiao Wu, making Hu Ju seem to see a fairy. Xiao Wu's face, who was still full of youthful breath, became mature and gentle. The faint smile, like a breeze, looked back briefly, causing Hu Ju to fall into a sluggish state. My Xiao Wu has become a fairy. Hu Ju couldn't help murmuring, making the opposite Xiao Wu blush. Who belongs to your family, it's not. Ahem, Xiao Wu, is this our martial soul fusion skill? What is your current situation? The mature Xiao Wu made Hu Ju a little bit unbearable, so he had to use the topic to divert his attention. Hehe, it turns out that this is the martial soul fusion skill. It's so fun. I know the name. It's Fairy Hanyu, Xiaoju. Have I really become a fairy? Xiao Wu's mouth was revealed, as if heaven. As the fairy fell into the mortal world, the cold breath dissipated, leaving Hu Ju only naughty and cute. But this contrast makes Xiao Wu, who has turned into a fairy of Hanyu, even more charming. Fairy Hanyu. Isn't that just Chang'e? But this world doesn't seem to say Chang'e, this thought flashed through Hu Ju's mind. What's the ability? Xiao Wu, don't patronize the smelly beauty, quickly feel the change in your strength. After recovering, Hu Ju urged. Hehe, I am amazing now. Xiao Wu was even more proud of the change in strength. I saw her looking up at the sky, her body slowly floating, her ribbon fluttering, as if she was really going to return to the moon. Xiaoju, there are more, you see. Xiao Wu proudly raised her hand, a moonlight suddenly condensed in front of her, waved her hand, the moonlight flickered, and disappeared into Xiao Wu's hand. Rumbling. In the distance, a shocking explosion suddenly sounded on the stone wall of the small valley. In a short time, the sand and stones turned over, and the surrounding smoke was filled with smoke. Was shocked that Hu Ju couldn't help but open his mouth wide. With just one blow, he definitely possessed the strength beyond the 40th level Soul Sect, almost equivalent to the 50th level Soul King. So powerful attack! Hu Ju praised. Oh, yes, there is one last ability. After saying this, a blush flashed across Xiao Wu's face for some reason. Hu Ju asked curiously, what ability? Yes, that's... Xiao Wu suddenly faltered and couldn't speak. For a long time, she stamped her foot and said, look at it for yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Ju suddenly felt that his body was not controlled and flew towards Xiao Wu. When he came to Xiao Wu's side, his body became even weaker, and merged with Xiao Wu like a phantom. Could it be that this is the real martial soul fusion skill? At this moment, this thought flashed through Hu Ju's mind. After the real performance of the martial arts fusion technique www.readaloud.com, Xiao Wu's body suddenly began to grow, and in the blink of an eye, she had become a 5-meter-high goddess of cold moon. At the same time, Hu Ju, who had merged the spirits of martial arts, discovered that his mind was actually connected with Xiao Wu, and the thoughts between the two fluctuated. It didn't take time for them to understand their respective thoughts in an instant. It turns out that Xiao Wu likes me. Bah, shameless. Hu Ju's thoughts had just turned around, and Xiao Wu instantly passed a shy thought. Xiao Wu, try your attack again now. Hu Ju said solemnly to Xiao Wu when the fun was over. In the state of martial soul fusion, Hu Ju discovered that he could not control Fairy Hanyu, and could only be controlled by Xiao Wu. This is an obvious distinction, feelings, he is a tool to provide Xiao Wu with strength. No, do you want to ruin this valley? Xiao Wu's voice of rejection came in his mind. Hu Ju also reacted in an instant. Xiao Wu was so powerful when he didn't join just now, and now he has transformed into a complete Hanyu fairy, how terrifying his attack power is. Next, they carefully experimented with their strength after transforming into Hanyu fairy. After a few minutes, the two of them consumed too much spirit power, and the martial soul fusion state was automatically released. But in the past few minutes, Hu Ju also estimated the strength of the two martial souls after fusion. With their current strength fusion, their strength is almost in the peak realm of the Soul King, and the ordinary Soul King is not an opponent at all. This is the whole card. Xiao Wu, this skill will be our hiding method in the future. Remember not to expose it casually. Hu Ju reminded. This is not in a peaceful world. In this world, if you want to live well, you don't have enough cards to prepare. Chapter 51, Hu Nine's Strength. Because there was nothing left after the pink sacrifice, Hu Ju and Xiao Wu had to make a cloak mound for her, and found some of the hair she had left to bury in it. Then took Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai back to the center of the Star Do Great Forest. Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai are a pair of siblings, a pair of soul beasts who have just cultivated for 1,000 years. They are very close to Xiao Wu. Even with them, they are also very friendly to Hu Ju, a human who can make delicious carrots. And after the pink sacrifice, Hu Ju carried their mother's breath, which caused them to be very close to Hu Ju. On the road, Hu Ju made a summary of his own strength. Name, Hu Ju. Repair, 32nd level Soul Sovereign. The first Spirit Ring, 2195 years. Spirit Ring Skills, Absorption. Double the training speed. Second Spirit Ring, 1695 years. Spirit Ring Skills, Change. It can change into anyone's appearance, including costumes and martial arts, but cannot change spirit abilities. Incidentally, it changes its own muscles and nerves to temporarily increase physical strength. The third Spirit Ring, 2200 years. Soul Ring Skill, Teleport. Randomly appear within 100 meters. Own Soul Skills. Soul Skills and Mind Thoughts, 8th level. Cultivation effect increased by 70%. 5 Sense Enhancement Technique, level 8. The senses of sight, hearing, touch, smell, and taste are greatly improved. Chaos Cloak Hammer Method, level 9. 81 hammers are unified, and the last hammer increases the strength of 8,000 caddies. Soul Skill Control, level 8. Soul Power transforms into silk, and has a hardness not inferior to steel wire. Soul Power is controlled to the smallest degree. Helix Pill, level 7. The basketball-sized spiral pill of spirit power rotates at a high speed inside after being condensed and formed, and its attack power increases with the increase in level. At present, the attack power is equivalent to that of the same level Assault Spirit Master. External Soul Bone, Tongue. It can be ejected at the speed of light and bind prey. The toughness is extremely strong, the general attack cannot break away, the farthest attack range is 10 meters. Head Spirit Bone, greatly increase the host's spiritual power. Attached to the spirit impact of spirit skills. These are Hu Ju's current strengths. In terms of current strength, although he is a food-type spirit master, after possessing the third spirit ring ability, it's hard to say that the higher level battle is difficult, but it is similar to the same level combat type spirit master. It is definitely not weaker than that. Finally, he and Xiao Wu's martial arts fusion skills. I remember that when I saw Xiao Wu for the first time, his martial arts felt a little bit, but because his level was too weak, he later ignored it. Now that he has obtained the third spirit ring, his martial spirit has evolved to a certain extent, finally meeting the requirements of martial spirit fusion skills. The goddess of Cold Moon, after being completely integrated, the strength is equivalent to the Soul King of more than 50 levels, is a very powerful trump card. At present, his level is only 32, and Xiao Wu is 24. I believe that after the strength of the two increase, this martial soul fusion skill will be even more powerful. Here, a group of people came to the center of the Star Do Great Forest. Deming, Ming. Xiao Wu took care of her happily. Sister Xiao Wu, are you leaving? Needless to say, Daming's strength had already noticed the change in Hu Ju's spirit power level. Well, we are leaving, there is one thing that needs your help before we leave. Xiao Wu said. Sister Xiao Wu, you say? Daming and Ming looked at Xiao Wu at the same time. Xiao Wu's business is their business, no matter what they do, De Ming Erming will not hesitate. Hey! These are the two little guys. Xiao Wu pointed to Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai, and then said, their mother has left, and the two little guys have no one to take care of them. I want you to help me take care of them. No problem, teach these two little rabbits to me and Ming, we will take care of them. Ming nodded and said. Then I will trouble you. Xiao Wu brought the two rabbits to Ming's side and patted Ming's arm. Roar! Ming patted his chest twice, indicating that they must be protected. Next, Huju started to make carrots, not only for the two rabbits, but also for Ming and Erming. This is 2 days. As long as the soul power is exhausted, he will recover with all his strength, and then continue to do it. This kind of workload can make Huju tired. Of course, the results are also rich. In 2 days, more than 5,000 accelerated cultivation carrots can be used to cultivate them for at least 2 months. On the 3rd day, the two left the core area of the Stardo Great Forest under the of Ming. After saying goodbye to Erming, he hurried to Nodding City. Calculate the time, it has been a few days since the start of school. When they rush back to Nodding City, it is estimated that it will be the start of school. After leaving the Stardo Great Forest, Huju started to maintain his spirit power control skills at all times, keeping his 2 spirit rings fluctuating to a small extent, and the colors also changed. Became the best spirit ring structure of 2 yellows and 1 purple. The 3 purple spirit rings are really amazing. In order to avoid trouble, he even hides the fluctuation of his own spirit power to the level of 20 or so. After, in order to keep a little bit more confidential, I used changing skills and did double insurance. With the current concealment methods, under the Contra, he could not see his true cultivation level at all. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. 7 days later, Huju and Xiaowu are now in front of Nodding College with tired faces. In order to return to the academy as soon as possible, the two of them hurriedly hurried, but they didn't delay time in the middle. Haha, I think he will blame me again after going back to see Ziosan this time. Huju felt amused when he thought of Tang San full of grievances. Hey! You know your mistress, how can you go to such a dangerous place as the Stardo Great Forest? Don't let him go, that is to protect him. Xiaowu cocked her nose and said in dissatisfaction. Okay. You're all right. Huju rubbed his forehead depressed, this little dancing rabbit, even Tang San's vinegar, is no one. Back to the academy, Huju only felt relaxed for a while. Here, finally there was no strong aura that could be seen everywhere to surround him. When the strength is not strong, staying in the Stardo Great Forest is suffering, and he doesn't want to feel the feeling of depression anymore. Xiaoju, you guys are finally back, I thought you couldn't make the registration. Just as Huju and Xiaowu were standing in front of the gate of the academy enjoying the scenery, Tang San's surprise voice came from beside them. For nearly a month after Huju left unclearly, Tang San was the only one who guessed what they were going to do. As a close friend, Huju never planned to hide his strength from them, so after guessing that Huju might be hunting for the 3rd spirit ring, Tang San was actually quite worried. Seeing Huju's return safely now, I feel a little annoyed when I can rest assured. What a good brother! Chapter 52, Early Graduation. Haha, let's go in first, let me tell you, this time I can find a very powerful spirit ring skill, I promise to surprise you. Huju stepped forward, clasped Tang San's shoulders with a big smile, and pushed him into the academy together. Hee. Then I'll wait and see. Tang San said indifferently, he still minded that Huju didn't take him out with him. Huju can only pretend to be blind to this. After all, this time Xiaowu insisted on pulling him to act alone. The two-person world cannot be disappointed. Find some time and let you see my soul skills and you will know it. Huju said confidently. After completing the admission procedures at the college, they formally become third-year students. Lying alone on the bed in the dormitory at night, an inspiration flashed by and almost made him jump with excitement. He thought, since his hang-up panel can hang up skills, then the spirit of the soul bone comes. If the soul bone skills can also be upgraded through the on-hook panel, does it mean that the age of the soul bone can also be increased? Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to get up and experiment. With the thought, the on-hook panel appeared in front of my eyes. At the top there are 3 golden hang-up positions. Huju's 3 spirit rings are flooded with them, increasing the age of his spirit rings. Below are 7 ordinary hang-up slots, 5 of which have been filled up, and 2 hang-up slots are left vacant. His mind moved, and in his mind, the method of using the mental impact skills attached to the soul bone circulated in his mind. The next moment, in the on-hook panel, the 6th on-hook position began to fill, and several large characters of mental shock appeared in the on-hook position. The progress of the first level just started to rise slowly, and in a short while it rose by a short section. Sure enough, the skills attached to the soul bone can also hang up, but I don't know if the age of the soul bone will be increased. Huju was not satisfied with the soul bone he had obtained, but he would not dislike it either. After all, this is what Pink left behind after sacrificing her life. Commemorative significance is far greater than practicality. Moreover, the spirit bone can only be counted as a side gain of the 3rd spirit ring. He was already very satisfied with the ability to have one more skill. Haha, Ziosan, you have to be careful, don't wait for me to fight for teeth. On this day, while Tang San didn't go to the smithy to strike iron, Huju and Tang San had a friendly match. The audience is naturally Xiao Wu. Xiaoju, don't keep your hands in the future. Be sure to beat Tang San, this stinky guy, into a pig's head. Xiao Wu waved this little fist from the side, bouncing to cheer for Huju. It seems that you have acquired a powerful spirit ability this time. A trace of caution flashed in Tang San's eyes. Regarding Huju's temperament, he simply doesn't understand too much. If he is not sure about it, he would not say such big words. However, Tang San is not weaker than others in his life, so how good is Huju? Whoever wins and loses has to be beaten. Huju is now the soul sovereign, Tang San is a great soul master cultivation base. Facing Huju, who is a realm above him, Tang San attacked first. Is his masterful spirit ability. Winding. Wow! Ziosan, you actually attacked me, a food soul master first, you don't speak martial ethics. Huju jumped away, and at the same time pulled out the mace in his hand, unfolding the chaotic cloak and hammering method. There is no way, facing his thorny meteor hammer, Tang San wouldn't fight him at all. Hey! Xiaoju, you underestimated me, do you really think you can get out of my entanglement like this? Blue silver grass jungle, get up! In order to interrupt Huju's chaotic cloak, Tang San did not hesitate to consume a lot of spirit abilities and planted the entire competition field with blue-silver grass vines. Looking at the blue-silver grass vines that quickly jumped out of the ground, Huju chuckled, teleporting skills turned on, and he instantly appeared 100 meters away. This time, Tang San was stunned. In the distance, looking at Tang San with a dull expression on his face, Huju slowly began to draw circles, and the chaotic cloak hammering technique unfolded again. It turned out to be teleportation. Tang San was shocked, he spent a lot of soul power in order to limit Huju's chaotic cloak hammer method. Is the result? Huju actually teleported. As soon as the teleporting skill appeared, Tang San knew that he had already lost this competition. But losing without a fight is not his style. Tang San Yun, who refused to admit defeat, got lost in the ghost and rushed towards Huju like a phantom. But how could Huju be so easy to catch up? Soul power controls and blesses his feet, changing skills to change calf muscles, and under the dual blessing, his speed is even faster than Tang San's light work. Xiaoju, don't run if there is a kind. Behind him, Tang San was furious with incompetence. Haha, you won't run if you don't run. When I charge up for 2 more rounds, we will determine the outcome with 1 move. Huju laughed and teleported again. Ah! Damn it, Xiaoju, I won't fight anymore, you can go play by yourself. Tang San touched his hands on the 24 moon bridge on his waist, and finally let go. His hidden weapons were never used to deal with friends, and this person is still his brother, even if he admits defeat, he does not use hidden weapons. Haha! Mistress, you finally can't beat me in a head-on fight. Nonsense. www.readaloud.com. Are you fighting head-on? Is there a way to teleport this far? Tang San said angrily. Of course there is, this is nothing. When the teleport is upgraded in the future, it will directly accumulate the power in the chaotic cloak thousands of miles away, and then teleport to the enemy with a fatal blow. This is the real high-level killing method. Huju fell into a joyous fantasy. In the fair competition, Tang San bowed his head to admit defeat, which also meant that Huju's strength had risen to a new stage. The next college life will be flat. Huju heard news that made him laugh. According to Tang San, it seems that after the master tried his accelerated cultivation carrot, the spirit power in his body has slightly improved. It's a pity that he didn't have any money at first, and he didn't have the face to look for Huju again. After all, he refused Huju's proposal very stiffly at the beginning, saying that he would not exchange his own spirit power for his carrot anyway. So when he learned that the master showed regret in front of Tang San, Huju couldn't help but sneered. Huju, even if he doesn't need soul skills or money, he won't give the master carrots. For this reason, he also severely warned Tang San, telling him not to give his carrots to the master. Even though Tang San was embarrassed by such a request, the carrot belonged to Huju. Even if he wanted to give it to the master, he would not give it himself. Simply, the master still needs to point his face, but simply presupposes Tang San Mian a few times. Seeing that Tang San had no particular reaction, he never mentioned it again afterwards. Time is like water, and years are like shuttles. A blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. This year, Tang San's spirit power was 30th level, and Xiaowu was also 30th level. And Huju, at level 40, became a soul sect without a spirit ring. Chapter 53, Go to Shrek. It wasn't that Tang San only upgraded 5 levels in 2 years. If that were the case, the upgrade speed would be too slow. And there is also Huju's carrot bonus practice, how can such a level be worthy of Huju's compulsion? In fact, he had cultivated to level 30 half a year ago, but Tang San had a big heart, and he didn't take non-limit spirit rings. Especially after losing to Huju, he was even more vigorous, wanting to hunt for a powerful spirit ring, so as to surpass him in combat effectiveness. Therefore, under the advice of the master, he chose not to use the spirit ring for the time being, and still practiced as before. According to the master's theory, it is possible to cultivate even without a spirit ring anyway, because the results of the cultivation will be revealed after the spirit ring is obtained. Regarding this, Huju persuaded him, after all, after a breakthrough in the Great Realm and gaining the increase in spirit ring, his cultivation speed was not comparable to that before the breakthrough. Unfortunately, Tang San listened to the teacher's words very much and chose this stupid way of cultivation. Of course, there is the most important point. Tang San is arrogant, and when choosing a spirit ring, he will always choose a spirit ring that is close to his limit. In this way, Tang San wanted to obtain the ideal spirit ring, which would not work in the Junior Soul Master Academy. After all, Nodding Academy is just a Junior Spirit Master Academy, and the teachers are not strong, so it is impossible to hunt down the spirit ring that Tang San wants. This drag was dragged on until the 4th grade graduation. You have to graduate early? Huju asked, looking at Tang San. At the same time, he was also considering whether graduating a year earlier would affect Tang San's future acquisition of immortal grass. You must know that the reason why Huju is still staying at this Notting Junior College now is because a large part of the reason is to keep up with Tang San and then successfully obtain the immortal grass. Otherwise, he would have taken Xiaowu far away, so he would stay in this shabby academy. It seems that Tang San originally encountered Dugugus in the great arena of souls, and then attracted Dugubo's interest when he entered the Royal Academy, so that he saw the eyes of ice and fire and got the fairy grass. From this point of view, it doesn't seem to have a big impact on whether to enter Shrek in advance. Moreover, Shrek is closer to the Stardo Great Forest. It is also convenient for him to send carrots to Daming Erming. Well, the teacher asked me to go to the Shrek Academy in the Kingdom of Barak, Xiaoju, Xiaowu, I may be separated from you. Tang San was embarrassed. Unknowingly, he has been with Huju and Xiaowu for 4 years. After such a long time, they have formed a deep relationship. Separate? Xiaosan, why do you think so? Don't you just graduate early and go to a more advanced college? We can work together. Huju raised his mouth and said with a smile. Yes, I'm tired of staying in this academy a long time ago. Is that Shrek Academy fun? If it's fun, I will go with Xiaoju. Xiaowu next to him also became interested. Such fun things, how can I do without her? This is of course very good, but Shrek is in the Kingdom of Barak, far away from home, and it seems that Shrek Academy hasn't been graded yet. We don't know whether it has the strength to teach us. Hearing that Huju and Xiaowu were willing to go to Shrek with him, Tang San was very moved, but after being moved, he became worried again. After all, it is impossible for him to cheat his brother without confirming the true situation of Shrek. Haha, you don't know about this. Xiaosan, you said Shrek, I have heard, it is said that only monsters are accepted there, not geniuses, not at all. If you want to come, depending on our level, no academy will not accept us. Is Shrek really that powerful? Why haven't I heard of it? Xiaowu looked at Huju suspiciously, why she hadn't heard of the two of them staying together every day. Haha, have you forgotten? I have a secret weapon. Huju pointed to his ear and explained with a smile. But in fact, ghosts have heard of Shrek's name. If you hadn't read the original, Shrek, an obscure academy like Shrek, how could you find it in a small place like Notting City? Oh, I almost forgot, you still have the 5 senses strengthening technique. Xiaowu looked at Huju enviously, with such a powerful ear, how many secrets would he have to hear? She likes the little secrets of others the most. So there are such things. I said why the teacher would let me go to Shrek. Tang San nodded, and suddenly understood the master in his heart. Now Tang San would not trust the master unconditionally like in the original book. Although he is still very obedient to the master, he still has his own thoughts and doubts. These, of course, have nothing to do with Huju's influence. But, can my uncle and aunt allow you to go to school this far? Thinking of Hurui and Emma's reaction, Huju also had a headache. With an idea, Huju looked at Xiaowu. Xiaowu, this matter is up to you. You know, Mom is the one who listens to you the most. Go ahead and she will definitely agree. I'm not doing it, I don't want to hear Emma's mother's nagging. Xiaowu shook her head repeatedly, and the scorpion braid behind her swayed rhythmically. www.readaloud.com Really not? Huju Xiao asked. Don't go, say nothing. Xiaowu's face was firm, as if she wouldn't go as you say. Hey! Mistress! I heard that Shrek is in Soto City. That city is one of the 2 most famous cities in the Barak Kingdom and is known as a grain warehouse. It is said that there is a big battlefield there. It's lively, but unfortunately I can't go with you. Huju looked regretful and blinked at Tang San. Well, it's a pity, it seems that I will have to wait until I have had enough to come back and tell you later. Tang San cooperated with a pity expression. Humph! Damn it, if you win, I'll just talk to Emma's mother. Watching the two play her together, Xiao Wu stomped her feet straight. But I have to say that she was really attracted by Huju's description. Such a fun thing, how can it be without the participation of her Xiaohu's sister? 3 days later, Huju, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and the three of them bid farewell to the embarrassing old Jack, Emma, and Hurui, and embarked on the road to study in Shrek. This year, the three of Huju are 11 years old. Huju's delicate face has long opened, and he has turned into a handsome little boy with sword eyebrows and stars. Don't say anything about Xiao Wu, a tall figure of 1.7 meters, a small waist with a full grip, and a pretty and lovely exquisite face, all attracted the attention of the people around. As for Tang San, he was crooked, maybe it was born from the heart. As the inheritor of the Tang sect, of course I hope that he is more ordinary and less attractive, the better. So, following Huju and Xiao Wu, Tang San is like a small servant. If it weren't for the 24-moon bridge around his waist, he would not have been Fanpin at first glance, and no one would have noticed him. Chapter 54, Dai Mubai. Half a month later, the three figures of Huju appeared on the streets of Soto City in the Kingdom of Barak. I finally arrived. I didn't expect Soto City to be so far away. I don't care, Xiaoju, Xiao-san, you two must accompany me to play in the city for 2 days first, especially in the big battle arena, you also have to accompany you. I'll go see it. Xiao Wu stood on tiptoe, her little head kept looking around. To her, everything in Soto City was very novel. Haha, Xiao Wu, you let Xiao-san accompany you to go shopping. It's not his life. When did you see him play? Huju shook his head and laughed. Tang San is his proper otaku. Those hidden weapons of his, there is no spare time to go out shopping. If I didn't work hard, I would have been unable to keep up with your footsteps. You have cultivated too fast. You can't do it if you don't work hard. Tang San looked at the two with a wry smile. Huju stopped talking, because the reason why the first spirit ring could help in cultivation, it was understandable that the cultivation level improved quickly, but how could Xiao Wu also improve so quickly? She didn't usually see her practice. Over. This made Tang San feel unbalanced. Is there such a big gap in talent between people? Humph, you don't want to accompany me, I'm not rare. Xiaoju, we will go shopping by ourselves later, and Tang San will not be taken. Xiao Wu put on Huju's shoulders and made a face at Tang San. Okay, stop making trouble, let's go find a hotel to stay, then Shrek doesn't know where, so we have to inquire in advance. Huju handed a carrot to Xiao Wu, smiling and comforting. This is the right thing. If you want to go shopping, take Tang San to do what's going on, it's the two of you who want to go. Planning. By the way, I remember that in the original work, Tang San picked up the omission from Dean Feel and. What was the name? It seemed to be something golden. Go and have a look at that time. By the way, I bought it for Xiao San, anyway, he is a pauper now, even if he wants to buy it, he has no money. It's not hard to find a place to live, and a few people will find a very conspicuous hotel in a short while. Because even the outer wall of this hotel is rose-colored, it looks like a huge rose from a distance. It is difficult for people to pay attention. Rose Hotel. Seeing the name of the hotel, Huju smiled and followed Xiao Wu with a smile, letting her walk in happily. Walking into the Rose Hotel, a scent of rose scented, as if making the whole hotel ambiguous. Tang San walked to the counter. Thank you for opening 3 rooms for us. The waiter behind the service counter hurriedly stood up. He first looked at Tang San, then at Xiao Wu and Huju who were talking quietly, with strange eyes in his eyes. Are you sure you want 3 rooms? Why, do you only have 1 here? Or 2? Huju narrowed his eyes and looked at the waiter. You want to do something? The waiter's eyes lit up, revealing the same look in the same person, and said ambiguously, yes, there is only 1, a very big room. Go away, Lao Tzu is not the kind of person you think. We want 3 rooms. Hu Ju looked at the waiter angrily. Didn't he see Lao Tzu having an extra light bulb? Why are you so lacking in foresight? Yes, yes. I made a mistake. Just 2 people checked out. Now there are 3 of them. The waiter was startled by the breath of Hu Ju's body, and the waiter immediately broke into cold sweat and never dared to mess around. I said, among your 3 rooms, I am afraid that one of them is mine. At this moment, an arrogant and cold voice came from behind him. Looking back, he saw an aristocratic young man standing behind them with double pupils. No need to guess, Hu Ju knows who is here. Except for Daimyo Bai, the evil-eyed white tiger, I'm afraid not many people have become like this. Originally, he was still thinking about whether he would meet Daimyo Bai here, but he didn't expect that he would really come. Originally, when I saw this scene in the original work, I always felt that Daimyo Bai's appearance was very awkward. Of course, now he is also awkward, with his arms around a pair of twin sisters, completely like A with a wave-like appearance. But Daimyo Bai's isn't so wonderful for him. I saw him walk up to the counter and looked at the waiter and said, "Are you new here? Don't know if there will always be a room here for me. Go, call me your manager." "Yes, yes. I'm going to call." The waiter actually recognized Daimyo Bai. According to time speculation, Dai Xiao would not be here in the last 2 days, but he didn't expect him to appear today. This matter can't be solved by a little waiter himself. You have to ask the manager to do it. Whoever makes him want to make more money, he has to rent the room that Xiao Dai has reserved to others. This kind of thing is not. He got used to it the first time it happened. This eldest brother, it seems that we came first. Tang San hadn't figured out the situation yet, thinking that Daimyo Bai was here to grab their room, so he said something both salty and not indifferent. "So what?" Daimyo Bai said coldly without looking back. Who is he? Daimyo Bai, the 3 princes of the dignified Star Luo Empire, when was he questioned like this? Not very good, I just want to see how powerful you are. At this moment, Hu Ju glanced at Daimyo Bai both salty and undiminished. What is your strength? Isn't it just a down and out prince? What's so good about you? Hee, are you worthy to talk to me about your temperament? Daimyo Bai turned his head and glanced at Hu Ju disdainfully. You are so ugly and ugly, dogs look at human things, so you are not worthy to talk to us. Xiao Wu grunted at Daimyo Bai, and dared to say another Xiaoju, interrupting your dog legs. Very well, no one has spoken to me like this for a long time. It seems that you guys want to fight. Daimyo Bai turned his gaze to Xiao Wu as he spoke. When he saw Xiao Wu's pretty and cute look, a strange color flashed in his eyes instantly. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. It was this look, but it made Hu Ju look straight. Mistress, it's time to test you. Give him a lesson for me. His eyes are so annoying. Hu Ju said indifferently, even though he knew that Daimyo Bai was only astonished by Xiao Wu, how could he let him know that some people couldn't look at him without giving him a lesson? Let me come, if this guy is not pleasing to the eye, I have to teach him a lesson. Xiao Wu raised his arms and offered to ask. Hands on things, where is her little Wu sister missing? Humph, you don't have to fight, I think we should go together, just a few little kids, I don't care about it. Hearing Daimyo Bai's words like this, the 2 young girls beside him laughed foolishly, and one of them gave Daimyo Bai a kiss, happily let go of his arm, and consciously stepped aside. Bring it on! Just as several people were preparing to do their work. The previous waiter hurried over with a middle-aged man sweating profusely. If you have something to say, if you have something to say. Don't fight with me. Daimyo Bai squinted at him, and said in a cold voice, Manager Wang, you are getting better at doing business. Manager Wang wiped his cold sweat, and said with a smile, don't say that, Xiao Dai, because his subordinates are ignorant. This kid only came yesterday. He doesn't understand the rules. I will go back and teach him a lesson. Are you here for a chat? Let's go out and fight. No one can stop the person I want to fight, Huju. Huju interrupted the conversation with an impatient face. Hearing this, Dai Muabai's eyes flashed sharply. You don't need to go out, just fight here. All the damage caused by the damage is mine. He is a mediocre who dare not cause trouble. He didn't expect that before he caused trouble, others would provoke him first. Chapter 55, Dai Muabai. Xiao Wu, let me do this battle. Looking at Dai Muabai, Tang San's eyes were solemn. From him, Tang San sensed a powerful and domineering aura. Such an opponent, even he was not sure. Why do you want you to come? He obviously looks down on me. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San dissatisfied, feeling that she had been discriminated against. What are you arguing? Let's let you go together. Dai Muabai's eyes became colder, and the two of them were still arguing over who was going to fight. They obviously looked down on him. Seeing that he hadn't started the fight, he was about to fight inwardly. Huju rolled his eyes and winked at Tang San secretly. Tang understood in 3 seconds, his feet were wrong, and his body instantly jumped out and came to Dai Muabai. Please advise. Humph. It should be like this long ago, take my fist and say it again. Dai Muabai snorted coldly, his eyes flashed with evil light, without any fancy, a straight punch was sent out, and he rushed forward. Seeing Dai Muabai's fist, Tang San's eyes were solemn, but he didn't have any fear. Xian Tiangong was running at full power, and at the same time his hands turned into a white jade-like color, which was a manifestation of the running of Xian Yu's hands. Boom! Fists hit each other, and the two stepped back 2 steps each. No one took advantage. The power of this weirdo is so strong. It's actually comparable to Tang San. Xiao Wu, who was dissatisfied with Tang San's actions, was immediately surprised when she saw this scene. She knew Tang San's fist strength, because of the chaotic cloak in cultivation. In terms of physical strength, Tang San had long been the sole sovereign cultivation, but she didn't expect that he had never beaten Dai Muabai. Hee. This person is not that simple. Don't look at the people he dresses up like dogs. In fact, it's not as big as how old we are considered a genius. Huju explained with a smile beside him. No way. His weird appearance is also a genius. Xiao Wu widened her eyes and looked at Dai Muabai in disbelief. Huju nodded. Of course, if you don't believe me, look at his mouth, he doesn't even have a beard. Doesn't that just prove his youth? No wonder he is so arrogant, he is also a genius. Xiao Wu nodded, but the fighting spirit in her eyes became stronger. It seemed very interesting to be fat to beat a genius. While Huju and Xiao Wu were chatting, the two played against each other again. Tang San stepped on the ghost and shadow, his hands were crane controlling dragons and Swanyu hands, and his skills were swiftly spinning around Dai Muabai. Attacked with one hand from time to time, making Dai Muabai unable to defend against. However, Dai Muabai's methods are not bad, although his speed is not as fast as Tang San, but he is like a giant bear, and his defenses are tight. It's a pity that Xiaoju must be lost. Under Tang San's continuous attacks, Dai Muabai accidentally took a staggering hand by the accused Crane Qinlong, and then Tang San seized the opportunity and hit his stomach with a punch. Dai Muabai reacted quickly. After hitting the move, he immediately backflips and instantly steps back 5 meters, avoiding Tang San's follow-up combo. Dai Muabai's face was a bit ugly. In a purely contest of moves, he actually lost to the boy in front of him who was a few years younger than him. I'm so embarrassed. Are you coming? Tang San asked lightly. Fight again, the battle will escalate. When the time comes, one can't grasp it, but the hotel is over. Of course. Dai Muabai wiped his mouth. I lost in terms of fists and kicks. I will give you the hotel room, but we are all spirit masters. I will not be willing to fight once with all my strength. At this moment, Daimyo Bai's eyes changed, and his momentum instantly became domineering and wild. White tiger, possess body. As the Wuhan appeared, a phantom white tiger emerged. Daimyo Bai's body began to grow bigger, his muscles bulged, his hands became bigger, and he stretched out sharp claws that were shining with cold light. His eyes turned into vertical pupils, like beasts. 3 spirit rings appeared under his feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Daimyo Bai, Martial Spirit White Tiger, 34th level Battle Soul Venerable, please advise. Daimyo Bai announced his name under his domineering and extraordinary momentum. It turned out to be a 1000-year spirit ring. Xiao Wu looked surprised, but he didn't expect this guy with bad eyes to be so powerful. Mistress, can you do it? I'll help you. Xiao Wu shouted cheerfully, and before Tang San agreed, he immediately possessed Wuhan, and rushed up with a bounce. Next to him, Hu Zhiyi's face was black, and he said if he wanted to fight, Tang San could do it himself. Here, Tang San also has a black line. This is a battle between men. What are you doing here as a girl? However, he can't say anything, after all, he can't control Xiao Wu. Ha! Eat my waist bow. Xiao Wu's feet jumped, and she jumped to Daimyo Bai's side a few times, twisting her body, and her feet had already reached his neck. Haha, you little girl, don't you want to open me up? The first spirit ability, the white tiger possesses the body cover. The first spirit ring under Daimyo Bai's feet began to enlarge, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a sphere to surround him. How could Xiao Wu's waist bow be so easy to receive? No matter how squeezed the ball mask, Xiao Wu's legs were firmly clamped around his neck. Hey! Xiao Wu supported her hands on the ground, her waist bent into an amazing arc. With a hard effort, Daimyo Bai's body rose involuntarily, and was thrown out all of a sudden. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Lie. Daimyo Bai's body hit the floor heavily, and he smashed a hole in the floor of the hotel. Ah! After the smoke passed, Daimyo Bai got up from the ground with an embarrassed face. He wiped his mouth and found that traces of blood appeared. Humph! This time it was my carelessness, there was no flash. The next time you are thinking about getting close to me, it won't be so easy. Daimyo Bai's face was dark, and he said stiffly. Was thrown into a big horse by a little girl, and he felt ashamed to see people. Oh, yes. Then try again. Xiao Wu smiled, her eyes suddenly filled with pink light. The second spirit ability, Charm. With a charm skill like a sneak attack, Daimyo Bai didn't have any defenses, so he was struck again. Xiao Wu took the opportunity to jump to his side, the waist arch reappeared, and with a bang, a big hole was once again smashed into the floor of the hotel. Daimyo Bai. After a long silence, Daimyo Bai wiped his face and pretended to be nonchalant. Looking at your appearance, I must be entering Shrek Academy. I am your senior. What happened today is just a little joke. See you later. After these words were said, Daimyo Bai turned around at a very fast speed, and walked out of the hotel in a hurry, leaving his 2 female companions alone. That posture, how embarrassed you look. Only Huju and 3 people were left in a daze. Neither did they expect that the proud and domineering Daimyo Bai would slip away like this. Domineering people set up a funny ratio. Huju felt that his thinking was about to be subverted. Hey, now you know that my sister Xiao Wu is amazing. Xiao Wu turned her head triumphantly, her neck raised, as if the big sister of Notting College had been upgraded to the big sister of Soto City. Chapter 56, Pick Up. Xiao Wu, your waist bow is amazing. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu in surprise. He didn't expect that Daimyo Bai, who had put such a heavy pressure on him, was blown out by Xiao Wu twice in a row. That scene, it hurts to think about it. He, don't you know, my waist bow skill can instantly increase waist strength by 100% when activated, but also increase physical resilience by 50%, and after level 10, every level of improvement I will get a 1% improvement. I am now at level 30. In other words, I can increase my waist strength by 120%. It's amazing. Xiaowu explained triumphantly. Awesome. Tang San gave a thumbs up and made up his mind that he should always guard against Xiaowu in the future and not let her get close. The feeling of touching her face makes you shudder. Okay, Manager Wang, come out, now the room is ours, you can arrange it. Hu Ju knocked on the table and called out the two people hiding under the counter. Yes, yes, we will do it for you. Manager Wang nodded and bowed, and then slapped the waiter on the back of the head. Hurry up and go through the formalities for a few distinguished guests. 3 rooms, of which the best one was of course selected by Xiao Wu. The room was full of roses, which made Xiao Wu very satisfied. In the afternoon, Tang San worked hard to practice, and did not want to go out. Only Hu Ju and Xiao Wu left the hotel and began to wander around Soto City. The two of them, Hu Ju has an on-hook panel, and his cultivation speed is not as fast as on-hook. Generally, he will only practice when he is interested. And Xiao Wu, needless to say, according to her own words, her breathing is cultivating. Possibly, this is the difference of being a soul beast. Cultivation has become her instinct, so she has never seen Xiao Wu practice before. Soto City is bigger than Hu Ju imagined. As one of the most important cities in the Kingdom of Barak, its prosperity is not comparable to that of a small place like Notting City. Eat, play, and all kinds of goods. Along the way, Xiao Wu would have to go shopping when she saw everything. If it weren't for Hu Ju's strong soul power now, she might have to suffer. And Hu Ju is generous, and when he sees something that Xiao Wu likes, he buys it without saying a word. You know, he has made a lot of money from Xiao Chenyu and others in the past few years, and he doesn't spend much money in Notting City, and he has also saved a lot of money in his hands. It turned out very quickly, and Hu Ju regretted not taking Tang San out with him. Is not for him, but mainly for his 24 bridges and moonlit nights. Before he knew it, Hu Ju had already carried a lot of things in his hands, and in the end, even Xiao Wu had carried a lot of things. It seems that we have bought too many things, Xiaoju, or just do it today, let's go shopping slowly later. Xiao Wu looked at Hu Ju with a big bag embarrassed, and stopped obediently. Okay. But the shop in front seems to sell Soul Master supplies, let's take a look. Staring at the mark in front of him in the same style as Wahundian, Hu Ju smiled slightly, and it was time to pick up the leek. Walking into the shop, the dim scene inside made Hu Ju frown. He was indeed the stingy Flander. He couldn't bear to turn on the lights. No wonder the business was not good. At the first glance after entering the door, he saw Flanders sitting on a recliner. Over 50 years old, wearing black-framed crystal glasses, shoehorn face, standard version of the image of a profiteer. Xiaoju, are these the soul guidance devices used by the Soul Master? Why are they just like this? Remember that Xiao San's 24 bridge Minjiui is not like this. Xiao Wu looked at the worn-out objects around her, her eyes full of disgust. It's okay, let's take a look and leave, boss, do you have a storage soul guide here? Hu Ju looked at Pheland, who was closing his eyes and resting. Storage soul guidance device. Of course. Pheland squinted his eyes and sat up, big business. I have a variety of storage soul guides here, what gear do you want to buy? Well, 10 cubic meters, how much is this? Hu Ju thought for a while before asking. It's not expensive, it's the first time you're here. I'll give you a little cheaper, just 100,000 gold soul coins. Flender raised his fingers and smiled. 100,000 gold soul coins? Are you stealing money? Hu Ju's eyes widened. Isn't this old man trying to cheat him? Of course, the current soul guidance device sells one piece less, and each one is unique. How can I make money if I don't sell it more expensively? Flender pushed his glasses and looked at Hu indifferently. 9. Obviously, he had already seen that Huju couldn't afford his soul guidance device. Then I want a smaller one, is there a cubic one? Huju was also helpless. He felt that he didn't seem to be a rich person, and he couldn't even afford a soul guide. It seems that the price of carrots will be increased in the future. Just right, didn't you still meet a bully in the morning? Find a chance and kill him. There are also a cube, 20,000 gold soul coins, the price is not too. Flander said lightly. 20,000 is 20,000, give me one. After touching his pocket, Hujuyi gritted his teeth and bought it. Flanders, you wait for me. www.readaloud.com. How did you make money with me today? How I will make it back next day. It's easy to say, what style do you want? Rings, bracelets, necklaces, belts, almost all. Ring. Okay, wait, I'll look for it. After a while, Flanders came back with a bronze ring in his hand. It was said that it was a ring, but it was actually a copper iron ring, which was not pretty at all. Huju didn't care about this, took the ring, checked it briefly, and put it on his hand. Huju stopped when he was about to hand out the purse. Boss, with such a big deal, don't you give me a tip? Pointing to a turbid and unremarkable crystal on the wall, he said, how about this for me? I have a companion, I really like this kind of stuff. As soon as Huju said what he said, he found that Flender's eyes sharpened instantly, as if he wanted to see Huju's true thoughts clearly. Flanders, he has been picking up other people's leaks all his life. Some people want to get a bargain from him, which is impossible. 100 gold soul coins. Flanders said firmly. Oh, you boss, you are not grand at all. Forget it, I don't bother to care about you, I want it. Reached out and wiped the bronze ring in his hand, the crystal disappeared in front of him. Only after paying the money with one hand and delivering the goods with the other, did Huju show a smile on his face. But this smile made Flanders a little bit in his heart. Did your kid pick up my leak? Guess. Huju showed a mysterious smile on his face, took Xiaowu and left, not giving him a chance to continue questioning. Only Flanders, whose face was uncertain, was left in place. Chapter 57, Concealed Weapon Dragon's Needle. Xiaoju, why did you buy a broken crystal? Is it still a good thing? Leaving the shop, Xiaowu asked curiously. You know, when faced with this kind of thing, Xiaoju doesn't even look at it. There must be a reason for this abnormality this time. I don't know if it's a good thing, but I noticed something in this crystal. If I want to come, I won't lose money. Huju also said that he had cut off Tang San's Hu, so he said vaguely. There is something, what can be in this broken crystal? You can't feel wrong, right? Xiaowu glanced at Huju suspiciously. But she didn't delve into it, because 100 gold soul coins are not much to Huju, even if the induction is wrong, she won't lose much. The two returned to the hotel, and Huju pretended not to care and put the bought crystal on the table. In the evening, Tang San and Xiaowu came to his room to chat. This crystal instantly attracted Tang San's attention. Banjing! Tang San hurriedly ran to the table, looking at the crystal obsessively. Seeing this scene, Huju smiled faintly, it seems that he bought it right. Xiao San, did you say that this crystal is called Banjing? Xiaoju said that there is something hidden in it. Xiaowu stepped forward and stared at the crystal, trying to see the flower. Is there something hidden? Tang San was startled, and said randomly, that's right to say that, there is something in it. Xiaoju, you found the treasure. The things in it are not exaggerated even if they are invaluable. Tang San looked at Huju enviously. What a pity, this plate crystal is not his own. Really, let's open it. Huju smiled and said to Tang San. Okay. Tang San was not polite, stretched his hand to his waist, and a thick casting hammer appeared in his hand. The calf bends slightly, the Xiantian skill in the body is fully running, the chaotic cloak hammer is unfolded, and a semicircle is rolled up, and the hammer head slams on the crystal. Boom! There was a tremor on the ground, as if the entire hotel was shaking. There was a crisp cracking sound, and the whole crystal was shattered. At the same time as the crystal smashed, countless golden light spots surged out from it, and the whole room was filled with scattered golden light, which looked wonderful. Those golden lights slowly fell, and those golden lights fell into the room, sparkling. Hey! Xiao San, why are you so reckless? Look at you, and dirty my room. Huju complained to Tang San next to him. He didn't want to think about who made Tang San do it just now. Tang San didn't care about this, he was eagerly collecting the particles falling on the ground. Xiaoju, Xiaowu, hurry up and collect these particles, and I will explain to you later. Tang San also knew that he was really a bit reckless this time. But the first time I saw such a good baby, he couldn't help it. You must know that hidden weapons have always been in his heart, and there is nothing higher than hidden weapons in his heart. Okay. Huju shrugged, and then extended his palm, the soul power of the palm revolved, and the soul power control skills were issued. In a short time, the golden particles in the place seemed to be connected by invisible silk threads, and they involuntarily condensed into the palm of Huju's hand. On the other side, Xiaowu also learned how to transport her spirit power like Huju, but she was inferior to Huju in spirit power control, and she collected very few golden particles, which made her very dissatisfied and couldn't help speeding up her hand movements. But sometimes speed doesn't equal efficiency. The more anxious she is, the more she can't hold her, and the anxious Xiaowu almost stomped her feet. Haha, Xiaowu, you can't control your soul power. Look at Xiao San, your soul power control ability is almost catching up with me. Huju teased. Hey! I compare with Xiao San, a cultivator, it's boring. Xiaowu raised her lips and hummed softly. Tang San! What do you two talk to do with me? Boom boom boom! At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Opened the door and saw that it was the waiter who came to check the situation. We are playing around. Xiaowu's words blocked the waiter who had just come in. Pop! Seeing that the waiter's eyes were a little weird, Huju ruthlessly touched his forehead. Go away, dare to think more, and be careful of your life. Yes, let's get out of the way if you are small. The waiter nodded tearfully, feeling aggrieved in his heart. You are making such a big noise, so why don't you let me think about it? After waiting for the waiter to leave, Tang San had collected all the golden particles in every corner of the ground. Little San, don't be so nervous, let's talk about it, how precious is this stuff? Huju looked at the pellets in his hand curiously, and heard that this stuff is quite powerful. Well, let's put it this way, have you seen my hidden weapons? This one we have is a natural hidden weapon, and it's still a very powerful one. Tang San explained excitedly. Said, he also picked up a golden light spot, and under the movement of soul power, that light spot turned into a golden needle that was hard to see with the naked eye. At the same time, he flicked his finger at a speed that Huju could hardly see, and the needle in his hand had disappeared. Hey! What a powerful technique! Huju was a little shocked. With his current eyesight, he didn't even see Tang San's movements clearly. www.readaloud.com. It seems that Tang San has grown a lot during this time. Of course, this was when he was unprepared. If Tang San shot him, he would have felt it. The 10th level 5 sense enhancement technique is not vegetarian. Where did you shoot? Xiaowu followed Tang San's gaze, but found nothing. Hee. Tang San came to Huju's bed, squashed his quilt, and showed them the place where the golden silk thread was entangled in a ball. This is just a quilt. Think about it, what would happen if it were in a human body? Tang San was so proud, this was their top 10 hidden weapon in Tang sect. This is too vicious. Xiao Wu felt a chill in her mind when she thought of Tang San's description, and her eyes changed when she looked at Tang San. This junior looks ugly, but his mind is so vicious, it seems that he has to be more careful in the future. Tang San was speechless when Xiao Wu saw it. It is the weapon that is vicious, not me. In my opinion, whether a weapon is vicious or not depends on the person who uses it. Evil, this is the truth. Well, Xiao San is right, I think, compared to this hidden weapon, Xiao San's technique is the key. Such a small thing can shoot it so fast and so far. I must have nothing but you. People can find the correct way to use it. Hu Ju looked at Tang San with piercing eyes, he wanted to use such a powerful hidden weapon. Hehe, it's just a hidden weapon technique, I will teach you later, I believe that with your talent, it will take a long time to learn it. Tang San smiled lightly and said heartily. As long as the Tang sect core heritage is not involved, he still doesn't care about a technique. Chapter 58, Shameless Hu 9. When Hu Ju heard the news from Tang San, he was ecstatic. Finally, a skill came out of the stingy Tang San. Happy. In fact, in Tang San's mind, Hu Ju had always been a genius with a savvy, and any skill in his hands could be understood by him to a very high level in a very short period of time. At this point, Tang San is ashamed. If it hadn't been for knowing that Hu Ju had a very good understanding, he would not have handed him hidden weapons. After all, this kind of partial technique is useless in normal times. It can only be used when the hidden weapon technique is cultivated to a certain level. For others, with this time, it is better to practice yourself and strengthen your own strength. Happy. Just like now. Little San, I want to learn too. Xiao Wu immediately ran up to join in the fun when he heard that Tang San was going to teach Hu Ju to use hidden weapons. Unexpectedly, Tang San shook his head and refused without thinking about it. My hidden weapon technique needs to be practiced from a young age. The reason why I teach Xiao Ju is because his understanding is very good, but you can't Xiao Wu. You don't have Xiao Ju's skills. Talent. Second, I didn't practice since I was a child. Now my practice will only delay you. You. Xiao Wu almost trembled with anger. She pointed at Tang San, Damn Ziasan, you are so good. I remember you. I didn't expect you to be so stingy and me off. After just cursing a few words, I still feel puzzled. While talking, Xiao Wu stepped forward and stepped on Tang San's feet, and finally left Hu Ju's room with anger. Only Tang San with an innocent look, and Hu Ju who almost watched the show with melon seeds. Why is Xiao Wu angry? Are girls so unreasonable? At this moment, Tang San was deeply puzzled. At the same time, he also started to keep away from creatures like women. Too frightening. Now, Hu Ju got his wish and entered the hidden weapon technique into the hook panel. In order to repay Tang San's transfer of his skills, Hu Ju divided the dragon beard needles into two, 1/2 for one person, which is almost like more than 10,000 for each person. It's just that after learning the skills, Hu Ju found out that Tang San seemed to mess up his room. On the ground, including the bed, almost everything is left over after the crystal is broken, and there is no room for people to live. This. Tang San scratched his forehead in distress, and said to him embarrassedly, why don't we live in my room? Let's squeeze and we'll forget about it for one night. Hat. Who wants to sleep with a big man with you? Don't worry, Brother Ju has his own way. Hu Ju glanced at Tang San with disgust, then raised his head with a proud face and walked to Xiao Wu's room. Xiao Wu, Tang San has messed up my room, I have no place to live now, so pitiful. In Xiao Wu's room, Hu Ju licked his face with an aggrieved expression. Yes, I blame Tang San, he is irritable and not steady at all. Hu Juyi said. Xiao Wu remembered the crystal shards in his room just now. No, I mean I don't have a place to live now, so pitiful. Ju hinted to Xiaowu frantically. Yes, it's so pitiful. Xiaowu blinked her big innocent eyes, pretending that she didn't know anything. However, she kept snickering in her heart. It was really fun for Xiaoju to be pitiful. Oh! Seeing that Xiaowu never understood what he meant, Ju had no choice but to say directly, Xiaowu, let's discuss something. What? Xiaowu tried her best to smile. That's right, don't you see that the bed in your room is quite big? Let's draw a dividing line as before. How about 1 person and half? Ju looked at Xiaowu expectantly. If Xiaowu doesn't agree today, then how can I see Tang-san later? Ah, but we are all grown up, wouldn't it be so good? Xiaowu touched her lips, a little moved and a little shy. She is the eldest sister at Notting College. She hasn't touched anything before? It's just that she didn't show it. What's the matter? We didn't cover a quilt like we used to, it's okay. Ju waved his hand indifferently, but didn't know what was going on in his heart, always feeling a little vain. Then, well, you can't cross the boundary at night. Xiaowu hesitated for a moment but blushed and agreed. I won't cross the line, I'm familiar with this. Ju nodded happily, and almost jumped up excitedly. This evening, Xiaowu and Ju had different minds, and their minds were full of distracting thoughts. This also caused the two of them to look tired when they got up the next day. It feels like I didn't sleep last night, my whole person was listless. This also made Tang-san look at the two with a puzzled look the next day. What's the matter, is there a mouse in their room? After a good breakfast, the three of them left the hotel and started walking towards Shrek. After shopping for most of the day yesterday, Ju didn't go shopping in vain. At least, he had already inquired about the address of Shrek Academy. Out of Soto City, all the way south, large tracts of farmland appeared in front of them on the side of the road. You read www.ukenshu.com, but within his sight, there was not even a building, let alone Shrek Academy. Xiaoju, are you wrong? No matter how you look at this place, you don't want to look like an academy. Not only Xiaowu, but even Tang-san looked at him suspiciously. It can't be wrong, that Shrek Academy does exist, but it may not be the same as the academy you imagined. Let's go, you'll find out when you get to the place. Ju's expression on his face was a little weird. Not only did he know that Shrek's environment was not very good in the original work, but he actually heard some rumors about Shrek yesterday, but it was not good news. Then go, sign up early and settle down quickly. For Tang-san, a cultivator, delaying time is the most shameful thing. In order to squeeze more time to practice, he could not wait to reach his destination immediately. And then practice Xian Gong with peace of mind. Okay, then we will come first. Ju had just finished speaking, and his body leaped out like the wind. Xiaoju, you shameless! Xiaowu and Tang-san reacted instantly, and immediately raised their feet to chase them. For a while, as if the surrounding farmland felt their youthful breath, clusters of rice swayed and cheered for them. In just a quarter of an hour, a small village faintly appeared in Ju's sight. He knew that the destination for himself and others had arrived. Hey, Xiaoju, why did you stop? Behind him, Xiaowu jumped past him like a gust of wind, and ran far away before turning around to ask. It seems that our destination should have arrived. Tang-san's voice appeared beside Ju, and at this time, his eyes had turned lavender. Shrek Academy, here it is. Chapter 59, Sign up for admission. The village where Shrek is located is very small, more than half smaller than the Holy Soul village. Ju perceives it for a moment, and there are probably only 100 households. At the entrance of the village, a broken plaque was hung on this stone platform with Shrek Academy written on it. At this moment, Tang-san and Xiaowu were stunned. At this time they wondered why Ju would show that strange expression when talking about Shrek Academy just now. Even Ju was a little speechless about this. He was already fully prepared, but he didn't expect that the environment here was worse than he thought. Or, let Tang-san go to school alone, and go back to Soto City with Xiao Wu. At this moment, Hu Ju even flashed this thought in his mind. Anyway, since this is Shrek Academy, let's go see what's going on. Tang-san quickly recovered. In his heart, he was still willing to believe in the master. Since the master asked him to come here, there must be a reason. He believes that in this respect, the master will not harm him. Okay. Then take a look, there just happened to be a group of people there, go and see what they are doing. After thinking about it, Hu Ju decided to enter Shrek Academy. In any case, the teachers in Shrek Academy are quite strong. May not be comparable to the top spirit academies, but it is still much better than those of the intermediate spirit master academies. Besides, his fourth spirit ring hasn't settled yet, so he has to rely on Shrek. After all, he was too embarrassed to ask Daming Erming for help. It's a bit unreasonable to let the wise soul beast kill the soul beast. The three people came to the entrance of the village and just saw a group of people queuing. There was a simple table at the front of the line. A little old man in his 60s was sitting in front of the table writing and drawing, as if he was recording something. Registration fee, 10 gold soul coins. Failed, next one. Just walked in, Hu Ju and others heard such a voice. This Shrek seems to be very strict in recruiting students. Tang-san said thoughtfully from the side. Just now, he clearly saw that an academy that was about the same age as him and whose soul power was close to 20 had been wiped out. What do you care about so much? With our current level, it would be blind if we don't accept our academy. If Shrek is this kind of academy, then it doesn't matter. Hu Ju raised his head and said lightly. The three of them are all 11 years old, 2 at level 30, and 1 at level 40. They will be regarded as treasures wherever they go. It is an honor for him to come to Shrek to study. Yes, if we can't even enter the school with our strength, then this academy is definitely blind. Xiao Wu raised her neck and looked proud. If she and Tang-san are considered ordinary geniuses, then Hu Ju is a genius against the heavens. This is a 40th level soul sect. I'm afraid there is no one in the entire continent who can cultivate so quickly. Soon, it was their turn to line up, but several people discovered that so far, so many people have not been qualified. Hurry up, 10 gold soul coins, registration fee. The little old man's urging voice came from the front. Here. Hu Ju handed over 30 golden soul coins, and even Xiao Wu and Tang-san's both. For this, Xiao Wu took it for granted, and Tang-san didn't care. He didn't have any money anyway. The money he earned was either returned to Hu Ju or used to make hidden weapons, and his pockets were cleaner than his face. Give me your hand. The little old man glanced at Hu Ju faintly, and said blankly. Here. Hu Ju squinted, he wanted to see if this little old man would jump up from his seat later. You. The little old man opened his eyes in horror, and then closed his eyes again as if he couldn't believe it, and felt carefully. But judging from his trembling hands, his heart is not peaceful. 40th. After a while, the little old man stood up from the table with a rub, holding his hand and not relaxing. Go, follow me to the dean. Old man, don't panic, I still have 2 companions. Hu Ju used his hands, his whole body stood still, and with the strength of the little old man, he couldn't move at all. Oh, there are companions, let's come together, as long as the level is not too bad. The old man still has a little face in the college, and it is not impossible to let them enroll together. The old man was startled when he heard the words, and said heartily. Thank you, but no need, I believe their level will make you jump up in surprise. Hu Ju smiled jokingly. Haha, the old man has never seen any big winds and waves. If it weren't for you, the monster is too weird, no matter how genius you are, the old man will never blink my eyes. The little old man raised his beard, his face showing a touch of arrogance. Well, that kid will wait and see. Huju made a gesture of asking, waiting for a good show. Come on, you two little guys, come here, let the old man see how you are genius. The little old man showed a dissatisfied expression and waved to Xiaowu and Tang San. After a while www.readaloud.com. The little old man is a little skeptical of life. 11-year-old bone age, 30th grade. Another genius. 11-year-old bone age, 30th grade, you monsters. Haha, it seems that Shrek is about to develop. The little old man took them by the hand in surprise, as if he was afraid they would run away. Hee, old man, don't be too happy, the college can choose people, then we can also choose the college. If the college does not meet my requirements, we may not necessarily study here. Huju hasn't forgotten that Phil and also earned more than 20,000 gold soul coins from him yesterday. This is most of his wealth. How can he be willing if he doesn't get something out of the hands of the profiteer Flander? Huju's words made the little old man's smile disappear. After thinking for a long time, he raised his head viciously. What do you think of a Shrek? You can come and go if you want to, old man, let me tell you. You can't go. As he said, the little old man ignored the rest, grabbed Huju's hand, and looked like he was leaning on him. Huju. Old man, do you want to touch porcelain? Under the leadership of this funny little old man, the three of Huju came all the way to the dean's office. Dean, come out quickly, I have recruited a few talented students for you. Before the door opened, the little old man shouted inside. Li Yuzong, your boss is too young, why are you still so unstable? A familiar voice came from Huju and Xiao Wu. Hearing this voice, Xiao Wu couldn't help but let out a surprise, and looked up at Huju, as if asking. Huju smiled and nodded, motioning Xiao Wu not to say anything. Seeing Huju's smile, Xiao Wu instantly knew it, and it seemed that Xiaoju was ready to cheat again. Chapter 60, Blackmail Flanders. Dean, look, it's them, their bone age is only 11 years old. These two have a spirit power level of 30. Li Yuzong pointed at Tang San and Xiao Wu. Flender's eyes swept across Xiao Wu and Tang San, especially when he saw the moonlit night on the 24 bridge around Tang San's waist, his eyes clearly brightened. And this, the soul power level is actually 40, which is even more monster than a monster. Li Yuzong pulled Huju, and said to Flender with excitement. Boss, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. My name is Huju, his name is Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Huju smiled and looked at Flanders very politely. Level 40. A hint of shock flashed across Flanders' face, and he said to Huju, let me take your martial spirit out to sea. It wasn't that Li Yuzong's judgment was doubted. The main reason was that Huju's strength was so amazing that he had to be cautious. It is good. Martial spirit, come out. Huju readily stretched out his right hand, and a crystal-clear carrot martial spirit slowly rotated in his hand. At the same time, 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings appeared under his feet. It's really a level 40 spirit power, and it's still a food martial spirit, how can this be? Flender slammed up to Huju, excited, almost even dropped his glasses. Well, it seems that Shrek is about to appear an unprecedented genius. Flender patted Huju's shoulder hard, his expression excited. Master Dean, don't be happy so early, I haven't said that I will enter your Shrek Academy. Huju raised the corner of his mouth and pointed at Tang San and Xiao Wu, if you can't satisfy us, don't say me. Now, even they too won't join the academy. Yes, I'll be where Xiaoju is. Xiao Wu stepped forward and said grinningly. Next to, Tang San didn't speak, just a step, and he stood with the two of them, which was regarded as showing his attitude. Although I don't know what Huju is doing, at this time, of course he has to support his brother. What did you say? Flender looked at Huju in surprise. He has all come to his academy. What do you want to do without enrolling? The academy can pick people, and of course people can also pick the academy. Isn't that obvious? Hu Ju smiled and said, I won't say anything. 40-level food-type spirit masters can be achieved by hunting only one spirit ring. The college graduation standard, if a few years later, when I graduate, maybe I will become the Soul Emperor, or even the Soul Sage. And them, 2 11-year-old souls, presumably Shrek has confiscated such a genius. So, how are you going to enroll? At this time, Flender also fell silent. The little guy in front of him was right. With the enchanting talents of the three of them, no matter which college they go to, they will be trained by the school. Even he himself felt that the three of them were wronged when they came to their college. Haha, the dean is a good question. Hu Ju smiled heartily and raised a finger. First, we are different from ordinary geniuses. We have our own training plan. If there is a contradiction with the academy in the way of cultivation, the place where we are unconditionally dominated. Hu Ju's words almost made it clear that the teachers in the college might not be able to teach them. Of course, this is also his place for chicken thieves. With his temperament, he has a hang-up panel on his body. How can he do some very hard practice? Of course, in addition to cultivation, knowledge about spirit masters is what he needs. The power of knowledge, he never underestimated it. And he also meant to guard against the master. What if one day, the master still came to Shrek as a teacher like in the original book? What should he do to train them to death? You know, the relationship between him and the master is not so pleasant. It's simple. Our teacher can only advise and guide students in their practice. As for whether students are willing to do this, it doesn't matter to us. Flender nodded. Genius students are different from ordinary people. There are some cultivation points. The secret technique can also be understood. Well, since we have reached an agreement on the first point, the rest is the last one. Hu Ju smiled. For geniuses like us, no matter which college they go to, they will focus on training, and Shrek's eye probably took a look at the college environment. Please pardon me, it doesn't seem very good. Regardless of Flander's ugly face, Hu Ju faintly looked at him and said, we are not very demanding. Remember that the dean has a lot of soul guides in his hand. Let us pick one of them. From now on we will be Shrek students. Maybe in a few years, we Shrek will have several sealed Douluos. Hu Ju thought to himself, title Douluo should be reduced. He sent a here. Good boy, it turns out you fell in love with my soul guidance device. Flender gave Hu Ju angrily. Didn't it mean that he didn't add anything to him yesterday? As for now? The meat hurts extremely. Flender stood still, the expression on his face kept changing, almost making Xiaowu who was watching the play laugh out loud. Boss Fei, I heard that a few genius dolls have come to the academy. Let me see how genius they are. As Flanders gritted his teeth and agreed to Hu Ju's request, a rugged one came from outside the door. www.readaloud.com. The loud voice, that voice, felt the whole room tremble. Old Zhao, you came just right, come here soon. When Flender heard this voice, his face was suddenly happy, and there was an instant solution. Boy, wanting my soul guide is very simple, as long as you stick to a stick of incense in his hand. Flender smiled and pointed at the figure who was raising his foot. The figure is not tall, but the figure is extremely burly, walking like a wall of doors moving. Needless to say, the person here is immovable King Zhao Wao Qi. Dean, if you don't want to give us the soul guidance device, just say clearly, why bother to find such an excuse? If I read it right, this teacher should be a soul sage of more than 70 levels. Hu Ju looked dissatisfied. Flander, this miser, it's not easy to get something out of his hand. Haha, your kid is very discerning, you have discovered my hidden strength so deeply. Zhao Waoqi looked at Hu Ju with bright eyes, his mouth cracked open. Oh my god, this teacher is actually a soul sage, how powerful is that? Xiao Wu looked at Zhao Waoqi, who was full of muscles in amazement. Are you geniuses? The assessment methods are of course different, but you can rest assured, Lao Zhao will not use Wuhan real body. Don't you have the confidence to hold on to a stick of incense in his hands? Eyebrow, with a provocative face. Excuse me. No problem, but if we persist, I want your 10 cubic storage soul guide. Thinking of the many cards in his hand, Hu Ju nodded and recognized it. Okay, as long as you complete the test, my 10 cubic soul guide is yours. Gritting his teeth, Flanders suddenly felt a little frustrated. Looking at this kid's appearance, it seems that there is an unknown trump card.